Hey guys, tonight we slip into warm twilight beside a waterhole that looks like a polished piece of sky dropped into red earth, and you are the traveler who arrives barefoot, dust clinging to your ankles like bracelets you never meant to wear. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. In the comments, tell me your city and the exact time glowing on your screen, because somewhere a different dusk is yawning open, and I love mapping our little constellation of night owls. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Between the crisping scent of eucalyptus and the first evening stars, the waterhole breathes, a slow, circular sigh that nudges ripples toward the sand, as if the pond rehearses a memory you're about to step inside. A magpie lark tosses a metallic note that pings the surface like a coin, and the sound makes you picture syllables tiptoeing from rock to rock. An elder's voice arrives from the paperbark shade, steady as an old river, reminding you that time here isn't a line you stand in. It's a place you inhabit. You lean closer, because the story doesn't merely start. It gathers you, like a soft coil around your attention. Somewhere in the reeds, 100 small throats warm up like a tiny stadium before the big game, and the frog chorus begins. Their arrangement is not random to the locals. Deep croaks boost the headline when pressure changes, and high, staccato chirps throw confetti when humidity floats nearby with a drink invitation. A quirky fact tucks itself into your pocket. People treat these choirs as weather reporters, which means your bedtime meteorology tonight features percussion, reed section, and absolutely no radar. You smile, filing it between common sense and wonder, because practical knowledge here often wears a rhythmic disguise. Tonight's main thread winds through a word that English keeps trying to name. Dreaming, dreamtime, the dreaming law, terms that succeed and fail in the same breath. The elder gently points you beyond the jar of translation toward the water itself. Chukurpa in Pichinchichara and Yankinit Jachara, Altier in Arurnt, Wawilak stories in Yalangu traditions, and many more. Each carries law, place, kinship, ceremony. Mainstream knowledge holds that across many Aboriginal nations, the Rainbow Serpent shapes country, carving rivers, raising ridges, deepening waterholes, and continues to underwrite how people live with place. Historians are still debating this question of translation, arguing whether dreaming makes it sound imaginary when it is, in practice, as concrete as the mud between your toes. Around your feet, the red earth reveals itself as an open textbook. Tiny lizard prints stipple the margins. Seed husks arrange like footnotes. A trail of ants edits a crumb into motion. The elder doesn't jab a finger so much as tilt a chin, and the gesture transforms ground into grammar. You read a sentence of spine effects, a clause of sand, a comma shaped by a beetle's wrong turn. Every mark says, with quiet authority, that country keeps minutes, and the Rainbow Serpent's long body authored many of these lines. This is not theatrics. It is law with scenery, governance with an ochre palette. Under a rising moon, the elder sketches a curve in sand and murmurs that this is a river before the river, a path cut by the serpent's first stretch. The body moves through soft earth, turning dunes into paragraphs and clay pans into waiting bowls. Water follows like a grateful footnote. You picture it from above, arcs, oxbows, and braided streams like a fossilized handwriting, and realize that story here is an atlas of behavior. Where the serpent sleeps, people respect. Where the serpent moves, people follow protocols for fishing, speaking, camping, and sharing. Myth, in the museum sense, would be too thin. What you're hearing is constitutional law that breathes. Meanwhile, the frogs keep their session going, and the elder gifts you a niche aside you will never again unhear. Some listeners can tell how far off a storm sits based on which frogs take the solo line. If the bass section warms to a persistent, unhurried beat, rain often signs the contract. If the treble flares in quick little raids, the clouds may be flirting without commitment. You bookmark that under field meteorology, next to taste a breeze and watch ants relocate early. Your fan hums in conspiratorial agreement, like a background vocalist who knows the chorus but not the verses. By the water's edge, moonlight stretches itself into a silver ribbon that looks, if you squint, suspiciously serpentine. The elder tells how the serpent rests in waterholes, and how each place trains the people who live with it. Don't foul the source, don't take fish out of season, don't talk carelessly about what belongs to ceremony. Right here you receive the mainstream historical point that many creation stories are less about a distant once upon a time and more about present tense obligations. The Rainbow Serpent doesn't disappear at sunrise. It remains woven into rules, kin ties, and shared memory. Behavior is the echo of myth. Country is the classroom. Your listening is the homework. Across the clearing, insects write small hieroglyphs in the air and then erase them before you finish reading. A nightjar slides a velvety call between the trees, and you feel your shoulders loosen into the rhythm. The elder's voice remains unhurried, never dramatic. The point isn't to wow you with spectacle. It's to attune you to a different speed limit. This pacing matters because the dreaming, despite what your calendar wants to believe, operates in a looped present where story is not archived but circulated like water. You glance at the pond, and your reflection glances back, agreeing to abide by quiet rules you haven't memorized but already respect. With the stars sharpening overhead, you get a second piece of cool knowledge dressed as poetry. Rock art galleries, especially in places like Arnhem Land, carry layers upon layers of painting. Some ancient, some relatively recent, like thin veils laid over the same patient face. Scholars read superimposition the way librarians read due dates, and the Rainbow Serpent turns up across styles and times, its presence like a signature that refuses to retire. The elder adds that on bodies, paint is not fashion. It is a living diagram of responsibilities, kin relations, and ceremonial roles. You store that beside your notion of art and watch it expand until it becomes a room you can stand inside. As if to punctuate the point, a practical little chemistry note breezes in. Ochre can be mixed with fat or plant resin to improve binding, and certain orchids provide a sap that lends body paint a long-wearing gloss. That small, unassuming fact reframes ingenuity as the everyday companion of ceremony. You picture an ancestor testing mixtures the way a modern lab tech tests formulas, except the lab smells like bark, smoke, and damp clay, and the data is a community nodding, "Yes, that works. Keep that recipe." The line between science and story narrows until you can walk it barefoot. On the subject of naming, the elder places a few shining syllables in your palm. Ngaliad in some places, Yurlungur in others, Wanamangur elsewhere, and still more names you will meet later. Each name carries the weight of place and law. Collecting them as trivia would miss the point. Speaking them carefully, learning who should speak them and when, that's the point. You repeat the sounds under your breath, not like an explorer bagging specimens, but like a guest trying to say a host's name correctly. Historians are still debating this question of how and when specific names diverged across regions, but the elder's grin reminds you that people here have been managing perfectly well without a conference paper to authorize their memory. From the bank's shadow, a breeze adjusts the pages of the night, and you sense the chapter changing texture without any need for an official title card. The elder draws your attention to the sky where a river of stars, the Milky Way, leans across country. In some traditions, that luminous path links to water and to creatures that teach seasonal timing. Emu silhouettes shape themselves in the dark nebulae. When that cosmic bird rests in a certain pose, you learn when to gather particular eggs. Under this vault, songlines run like staves of music guiding travel, teaching sacred law and mapping water. Scholars acknowledge these as sophisticated navigational systems. They also bicker, politely, sometimes not, about how precise the topographic mapping is at a fine-grained level. You accept the debate as part of the living conversation, not a referee's whistle. Beneath the bark, sap creeps in quiet circuits, and the whole grove feels like it breathes alongside you. The elder speaks of law codes that are sung, danced, painted, walked, a multi-format archive long before flash drives, and you realize that your feet are the device that downloads meaning as much as your ears are. You step lightly because footnotes here are actual feet, and the annotation is dust rising in a small halo around your heels. The Rainbow Serpent's presence doesn't demand belief. It requires conduct. That difference makes your posture straighten, as if a gentle hand just set your spine where it needed to be. Nearby, a cluster of ants performs a logistics miracle, portaging a crumb roughly the size of your ego. They succeed because nobody tries to be a hero. The job is shared, revised, repeated. You grin because simple things become teachers when you let them. The elder nods, almost as if hearing the grin, and adds a practical quirk to your growing toolkit. In some places, people listen to ants for flood hints. Their frantic architecture suggests more than a vibe. You promise yourself to promote ants to assistant meteorologist right under frogs, pending performance review. Further along the edge, your gaze catches a faint shimmering at the water's skin, and for a heartbeat you imagine a slow coil turning beneath, not threatening, just present. This isn't horror. This is geology personified, law embodied. A reminder that country is not neutral ground but living relation. The elder mentions that many waterholes are understood as the serpent's resting places, and certain behaviors are forbidden because relationship spaces have rules. Mainstream knowledge recognizes sacred sites across the continent tied to specific beings and stories. The nuance, which you taste now, is that sacred isn't a museum sign. It's an operating system that keeps people and place in balance. Beyond the near-bank shadows, night opens like a quiet curtain, and you feel how the dreaming refuses to be boxed into the past. The elder's phrasing deliberately avoids the trap of English tenses. Law is ongoing, not archived under glass. You think of how your daytimer would hate this, no tidy checkboxes, but your nerves relax under the weight of a slower logic. Historians are still debating this question of how to teach nonlinear time to audiences trained on timelines. Meanwhile, families keep practicing it, which is the punctum of this whole evening. Practice outlasts paperwork. Later, the conversation takes a scenic detour through materials you can touch and smell. A fresh length of stringy bark becomes a page for telling. Body paint becomes a map of kin obligations. Clapsticks measure breath the way a metronome measures patience. Yidaki, also called didgeridoo in wider English, joins in some regions. The resonant drone enhanced by termite-hollowed eucalyptus, which is an engineering collaboration between insect and human that would thrill any acoustics lab. The elder notes tempo patterns that help encode sections of a narrative, and musicologists have floated theories about beat structures doubling as mnemonic cues, though not everyone agrees on the same cipher. Your pulse syncs without permission, grateful for a metronome older than your smartwatch. After a quiet spell that lets all the instruments put themselves away in your bones, the elder circles back to ceremony, law, and the ethical backbone of the story. Creation here isn't a completed project. It's a maintenance schedule. If you care for waterholes, they care for you. If you sing the tracks, they keep guiding feet. If you share food with proper kin lines respected, the season shares back. This is mainstream content dressed in moonlight. Reciprocal care is the glue of survivance. You nod because the idea makes sense at 3 different scales: family, community, landscape, and your shoulders drop another centimeter. Eventually, curiosity leads you into the delicate zone of what outsiders call myth versus science. And the elder's eyes crinkle, not in annoyance, more like, "Ah, that old pair of boxing gloves." The response lands without defensiveness. Country stores knowledge in many formats, and those formats often agree with things a lab later measures: seasonal calendars, plant properties, animal behaviors, flood histories. Paleoclimate studies sometimes line up with oral histories about cycles of wet and dry. Sometimes they seem out of sync, and the fix isn't to crown one king but to keep asking better questions. Historians are still debating this question of how to weigh convergences without forcing them, and you file the debate under good faith friction. Meanwhile, an actual breeze performs quality control on your cooling skin, and the fan keeps its loyal hum like a roadie who never left the stage. You recall the opening promise: keep things light with a tiny pinch of realism. So here's your pinch. If you tried to navigate this country solo with city habits, you might not make it through day 1. That's not a doom forecast. It's a humility PSA. Learn the songs. Listen to frogs. Ask permission from places. Carry water. Refuse hurry. The elder seems to read that exact list from the way your face rearranges itself into attention. After another sip of silence, a new angle arrives. Translation as hospitality. English wants tidy bins: religion, law, history, art, while country replies, politely, yes. Here, song teaches law while law shapes art, while art maps history, while history directs your feet in tomorrow's travel. You juggle that stack and discover it fits if you stop stacking. The Rainbow Serpent, then, is not only a being. It is a curriculum where water, ethics, and kinship study together. Mainstream accounts often emphasize this integrative function, and you feel the concept settle like a woven mat under your thinking. Past the reeds, a pale shimmer hints at cloud, and the frog choir briefly modulates, like an editor clearing a throat before a paragraph break. The elder, without looking up, says weather's making up its mind. Quirk lovers keep score. Local folks joke that particularly confident frogs should do the nightly forecast on community radio. You almost picture a tiny studio, miniature headphones, a meteorological map scrawled in damp leaves. Laughter lives here as much as law, and the mix keeps the weight from pinning you to the sand. Across the same sky, the Milky Way has leaned a little farther, and your understanding leans with it. Songlines have come up again, not as tourist poetry but as logistical networks that once coordinated travel, trade, ceremony, and law enforcement across vast distances. Those lines cross, braid, and diverge, and people trained in them can read country with their bodies the way a sailor reads wind and swell. Scholars agree on the centrality of these routes. They disagree about what level of cartographic precision was intended or achieved. You give the disagreement a friendly nod. Complexity invites more than one lens. Amid the steady night, an ordinary stick becomes a stylus again when the elder draws a tiny looping bend at the end of a sand curve and identifies a waterhole where the serpent rested. A cautionary lesson rides in behind the gesture. Behavior around rest places matters. Pollution angers the being. Disrespect thins the story. Greed tears fabric that took millennia to weave. The mainstream knowledge is clear. Sacred sites and restricted practices exist to maintain balance. You answer the lesson not with words but with posture. Shoulders lower, gaze softer, steps careful. Elsewhere on the shore, a moth miscalculates and flutters into your hair like an exclamation mark trying out a new location. The comic interlude helps you remember that learning doesn't banish clumsiness. It gives you better rituals for apologizing to bugs. You gently escort the punctuation back into the sentence of air, and the elder's chuckle says you passed a tiny exam nobody announced. Country grades on presence, not perfection. Opposite the obvious, the conversation edges into secrecy and the ethics of sharing. Some parts of these stories belong to specific people, ceremonies, or age groups. Some are public. Some are misrepresented when pulled out of relational context. The elder threads the needle gracefully, offering what you can carry and naming what you cannot. Anthropologists have wrestled with categories for generations, and the debate still smolders. How do you write about secrecy without turning it into spectacle or erasing it into nothing? You hold the question without prying, an underrated skill in any library. Within the circulation of that respect, your own city thoughts quiet, and the night takes on the acoustic of a small chapel. The serpent's arc, the water's patience, the frog's comedic timing. All of it orchestrates a gentle exhale you didn't know you'd been saving. You memorize this combination, law plus humor plus silence, and plan to pack it for mornings when your inbox pretends to be destiny. Nothing about the fan changes, yet everything does. The hum has been promoted from appliance noise to choir drone, and it feels proper to pay attention to it. Across the topic of language, the elder returns to the puzzle we started with, words. English will keep trying to bracket Chukurpa and Altier as myth, religion, or cosmology, and each bracket leaves fingertips of meaning outside. Translators stand in the doorway doing their best, and the house keeps being bigger than the doorway. Historians are still debating this question, and probably will be when your grandchildren are asking for bedtime stories. Meanwhile, communities keep walking the floors, tending rooms, opening windows. You don't need a perfect label to behave well in a place. You need teachers, and you have one tonight. Amid this steady unpacking, a final bundle of mainstream knowledge sticks its landing. Archaeological and ethnographic records affirm the breadth and longevity of these intertwined systems: song, art, ceremony, law, while contemporary practice continues to evolve in community hands. This isn't nostalgia, it's continuity. The elder's glance toward the dark water is a punctuation mark that means time to rest the tongue. You understand that rest is part of the lesson, as formal as any sentence. Opposite the moon path, the bank carries a faint print where you knelt earlier, already softening. Country edits quickly. Vanity is biodegradable here. The elder rises, a small tide lifting, and you stand too, returning the stick that had been a stylus, baton, and wand. Tools revert to wood because their role has been absorbed into your posture and memory. The frogs cool their volume to a conversational murmur, like colleagues winding down after a shift. Finally, the elder offers you a closing gift to tuck inside your ribs. Walk as if the ground remembers your footsteps, because it does. Say names carefully. Notice the small things first. Share food like it came with instructions, which it did. And when the wind tries to hurry you, let it go on without you. The Rainbow Serpent is not a chase scene. It is a curriculum of patience. Ultimately, you feel the scene turn from lesson to lullaby. The water is blue-black glass. The air is the exact temperature of a good memory. The fan hum is a long vowel. You picture the serpent sliding into the unseen distance, not leaving but rethreading itself into the larger cloth. And you make a quiet promise to show up again with ears, feet, and breath arranged for learning. Humor stays in the mix. Yes, you'd hire the frog choir. Yes, you'll petition for ant promotions, and discipline stays too. Balance is the art. Haze still floats over the waterhole when the elder gestures toward the open country, and the path unwinds like a ribbon laid down by a patient hand. Dust lifts in little puffs with each step, and the air tastes faintly metallic, as if old storms left their signatures somewhere in your mouth. A quiet confidence guides the walk. Last time you learned to listen, tonight you learn to follow. Far ahead, the land shows subtle grooves, gentle swales, and long, meandering lines that refuse to be random once your eyes begin to cooperate. Across the first gently rising dune, the surface changes personality. A thin desert crust, alive with algae, lichen, and bacteria, stiffens the top few millimeters, and when your foot presses down, the ground answers with a whispering rasp, somewhere between a sigh and a violin's low string being brushed. Locals call it singing sometimes, not because it's melodic in the Western scale, but because sound travels through layers like gossip through a small town. The elder grins at the expression on your face, that blend of delight and apology you wear when a landscape makes a noise you didn't request, and you realize your step is part of the instrument. Layers beneath that crust read like a long book. The top is biological, protective. Below is sand set by old winds, and further down a memory of water, the kind a geologist detects with a trained fingertip, sensing compaction and grain size. The elder taps the stick into the dune's shoulder, and the tiny collapse that follows answers with a breathy hum, akin to a distant drum skin tightening. Quirky, yes, also serious. That singing desert crust warns you to tread lightly because it prevents erosion, holds seeds, and stores the delicate threads that keep this place knitted together. Beyond the dune, a wide plain opens, etched by lines that look like an enormous creature once dragged a tail through wet clay. The elder's story sets those lines into motion. The rainbow serpent travels when country is soft, curling and stretching, scoring channels that become streams, streams that become rivers, and rivers that become a network of memory. Mainstream knowledge anchors the image in observation. Many nations describe the serpent as a shaper of waterways, carving valleys and waterholes. The motif repeats from desert to woodland to coast, each with its own lawful details. You let your eyes relax and the curves begin to speak, not as decoration but as evidence. Between small clumps of spinifex, stones sit like commas in a great sentence. The elder slows at a scatter of river pebbles, their rounded edges out of place this far from a current. A story attaches, this was once a channel during a wet age, the serpent's passage recorded in the shape of stones. You pick one up, feel river wear against your thumb, and place it back as if returning a word to its line. The landscape's grammar unlocks itself when you accept that time is not only measured in years but in forms that insist on repeating the same argument. Not far away, the ground dips into a shallow swale, the kind that fills after a heavy rain and then shrinks back into cracked mosaics when the heat returns. The elder calls it a memory bowl. When the bowl holds water, frogs appear like summoned musicians, and birds pivot their migration plans without asking a weather app. The serpent, in this telling, has a habit of leaving gifts for life to gather around. Edible plants in the damp edges, fish in temporary creeks that link up like pop-up markets, and muddy zones where animal tracks advertise the neighborhood. Every gift arrives with a rule, and the rule is almost always balance. Fields farther on carry the faintest indentation, a sinuous depression tracing away to the horizon. The elder crouches and sketches its sibling in the sand. The same curve, writ smaller. Rivers may not stay put for millennia. They split, migrate, abandon a course for a new one, a restless habit called avulsion. Communities who live with the river treat those changes as updates rather than bugs. You hear the mainstream point in practical form. Oral maps, kept in story and song, track water's character and moods. Historians are still debating this question, how far back those oral maps reach in relation to specific channel shifts. But the elder's eyes contain more time than the argument can summarize. Silence plays a helpful role when you step across another patch of crust. The singing softens if you lighten your pace, and the elder nods, pleased by your quick learning. A small scientific aside rides in on the breeze. Roughness and moisture content affect the surface's acoustic behavior. To your ears, it's a reminder that even the strangest facts here carry practical advice. Step softly, protect the living seal, keep the desert's thin skin intact so seeds can germinate and wind won't carry the whole page away. Shadows of raptors drift across the ground like slow handwriting. Their movement adds a second map over the first, one that updates in real time. The elder points to the left where a wand track branches off. Your feet follow the subtle cue. Along that branch, termite mounds rise like small cathedrals, and the breeze plays organ through their openings. Sound again. Music sneaks into everything out here, even the architecture of insects. You let the drone become a beat that measures the distance between each footstep, turning the walk into ceremony as surely as clapsticks do. Ledges of ironstone crop out beside a shallow gully, and a few pieces sit with a rust-red glow, like embers that forgot to go out. The elder lifts one and taps it gently against another. The metallic note carries farther than you expect. Country carries instruments, the voice says, and you believe it because you've been hearing the band for an hour. Knowledge sneaks in. Ironstone often underlies certain water flow patterns. When exposed, it betrays old stream paths now asleep. You file this under how land remembers the verb to run, even when it sits still. Across the gully, Spinifex shifts to a different grass, greener in the dips, as if the soil confides a wetter story. Closer inspection reveals small crustacean shells, the ghost of a floodplain market, proof that water once held a long conversation right here. The elder sets the scene with serpent language. A great coil rested, tail tucked, head curved, forming a loop where water could linger. In the loop, plants specialized. In the linger, fish stranded by recession-fed birds and people who knew when to visit. Law emerges again. Take only what belongs to your group in season. Leave food for the next swell of life. You hear the rule repeated across ecosystems on every continent, but it feels particularly audible here where scarcity trains generosity. Toward the horizon, an improbable line of silver interrupts the earth-tone palette. Mirages pause traffic in your brain for a second, but the elder guarantees you're actually seeing what you think you're seeing. A river hairpin shining like a dropped bracelet. As the pair of you approach, the sound of low water starts whispering. A textured hush that always gives the exact right advice. Drink, watch, be grateful. Along the bank, trees with elaborate, water-seeking roots lean over, printing long shadows that look like notes on sheet music laid across the current. The score is legible to anyone willing to stand still long enough. River edges always teach more than river middles, and this one is generous. A set of tracks, emu, wallaby, something smaller with delicate zigzags, writes that lesson again in multiple hands. You kneel to study the punctuation. Here a half-moon of a hoof slips slightly. There a double print where a pause became a choice. Farther on, a crisp series of avian ellipses. Walking with the elder, you learn that reading tracks is reading stories that have just occurred, a kind of journalism that wouldn't dare claim objectivity because relationship is the whole point. Bankside mud holds a different archive. Embedded seeds, carried by last season's flood, wait for exactly the right combination of temperature and day length to rise. Meanwhile, a thin crust dries over them, and if you step carelessly, the brittle layer collapses with a sound like tearing paper. The elder ladles out an image you won't forget. The Rainbow Serpent as a librarian who arranges shelves every wet season. Your job is to avoid knocking them over between rains. Mainstream knowledge nods along. Riparian zones are biodiversity jackpots, delicate and outrageously productive when not trampled or poisoned. Swings in the river's course have their own politics. The elder references a story known along this stretch. A dramatic bend once cut itself off during a furious wet year, forming an oxbow that became a waterhole revered for both abundance and danger. Elders warn about fishing there without proper permission. Not everything that glitters under sun is free to grab. Historians are still debating this question of whether particular oral accounts match specific avulsion events traceable in sediment cores, but your intuition says that argument matters less than the pattern of respect the accounts enforce. On a gravel bar shining with mica flecks, the wind composes a passage strong enough to strand your thoughts for a beat. In that pause, the elder offers a gentle comparison. Western maps excel at coordinates and scale. Songlines excel at continuity and responsibility. One is a photograph, the other is a pilgrimage. Neither suffices on its own. You imagine overlaying them, grid and song, until the map knows how to behave and the song knows how to be found by a satellite if someone needs a medevac. The fantasy dissolves, but the harmony stays. A saddle of sand between two old channels sets up the afternoon lesson. How to notice when the land invites or declines your passage. Texture, plant density, termite mounds, the angle of the wind all weigh in. The singing crust gives you real-time feedback. A crunchier note here, a softer hush there. The elder's eyebrows communicate approval when your stride shortens and your weight shifts forward, spreading pressure so the crust survives you. That micro-adjustment counts as ceremony, a practical ritual that leaves a lighter signature. Under a shrinking sun, colors turn cinematic. Reds deepen to oxblood, golds brighten like a last chance, and the thin silver of the river flirts with coin. The elder points to a far bluff whose face is stippled with holes, then tells a story about a giant serpent surge that carved out that cliff in a single mythic night. A narrative that translates, in a geologist's register, to flash floods doing the work of centuries in hours. The dual reading doesn't cancel either one. It doubles the ways you hold attention. The moral, as always, stays practical. Camp high, read clouds, don't underestimate channels that look asleep. Rounding a copse of paperbark, a shallow channel runs parallel to the main flow, its water the color of smoky tea. Strands of algae flutter like ribbons, and tiny fish perform a conference about where to be next. The elder sets a message stick down, carved with notches that serve as calendar and mnemonic, and explains how such objects move information between groups across distance, distributing news about ceremony timing, safe crossings, or scarcity warnings. A quirky thought arrives. In the age of push notifications, here stands a fiber-optic ancestor made of wood and memory. Cracked earth near the secondary channel forms an accidental mosaic, pentagons and hexagons that look designed by a patient artist. The elder's stick traces a curve through those shapes, then stops at the place where a serpent would pause to rest. Rules for rest places repeat. Don't foul, don't rush, don't boast. You welcome the familiar cadence because repetition is how law sinks to the bone, and out here the bone is what carries you home again. Twilight lines the sky with violet, and the temperature lifts its foot off your neck. The desert crust quiets when it cools. The singing becomes more of a low scratch, as if the day is clearing its throat before going to bed. The elder returns to the debate you parked earlier, voice kind as ever. Scholars in different fields bring different clocks to the question of river history and oral memory. Some clocks count in radiocarbon, others in ritual cycles, and the trick is not to make them fight but to let them keep time in the same room. Historians are still debating this question, and the debate itself is a living thing, not a verdict. Starlight begins laying down its own trail, and with it your confidence grows. The ground's grammar reads simpler now. Concavity means collect, convexity means disperse. Fine sands suggest wind's signature, gravels hint at water's authority. Vegetation density marks moisture gradients. Termite spires orient on sun and shade, doubling as a compass if you know how to ask. You do not become an expert in an afternoon, but the afternoon becomes something of an expert in you, finding the right lessons to deliver without scolding. Somewhere in the middle distance, a curlew rings out a note so long and thin you almost see it. The call threads its way across the old channels and returns to your ear at a slower speed, reminding you that sound is a map too, one that requires no battery. The elder once more points by almost not pointing, and the invisible arrow lands on a patch of darker soil where a flooded channel laid a recent gift. Plant shoots poke through, defiant and tidy. That patch will draw grazers, then hunters, then scavengers with a doctorate in leftovers, and eventually story, a complete economy in a small rectangle of earth. Campsites tend to gather on slight rises with soft approaches and good listening lines to the water. Tonight's spot unfurls as if waiting, and you begin the slow choreography of settling. The elder shows you how to test ground with a foot, not to claim it but to greet it. Clay remembers footprints with an enthusiastic memory. Sand forgets selectively. The living crust remembers permanently if you break it. That last fact lands with just enough gravity to keep your knees bent and your step measured. Fire, when it finally arrives, behaves like a balanced guest. Small, polite, held far from flammable grasses. Angled so sparks run out of ideas before running out of air. Orange light teaches a different map, the one that prefers near things. The elder takes a slow breath and returns to the main thread. The serpent's tracks, the grooves that water uses to organize life, the steady work of reading and rereading what country writes. Mainstream knowledge aligns. Many creation narratives across the continent place the serpent at the heart of fresh water and storm, tying physical features to law and moral geography. Your body, loosening, agrees. Stories like these carry inventories of species with them, the elder adds, not as lists but as cast members. Certain flowers opening signal food cycles. Certain insect dronings align with fish runs. Certain frog voices, the meteorologists, announce when to move camp, when to stay, when to check a safe crossing twice. Your fan at home hums in memory as if cheering for the chorus. You grin, picturing the frogs sending tiny memos on letterhead made of dew. When the conversation returns to singing sands and crusts, you are ready for an encore. Some dunes boom audibly when disturbed in just the right way. The elder notes, another acoustic quirk, different from the biological crust's whisper. The physical mechanism involves grain size, humidity, and synchronized motion, a desert choir with a fussy conductor. But the moral repeats, tread with care. The land is an instrument and you're more than an audience, you're part of the band, even if you only play triangle for now. Moonrise behaves like a second fire arriving, and the river pays it the compliment of imitation. The broad bend glows. The oxbow keeps a cooler shine. The shadowed cut where an avulsion once stole the channel wears a thoughtful darkness. On that palette, the elder places a final thought for the evening stage. Tracks are not only what you follow, they are what you leave. The serpent's tracks make rivers. Your tracks must make sense. No trail of trash, no gouged crust, no lazy shortcuts through ceremonial places. You understand the assignment without needing a rubric. Sleep, when it noses in, catches you halfway between maps. One of stars, one of curves cut by water, one of whispered sand songs you can only hear when you stop planning replies. The river keeps whispering to itself with the contentment of a story that knows the ending is simply the next beginning. The elder's silhouette stills. The fire sips air. A cool thread of breeze knits your thoughts into a tidy blanket. Each element repeats the law in its own dialect. Move with care, attend to shape, honor the track. Morning will eventually lift its soft fist and knock, asking for more questions and longer walks. Before it does, a last tuck-in arrives. When you step tomorrow, think of the desert crust as a book whose pages you are not allowed to tear. Think of the old channels as marginalia pointing to the main text elsewhere. Think of the Rainbow Serpent as an author whose revisions keep the story alive. Historians are still debating this question of dating revisions to chapters, and that's fine. You are busy learning to read before you ask for the publication schedule. Distance, under starlight, shrinks kindly, and your sense of belonging stretches to meet it. The map in your head holds the waterhole, the dunes singing underfoot, the ironstone ringing, the oxbow's patient curve, the gravel bars glitter, the message sticks quiet notches, the termite cathedrals buzzing. None of it is abstract anymore. All of it is a grammar you practice each time your heel touches earth. You aren't memorizing a list. You're joining a choir that began before memory and plans to continue long after your voice goes quiet for the night. Rest finally settles into your bones like a good ending that refuses to close the book. The elder's last glance across the river lands on your posture. A small confirmation you needed and didn't ask for. The serpent sleeps in its loops. Water holds its breath just enough to listen to insects filing overtime. Frogs, emboldened by cooler air, produce a forecast that makes everyone in camp smile. The debate can wait. The maps can keep evolving. The dunes can rehearse their songs in a lower key. For now, the red earth carries your day's footprints like footnotes, honest, light, and correct. Across the still dark river bend, dawn uncurls like a pale ribbon, and the elder indicates a sand patch smoothed by wind as if it were a fresh page. Names, the voice says, live like water. They pool, branch, braid, evaporate, and return as cloud, then fall again where law requires them to land. Each name ties a thread between country and responsibility, between story and the precise way feet meet ground. Beneath that quiet instruction, a handful of syllables arrives like small gifts placed in your open palm. Ngaliad, Yurlungar, Wanamangura, 3 among many. The elder asks you to weigh them with breath rather than with your tongue's hurry. Sound matters here, weight matters too. A name is never only a label. It is a trailhead, a caution sign, and a welcome mat woven together. Between the water's hush and the breeze's soft advice, the first lesson registers. Plural traditions are not an accident. They are the landscape's own grammar. Mainstream knowledge notes that across diverse Aboriginal nations, the Rainbow Serpent appears under many names, each embedded in local languages, ceremonies, and laws. The differences are not inconsistencies. They are coordinates. A map that pretends otherwise would flatten hills, erase bends, and misplace waterholes. Circling the sand with a fingertip, the elder voices Ngaliad, letting the G lean warm in the mouth and the Liad taper like a glinting tail into shade. In some traditions, Ngaliad's presence concentrates around monsoon places, flood logic, and the law of abundance with boundaries. The sound itself slides like wet clay being persuaded into a vessel. Round, patient, capacious. You repeat it softly, not to collect it, but to make room for it. Downriver, a swallow scripts its own cursive in looping air, and Yurlunger enters the conversation like a lower note on a didgeridoo. Rolled, long, river-weighted. The elder smiles because the name encourages a different posture in your chest. The RL invites a gentle turning of the tongue that feels like pebbles under slow water. This one, the elder says, travels with specific initiation stories and serves law by reminding people that power always comes braided with restraint. Elsewhere on the wind, Wanamangura arrives textured, as if the syllables carried sand grains. The consonants sit slightly apart, like stepping stones you choose carefully in a narrow creek. That spacing teaches patience and footing. The name behaves like training wheels for the body that speaks it. Plural names are not a puzzle to solve. They are a neighborhood to learn, house by careful house. Historians are still debating this question of when particular name lineages diverged, how sound shifts track migrations, and to what extent shared motifs reflect diffusion or deep-time convergence. Eventually, the elder invites a playful experiment. Stand close to the water and say each name while listening for the way the surface replies. Ngaliad seems to pick up a broader, rounder ripple. Yurlunger draws a longer, tightened line across the skin. Wanamangura produces a cluster of quick, crisp rings. The scientific explanation would mention airflow, vowel shape, and microturbulence. The practical lesson is simpler. Language is a local instrument, and breath is a paddle. Further along the bank, paperbark leaves lift and set down like small hands waving permission. The elder explains that names carry embedded directions, who may speak them in ceremony, who may paint them, who may sing them as guardians of a place. Mainstream knowledge acknowledges these protocols as parts of law, not decorative extras. You feel the edges of a large library where some shelves are open, some are guided, some are closed, and the rules keep meaning from spilling into misuse. Beyond the immediate creek, an ochre-streaked cliff holds a gallery where different serpent forms overlap. Sinusoidal bodies, broad heads, sometimes paired with other beings whose relationships run deeper than a tourist sign could capture. In that layered archive, names behave like legends on a map, illuminating clusters of meaning. The elder notes that one region's motif might emphasize storms and freshwater springs, while another's emphasizes underground travel and the ethics of digging. Plural names anchor plural functions. High in the gums, a butcher bird lets loose a liquid phrase that would shame most flutes. The elder nods toward the sound and adds a curious tidbit. Some languages bend vowels and consonants in ways that imitate water's behavior. Glides, taps, trills. To trained ears, certain phonetic habits make perfect mnemonic sense for teaching law about flow and stillness. A quirky corollary floats in. Kids sometimes learn to speak a name by watching the exact curve an adult draws in the dirt, then matching breath to line. Speech class meet hydrology. Across a warm patch of sand, a small circle becomes a pool, then a larger circle becomes a floodplain, and a long curve becomes a channel connecting them. The elder places each of the three names on the drawing at different points, showing how one tradition might assign Galiad to the pooling logic, another might place Yurlunga on the long linking stretch, and a third might connect Wanamangura to the traveling energy between them. Overlaps are expected. Stories braid rather than cancel. Historians are still debating this question of how to map these braids without tearing them into threads. Elsewhere in your mind, a glossary begins to grow a conscience. English wants to use the Rainbow Serpent as a single bucket, but country keeps responding with specific jars, each jar made from local clay, fired in local ceremony, painted with local obligations. Mainstream scholarship tries to signal this by capitalizing country, by naming nations, by citing local words first. The elders' method is older and more elegant. Teach you to breathe the name as if it were a place you are allowed to enter. Near the river's elbow, a cluster of children runs a game that is half tag, half choreography. Each child holds a stick and draws a quick line before the next one adds a curve. And soon the ground displays a weaving that looks shockingly like the aerial view of river country. When a new child joins, the group hands over a name to pronounce while running the line. Learning folds into play. Breath meets geography. The plural becomes ordinary. A historian might write an article. A grandparent simply smiles. Under the shade, the elder unrolls a bark painting for a moment, careful fingers keeping the edges in shadow. The image shows a sinuous body splitting into two, then crossing itself, then rejoining, with tiny marks at each turning point. Those marks are not flair. They are legal punctuation. Places where rituals occur, where food-sharing rules apply, where warnings live. The attached story uses one name where your earlier lesson used another, and the elder shrugs happily. Different country, different name, same seriousness about keeping balance intact. Over stones that still hold sunrise heat, the conversation steps into phonetics. Liquids like L and R roll names along, pretending to be water. Nasals like ing anchor the voice in the back of the mouth, grounding syllables like pegs hammered into riverbank. Stops, K, T, P, work as weirs or thresholds in a tune. You do not become a linguist in an afternoon, but it dawns on you that sounds here are geography in miniature. A quirky note adds delight. Elders sometimes mimic frog timbers while teaching vowel length to kids, because nothing beats an amphibian metronome. Amid the hum of insects, the elder raises the gentle thorn of a problem. When outsiders publish, plural names get squeezed into one celebrity. A museum label might say Rainbow Serpent and leave it there, doing the conceptual equivalent of flattening an entire mountain range into a single hill. Historians are still debating this question of reference, whether the shorthand helps newcomers enter respectfully or trains them to ignore local specificity. The elder's prescription is modest. Start with the local name where you stand, then learn the neighbors' names when you visit, and never act like one label replaces another. Along the next bend, a small spring seeps from sandstone as if the rock were rinsing its teeth. The place has a name you practice twice, then say once more exactly as the elder prefers, and the tiny correction feels like being given a key after you tried to force the lock. With the key, the spring becomes more than a drink. It becomes a node in a network you can now feel tug gently at your wrist from many directions. Names behave like threads. Diligent pronunciation keeps the weave strong. Across an open patch, termite mounds punctuate the field, each casting a small wedge of shade that reminds you of sundials. The elder remarks that some nations utter particular serpent names with an almost whistled quality when standing near certain mounds, a practice that hints at layered relations between beings who share shaping power, soil engineers above ground, water shapers below. Mainstream knowledge frames such juxtapositions as ecological intelligence embedded in story, The detail you keep is that even wind direction has a grammar lesson prepared for anyone willing to listen. In the lee of a low ridge, a campsite takes shape with very little speech because rhythms handle most of the conversation. Fire sits where sparks will lose interest quickly. Sleeping spots face the long run of the river's murmur. The path to the water curls gently, never cutting a hard angle into bank or bank law. The elder sits, then says another name, one less public, and lets it hover in the air for a respectful beat before adding. This one belongs inside ceremony. The line between sharing and guarding is as essential as the line between flood and bank, and both lines shift with season and audience. Not long after, the sky arranges a riddle, high mare's tail clouds suggesting moisture up there, dust silvering just above ground suggesting dryness down here. Frogs, those incomparable meteorologists, argue among themselves about which story will win. The elder laughs and offers a playful instruction. Try saying Galliad when the wind gusts and Yerlunger when it calms. Notice which one feels like a better fit. It is not magic. It is calibration. Names tune the body. Tuned bodies read country with fewer errors. Past the laughter, a sober corridor opens. Contact history changed how names travel, mission schools, government categories, collectors' notebooks all tugged at threads, sometimes with care, sometimes with scissors. Families held on, restitched, taught on the quiet, brought names back into song when the official weather finally allowed rain. Mainstream accounts catalog this disruption and resilience. The elders' version says it with fewer words and more gravity. The names went underground like water, then rose where people kept faith with country. Through the evening hush, a new trio of names steps forward from other regions, and the elder speaks them without offering you to repeat, respecting distance and ownership. The point lands cleanly. Not all knowledge wants to live in your mouth. Historians are still debating this question of archiving. How to record without freezing, how to preserve without prying, how to translate without draining the charge that lives between name, place, and person authorized to carry it. Under moonrise, the river outlines itself with borrowed light, and your ear starts hearing the faintest differences between the plosive edges in one name and the liquid glide in another. Tiny differences change how a story breathes. If a name glides, a scene elongates. If it taps, a scene punctuates. If it hums in the back of the mouth, the scene sinks inward like a spring swallowing its own sound. A quirky image joins. Syllables as pebbles of different sizes, some making long ripples, others making brief, bright rings. Around the fire, the elder tells how message sticks once moved across countries, carrying carved cues not only for dates and ceremonies but also for which name to employ in which context. A traveler would arrive speaking with the name appropriate to the host's country, an etiquette both elegant and necessary. Mainstream knowledge often highlights reciprocity in trade and marriage ties. Tonight you learn reciprocity in naming, an economy of respect, where you spend syllables wisely because they belong to someone besides yourself. Near the fire's shoulder, smoke lifts in slender columns that curl, bend, and unspool. Calligraphy that would please any scribe. The elder likens smoke to the path names take as they leave one mouth and enter another. Never a straight line, always shaped by wind, always seeking a gentle way to rise without singeing a neighbor. You hold the image because it rehumans every conversation you've ever had about labels. Words travel, but they need corridors, not battering rams. Beyond the ring of light, a night breeze shoulders through paperbark leaves, imitating applause, and the elder points you toward a debate that scholars keep revisiting like a well in a dry season. Some argue linguistic divergence can be roughly dated through sound changes. Others caution that ceremonial exchange can reseed names across regions, making neat family trees impossible. Historians are still debating this question, and the unresolved quality isn't a flaw. It's the appropriate humility when living systems refuse to be pinned like butterflies. Back at the water's edge, the moon path fattens as clouds thin, and reflections multiply like cousins visiting at once. The surface reads your face, writes it back with small edits, and you realize names are doing similar work, reflecting country with dialect edits, writing law back into the listener with vowels for ink. Mainstream knowledge keeps repeating the baseline. Plural names, plural countries, plural laws, one woven continent of responsibility. The elder silence after that sentence is its period. Just upslope, ironstone nodules lurk in the sand like hidden punctuation, and a playful test unfolds. Say a name near the stones and listen for the metallic kiss that rides the edge of the consonants. Say it again in open sand and hear the softness return. The environment co-authors pronunciation, not just the mouth. A quirky takeaway prints itself in your brain. Microphones are everywhere. You are always recording. The archive is not in a building but in the acoustics of place. Under a brighter patch of stars, the elder lets a long breath go and returns to the simplest directive of the evening. Speak names with the posture they request. Some ask for a lowered head. Some ask for eyes up to the ridge. Some ask for knees bent as if waiting. Some ask for palms open to cool air. Protocol is not an appendix. It is the hinge. The difference between reciting and belonging is measured in joints and breath, not just syllables. Near midnight, the frog choir modulates again, and your own lungs take the cue, trading city rhythm for river patience. In that breathing room, the elder places a mainstream anchor in your hands. Across the continent, the Rainbow Serpent is a central creation presence linked to water, rain, and law, appearing in rock art, bark painting, body designs, song, dance, and story cycles that order life. The sentence does what it must. Then the voice adds. The center holds because it is woven from many edges, not because it erases them. Along the bank where reeds draw fine vertical lines into the night, an unassuming lesson repeats itself for the last time. A single English bucket can carry Rainbow Serpent quite a long distance for introductory talk, but if you drink only from that bucket, you will miss the distinct tastes country to country, mineral here, tannin there, a hint of stone fruit after rain somewhere else. Names are waters. Waters keep their chemistry. Chemistry trains your tongue to stop pretending everything is the same. Under that final metaphor, a modest practical exercise closes the circle. Tomorrow, when the sun warms the bank and your shadow shortens, you will greet the water by its local name with the breath you practiced tonight. After greeting, you will listen, longer than habit, for any reply the place offers. A subtle ripple, a bird note, a breeze turning a reed into a metronome. If nothing obvious speaks back, you will count that as an answer too, because law here sometimes answers with stillness. Past the fire's last bright crack, emberlight dims to a thoughtful red, and the elder offers the night's 3 stone pockets set before sleep weighs everything down. Knowledge. Many nations carry the serpent under different names. Ngaliad, Yurlungur, Wanamangura, and many more, each tied to regional landscapes, ceremonies, and obligations. Quirk, vowel shape and consonant choice can mimic water behaviors. Glide, tap, roll. So language itself becomes a navigation aid for memory and law. Frog timbers even help teach vowel length. Debate. Scholars continue to argue about how and when those names diverged or receded through exchange and ceremony, and about how to archive plurality without shrinking it. Over the cooling ground, cricket pulses replace frog bravura, and the air finds that exact temperature where skin remembers nothing but comfort. The river holds the moon without dropping it. The paperbarks guard the shore with leaf rustle signatures. The dunes beyond whisper their own names in a grammar you will be a long time learning. Sleep walks toward you carrying the small basket of syllables you practiced, and it places them under your pillow like tools for tomorrow's walk. Finally, the elder's silhouette turns from cutout to shadow to suggestion, and your mind does the tender work of lining up breath with water, water with law, law with name. The day's footsteps close themselves like a careful book, and the margin note you scribble inside your chest is short. Start local, move slow, pronounce carefully, ask permission, keep listening. The many names do not compete. They compose. The river nods, the night agrees, and your bones accept the lesson without needing one more example. Across the first light of morning, sandstone opens like a book whose pages were glued with sun, and the elder guides a quiet approach to a shelter where ochre lives in patient layers. Brush strokes feather out from the entrance, weathered but still eloquent, and the wall feels less like scenery than like a chorus of voices waiting their turn. Breath slows without being told, because everything about this place makes noise feel like a loose shoe you hurry to tie. Between shadow and glare, figures come into view. Long-bodied serpents coursing around fish, turtles, and people whose stances carry ceremony in their angles. Some panels show sinuous arcs wrapping a waterhole symbol. Others display the serpent's head with flaring whisker lines that suggest rain, current, or power moving through air. Mainstream knowledge recognizes many such galleries across Arnhem Land and beyond, where the Rainbow Serpent appears beside everyday beings to teach scales of importance without ranking them as separate worlds. Story, after all, refuses to sit in a single chair. Beneath the soft film of beeswax long ago applied by careful hands, pigments retain their stubborn brightness. Red comes from hematite-rich ochre, yellow from goethite, white from kaolin clays, and black sometimes from charcoal or manganese. Binders range from animal fat to plant resins. A quirky flourish peeks out from the toolkit. Certain orchids give a gluey sap that sets like a promise on bark and skin, letting patterns outlast sweat, rain, and long dances. Scientific language could list viscosities. Lived language calls it staying power. Around the shelter's lip, hand stencils make a border. Palms splayed, fingers stark, wrist bones telling age like rings in a tree. Mouth-blown pigment outlines each hand, a biography in negative, an attendance roll that never needed a classroom. Children once held their breath and puffed. Elders once pursed their lips and smiled afterward, maybe dizzy, maybe proud. Travelers added a hand with permission, then learned which stories to carry onward and which to leave folded on this wall. Under the roof's curve, a classic Arnhem land habit appears. Internal organs painted inside fish and turtles, the famed X-ray style that turns a meal into transparent scholarship. Ribs, spines, swim bladders, organs. A filigree of knowledge publicly offered and yet never casual. The method doubles as a dietary lecture and a hunting guide, embedding multi-course lessons in a single elegant line. Art historians treat it as a recognized convention. Families treat it as a mnemonic that tastes like fresh water with lemongrass smoke in the air. Over on the right, cross-hatched fields shimmer where Rark, the fine, disciplined hatching, fills bodies with vibrating life. Each angle family, each spacing, each sequence of infill belongs to a lineage of teachers. The elder points lightly with a stick and names the kind of discipline that hatching requires, which sounds exactly like the discipline required to keep a waterhole healthy. Repeat, align, do not rush, accept correction. Patterns are obedience made beautiful. Beyond the rocks, a roll of stringy bark rests against a tree, part of the day's second classroom. Bark painting, the elder explains, begins long before pigment meets surface. In the cool of dry season mornings, people peel the right bark from the right tree, then heat it, flatten it under weights, coax out warps, and let the surface rest until it becomes a generous page. The whole process is a negotiation with material, a long conversation where impatience is the only impolite word. Along the bark's smooth face, the first lines appear in white, establishing fields and tracks. Then red, then yellow, then black, each advancing and retreating until the serpent's curve sits across the plain like a horizon you can carry. Protocols ride alongside technique. Who paints which being, which story can live on bark for sharing, which must stay within ceremony, who speaks when the painting speaks. Mainstream knowledge flags these as central legal structures, not postscript. The painting is a contract as much as a picture. Within a nearby clearing, bodies become living canvases. Clay dishes hold pigment. Fingers and sticks serve as brushes. Hairstring belts and armbands wait like sentences needing nouns. Lines rise along collarbones. Arcs resolve around shoulders. Dots burn like small constellations across chests and thighs. Every mark says who you are to other people, where you fit, which songs you may carry, what responsibilities you shoulder. Fashion does not enter the chat. Identity has the mic, and law stands at the soundboard. After a gentle cough that gathers the group's attention, the elder leads a body paint rehearsal, so you learn to see choreography in outlines. Curved bands emphasize the breath mechanics of the song ahead. Dotted paths map the footwork. Solid swathes signal rest points where a singer will hold a note. A quirky insider tip surfaces. To keep mosquitoes distracted during a long night, smoke from certain leaves gets wafted around ankles and wrists where the paint stops. A detour that encourages insects to file their complaints elsewhere. Before the first dance beat forms, the elder returns the focus to the rock shelter, its status as a layered archive. Superimposed figures tell time better than a caption might. Newer paint sits clear atop a softened older line. Wasp nests built over a figure and later fallen away leave their own timestamp. Mineral skins that blush from seepage shift the palette slowly. Historians and archaeologists triangulate these clues with dating methods, then sum up a modest truth. Walls are patient. People keep promises across centuries by repainting where story wants breath. Meanwhile, the debate you have been promised in every chapter steps forward with a scholar's walk and a dancer's smile. Some researchers read certain serpent motifs as coded with gendered aspects. One curve implying generative waters, another bearing the sign of forbidding power. Others argue that the same shapes cross those categories depending on context and audience. Historians are still debating this question, and the elder refuses the referee job, preferring to emphasize that meaning carries a passport stamped by place, time, ceremony, and who is present to hear. Eventually attention turns to technique, as hands grind ochre on a stone palette with methodical circles that sound like contentment. Grain size, water amount, binder ratio, small decisions with large consequences. A thicker mix covers fast but cracks if you rush drying. A thinner wash glows like evening cloud but demands patience and many passes. The elder recalls an ancestor's method for testing readiness. Touch the paint edge lightly with the back of a finger. If it feels cool and firm rather than tacky, the next layer may proceed. Science would call it surface moisture loss. Tradition calls it listening with skin. Later, the group moves to a shaded spot where bark panels lean against a log. Designs range from compact to horizon-wide, each telling a journey in spatial grammar. The serpent loops across one panel, dives under at a band of tight crosshatching, then emerges near a waterhole symbol ringed in white dots like foam. On another panel, parallel lines mark underground travel. Diagonal hatching sets off sacred zones where words will whisper rather than announce. A painting becomes a meeting between eye and foot. What you look at and where you should step start to speak the same dialect. Nearby, a tray of tools offers an inventory of modest brilliance. Reed brushes split to fine points for Rark. Chewed twig ends bloom into fans for stippling. Feather quills produce lines as slender as memory's thread. Beeswax sits in a small lump warm from the sun, ready to mix or to mend. The day's quirky marvel has a sweet flavor. Native stingless bees, sugar bag, provide wax and honey, and their products turn up in art and ceremony with a generosity that deserves its own song. Elsewhere in the shelter's interior, old smoke has varnished the roof with a thin sheen that refracts daylight into amber. The illumination flatters pigment while guarding it from the harshest glare. This accidental conservation strategy pairs with deliberate acts. Some galleries were roof blackened on purpose to resolve light into even warmth, and visitors learned where to stand so their shadow wouldn't encourage salt bloom on damp patches. Mainstream knowledge appreciates these practicalities as evidence of careful custodianship, and custodianship is one of the older words for love. Amid a pause for water, a story arrives about traveling bark paintings, rolled carefully, carried across country, unrolled in other camps where trusted friends could learn the outlines and protocols of a track. In these meetings, message sticks confirmed invitations, songs braided, and body paint grammars compared like dialects finding cognates. A debate follows with low volume and clear stakes. Museums far away hold bark paintings and boards that families want returned. Curators argue access and preservation. Communities argue sovereignty of story. Historians are still debating this question, while repatriations and community-controlled archives grow like green shoots after rain. Inside the dance ground's invisible boundary, clapsticks begin to count time. Wood meets wood in a tone that is both percussive and conversational, and the air gains architecture. The Rainbow Serpent's bark form leans nearby, drying into authority, while the rock wall watches like an older relative with endless patience. The first body step and painted lines flex over shoulders and ribs in ways that turn anatomy into moving topography, shoulder blade ridges becoming ranges, breath swells becoming flood pulses. Outside the circle, someone checks a small bundle of hairstring, proof that even the tiniest threads carry duty. Woven belts might hold sacred objects tucked into the small of the back. Armbands might signal clan associations. Headbands might mark who carries which verse in a long song. Quirk blends with engineering when a hairstring belt, flexible yet strong, suspends a soft bag, dilly, containing a few pieces of ochre for touch-ups, as if the day planned for both weather and sweat and declined to be surprised by either. Softly, the elder's voice overlays the rhythm with the day's mainstream anchor. Across northern Australia in particular, rock shelters and bark paintings record serpentine figures associated with freshwater, storms, and law. Body painting carries those relationships into ceremony, where living bodies rehearse obligations that no wall can finish explaining. The sentence carries weight because it feels both descriptive and prescriptive. It names and it reminds in one breath. Quietly, another layer of debate surfaces, this time about conservation versus renewal. Some argue a painting should be stabilized exactly as it is. Others argue that repainting under community guidance is the life of the work. Historians are still debating this question, yet the wall's opinion seems easy to read. It has worn many coats and survived because people refused to call a story finished when it still had work to do in living bodies. Static preservation comforts photographers. living renewal comforts law. Slowly attention returns to the technical intimacy of body painting, where the small tremor of a novice's hand becomes part of the composition and is later taught out of existence by repetition and encouragement. The elder shows how dots can be placed to imply shimmer, like sunlight through water, while straight lines can imply boundaries that behave like polite fences rather than razor wire. Everything in the grammar suggests relationship rather than arrest. Gently, a comparison rises between surfaces. Rock absorbs and reflects heat in a cycle that tests pigment. Bark breathes and flexes, grateful when stored flat and raised off damp ground. Skin sweats, moves, and heals, requiring paint that attends to biology rather than ignoring it. 3 canvases, 1 law. Know your material, treat it as collaborator, never as victim of your idea. The Rainbow Serpent stretches across all 3, reminding that art and water like to travel together. Finally, dusk returns with its pocket full of violet and gold, and the shelter gains a stage-like quality. Figures that seem static in full sun begin to travel in oblique light, a trick of angle that feels like a gift. The elder closes the day by rereading one panel in a whisper that lets the wall have the loudest voice. Scenes unfold. The serpent lifting a ridge, a group learning the rule of not fouling water, a ritual spot marked by careful crosshatching where only particular songs may pass. Knowledge shows up hospitable and firm. Perhaps the last quirky aside will be your favorite. Some painters keep a whispering mantra while hatching, counting tiny beats under the breath so each line lands true. It functions like a metronome in the mouth, and unmatched lines become a teacher rather than a flaw. Perfection is not the point. Steadiness is. That steadiness flows back into walking, speaking, sharing, and caring for places whose patience you admire only because you finally slowed enough to notice. Tonight the gallery's breath cools as rapidly as the air, and the pigments darken a tone or two like voices dropping for a lullaby. The elder places 3 stones into your pocket of memory to keep the chapter company. Knowledge, rock shelters, bark panels, and body paint are not separate arts but linked archives, enacting Rainbow Serpent law about water and conduct, repeating across generations through materials and protocols. Arnhem Land's X-ray style and Rark exemplify this integrated grammar. Quirk, orchid sap, and sugarbag wax serve as superb binders and menders. Mouth-blown stencils record hands as negative biographies. Hairstring belts double as discrete tool belts for touch-up ochre. Debate. Scholars continue to argue about gendered readings of serpent motifs, the ethics of renewal versus fixation in conservation, and the boundaries of museum stewardship versus community custodianship. Historians are still debating this question, and the debating itself is part of the living care for story. Moonlight eventually threads its thin needle through gum leaves, sewing silver seams across the bark panels now resting under a sheltering awning. Fire hushes into coals. Clapsticks lean against a log with the tidy air of tools awaiting tomorrow's tasks. Sleep edges closer, respectful of paint that dries and law that never does, and you settle in with a new fluency. Eyes that read hatching as breathing, hands that understand binder as promise, feet that trust rock walls to keep speaking if listeners keep arriving with quiet shoulders. Night folds over the camp like a soft cloak, and the elder lifts a hand toward the sky where a pale river of light, Milky Way to some, a watercourse of ancestors to others, runs bankful across the darkness. Sand cools underfoot, holding daytime heat as a memory rather than a rule, and the fire's last orange thoughts settle into muttering coals. A path waits just beyond the circle of light, invisible at first, then gradually appearing as motion rather than as line. A rhythm your feet remember before your eyes do. Starlight sets the register for the evening, not as decoration, but as a language that doesn't require whispers to be polite. Constellations gather in familiar clusters, yet the elder teaches you to look between them, where dark nebulae shape creatures in negative space. The emu in the sky spreading a shadowy neck along the great luminous swath, its posture a calendar that quietly announces seasons. Orientation becomes a social contract. The sky is not a roof but a treaty written in light and dark. Ahead, a thin band of cleared ground curves through the spinifex, but the elder heads into a denser patch, stepping where a careful observer would not have guessed a path could be. The choice feels like contradiction until you listen with ankles and realize the ground speaks with slope and texture. The body recognizes a track your eyes would not have drawn. Songlines behave like this, audible routes embedded in story, encoded in rhythm, anchored to landmarks that notice you back. Navigation here refuses to be a purely visual art. Under the first measure of tonight's teaching, a low melody hums into being, half-spoken, half-sung, set at a pace that matches breath and step. Each phrase tucks a cue into the melody. A bend in tone where a creek bends, a short rest where a saddle dips, a faster run of notes where a ridge rises. Lull rides along with direction, inseparable partners. Mainstream knowledge affirms this pairing. Songs carry maps and obligations at once, so that traveling correctly includes behaving correctly, who to greet, where to camp, what to leave untouched. Across open ground, the breeze arranges the bottlebrush leaves into a gentle rattling that behaves like percussion for the night's score. Clapsticks stay behind at camp, yet the world supplies a metronome. Heartbeats, footfalls, the light swish of fabric, the occasional click of a stone admitting its existence. Rhythm shapes memory, memory shapes conduct. A path is less a line on a surface than a tempo the body trusts. Beside a low rise, the elder pauses and tips the face upward toward a bright point edging the eastern horizon. Venus, the morning star, stands there like a silver coin coming back into circulation. A quirky piece of fieldcraft arrives with that small glint. In some places, travelers use the first reappearance of Venus at dawn, its heliacal rise, as a timing cue for departures during specific seasons, the planet's predictability dovetailing with animal behavior and water availability. The note settles into your toolkit like a compass that doesn't mind being poetic. Beyond that doctrinal sparkle, shadows pool around a scatter of termite mounds, each one a small cathedral with slits and vents, training wind to sing through architecture. The elder lifts a songline phrase about soil engineers and the serpent's under-earth travel, connecting structure with flow. You learn to hear the difference between a breeze that has been shaped by mounds and a breeze that hasn't. One carries a steady hush, the other weaves in and out as if indecisive. Such distinctions become directions, folding acoustics into the map. Further along, a low ridge repeats a lesson given earlier in daylight. Convex land disperses, concave land collects. The song names the ridge with a line that climbs and lengthens, then drops into a phrase that relaxes and shortens, and your muscles copy the music without permission. Remembering a way becomes the same as walking it. The body caches the tune like a handheld device caches a route for offline use. Mainstream knowledge calls this embodied cognition. Family calls it doing things properly so country doesn't have to correct you. Near a shallow gully, the elder gestures to halt, and silence slides into the path like a guest with impeccable timing. The pause is not empty of curriculum. Stars above appear brighter as pupils bloom. A nightjar throws a veil of sound across the scrub. Distant water whispers itself into audibility and then back into suggestion. Songlines require intervals, and intervals teach the discipline of not filling every space with voice. Law hears you as much as you hear it. Beyond the gully, a low bank shoulders up to meet the sky, and the track threads through a tight group of paperbark trunks that smell faintly of honey and camp smoke from long-ago nights. The elder threads a verse about kin obligations into the navigation, half a line for water etiquette, half a line for food sharing, turning logistics into a civics lesson. Map and manners come as a matched set. Getting there without behaving would count as getting lost, even if the coordinates matched. Past a cluster of spinifex, the ground breaks open into a shallow clay pan, currently dry and patterned with polygonal cracks. Stars reflect in shallow puddles left by a wandering shower earlier in the week, and the cracked surfaces become a quilt of mirrors. The songline dips here into a lower register and invites quiet feet across the clay, not to mar the delicate skin more than necessary. Rules for crossing appear in rhyme, easy to remember even when fatigue tries to steal precision. A map that sings can compete with tiredness better than a map that only points. Overhead, the Milky Way tilts from shoulder to hip, and the emu in the sky shifts posture from rising to feeding, depending on the time of year. Such morphing silhouettes whisper to people trained to listen about when to harvest certain eggs or when to leave nests alone. Ethnoastronomy recognizes this as a long-standing, sophisticated seasonal clock. Historians are still debating this question of how tightly each celestial image correlates with specific terrestrial sites along every songline. Yet the utility of the night sky grammar does not wait for consensus to remain useful. Around the curve of the clay pan, a small dune interrupts the level floor like an exclamation mark of sand. The elder's melody flickers, adding a staccato set of notes that instruct your stride to shorten and lighten, protecting the delicate crust on the dune's windward side. Language threads its way into muscle memory. Sing staccato, step gently. Sing legato, relax into a longer stride. Every musical decision corresponds to a physical one, and the duet prevents damage as effectively as signage would. Maybe more so, because signs can be ignored while songs ask to be sung. Into the shelter of a low swale, the path softens, and the elder's voice relaxes into narrative. A story anchored to this very stretch. Long ago in this telling, the Rainbow Serpent rested just beyond a now-vanished pool, coil pressing the ground into a new habit. In the song, that rest becomes a musical rest. Dancers once paused here, letting breath return, and the pause turned into a rule. When crossing with elders, this is the breath place. When crossing with children, this is the listen place. Mainstream knowledge points to pause points along routes that serve as both logistics and ceremony, here, function, and lore rhyme. Along an edge where paperbark gives way to open scrub, a rustle announces a small group moving in coordination. People from a neighboring camp, voices a low ripple of relief and recognition. Greetings unfold not as chatter but as short exchanges that confirm kin lines, rights to be here, and whether anyone has seen a recent snake track. Etiquette fits into tight spaces between stars and shrubs, and songlines carry these scripts too. Who speaks first? How to offer water? Which stories are safe to share in passing? Within a shallow saddle, the elder points out a trio of rocks arranged as if by accident. One flat, one upright, one curved. In the song, they appear as a chord tonic, third, fifth, marking a tuning spot where travelers check their own voices against the route's key. Wind itself often sings here, making the upright rock hum. The harmonic trick becomes an auditory anchor that confirms you are where the melody says you should be. Quirky in form, rigorous in function. Across a tangle of roots, light flows down the line of the river like a silver ribbon unspooling from a calm hand. The water's voice offers direction long before sight would, and the song answers with a phrase that uses repeated consonants to mimic ripples against rock. A consonant-coded waypoint. Linguists might write a paper. Night walkers just smile and keep going to the beat they can both hear and feel. Mainstream knowledge connects these sonic mnemonics to broader patterns of oral tradition as wearable technology for memory. Near a grove where trunks twist as if trying on each other's shapes, the elder introduces a verse about boundaries. A certain island of scrub belongs to a story that is not yours to hear. The path skirts it with a courteous arc. Law here is less offense than a curve that avoids harm. The song draws the same arc, so even those who do not know the reason will walk the shape and preserve what needs preserving. Historians are still debating this question of whether field recordings can capture the full contour of such relational avoidance, because microphones hear sound, not obligations. Past the boundary curve. A glow on the horizon suggests distant grassland catching moonlight like a wide, smiling bowl. Navigation continues on the ground, tree forms, termite silhouettes, the subtle rightward lean of spinifex telling wind history. But the sky keeps tugging the ear. Venus dips lower toward eventual dawn. The Pleiades sparkle mid-sky like a cluster promising stories of their own. A planet farther west polishes the phrase, slow traveler. Celestial detail rides in your pockets with the seeds stuck to your socks. Against the slope of a low ridge, the elder stops where the wind writes a soft shiver over the grass heads. A teaching moment edges in with humility. Different nations sing the same sky differently. A cluster here means one thing to neighbors there, and both are correct because both map responsibility accurately to place. Mainstream knowledge nods toward regional variation with earnest head tilts. Lived practice simply iterates the truth in song and gait. Historians are still debating this question of whether comparative charts flatten richness. The walk tonight votes for not flattening. A little farther on, the track intersects an older set of prints, fresh enough to keep your attention. Emu, then wallaby, then a set of smaller paws that zigzag with mischief. Reading tracks at night requires faith in angles more than in shadows. The elder hums a line that cues a wider spacing of steps to align with the emu's rhythm, then a slightly compressed pattern when the ground narrows. Whether anyone has ever written these microvariations down misses the point. The point is that the song handles scale like a master weaver. Down in a shallow creek bed that only remembers water after big rains, the air grows cooler. Stones, rounded and patient, bear murmurs of old currents, and the elder hums a phrase that uses a low drone to remind walkers to check for reflective eyes in torch beams before stepping. Snakes like these corridors too. Safety joins navigation without needing a separate chapter. Quirk layers in with method. Some families crackle a small twist of dry grass at creek entries. Tiny breadcrumb of sound that discourages surprises on both sides. Across the creek bed, the track splits into two options. One hugging a bank with roots like knotted rope, the other wandering out across a flatter scape. Selection depends on season and company. Elders choose the root-hugging path to avoid soft soil. Younger walkers take the open, watching for small burrows. The song encodes both, offering an alternate verse that only locals would know to switch to after a certain cue. Mainstream knowledge labels such branching as decision trees. Tonight, it is simply harmony with contingencies. Beyond a patch of mallee, the ground climbs in gentle steps made of old erosion moments stacked together. Breath adjusts, and the melody adds small lifts to help the body keep time with its own effort. A star to the south brightens as thin cloud clears, and the elder flicks a fingertip at it without breaking pace, anchoring a note whose pitch mirrors the star's apparent height above the horizon. The sky's geometry morphs into ear geometry. Triangulation arrives as a tune rather than as a diagram. In the lee of a granite outcrop, wind softens abruptly, as if a door closed behind you. The pause encourages a quick drink and the kind of conversation that proceeds in half sentences because rhythm wants to resume. Law grains the talk. Who is after you on this track? Who might need water left at the next rest stone? Which message about a ceremony date should continue forward? Songlines move information not only about space but about time, news traveling at walking speed, which turns out to be an excellent speed for accuracy and consent. Up on the outcrop's shoulder, a view opens that would tempt a poet to start over. Moonlight combs the spine effects into silver waves. Distant paperbark gleams like a slow school of fish. The claypan's cracked skin resembles a silent orchestra pit. The elder's voice grows quiet, and then a soft phrase slips in about respect. Do not sing certain lines on high ground where they can be overheard by the wrong ears. Protocol curates volume. Historians are still debating this question of how to annotate publication with such nuance. The rock does not care for publication, only for practice. Toward the direction where dawn will eventually coin its first light, Venus climbs another fingertip above the horizon, and a gentle shift occurs in tempo. Some travelers leave at first Venus to avoid heat. Some prefer second Venus, when the world has decided to commit to day. Others anchor departure to the emu's angle or to breeze direction as announced by the ripples on a particular waterhole. Field choices braid with sky cues. Quirk turns practical once more. In some camps, kids treat Venus like a kitchen timer for night chores. Return by the time the bright one clears the fork of those two stringy barks. Back on lower ground, the route crosses a patch where the soil carries a different signature. Darker, more forgiving, the smell hinting at organic richness. The song changes vowel length, elongating as if to match the way steps linger. Thick air teaches a slower phrase. The map's contour line becomes sustained note. Synchrony between body and language narrows the chance of missing a hazard, because mismatch always feels like a wrong chord. Inside a crescent-shaped clearing that feels like a listening bowl, the elder cues a teaching verse about law as memory engineering. Stories anchor obligations to places, not to schedules. You do not perform generosity on Tuesdays at 3 p.m. You perform it when the ground, the water, and the kinship web ask for it here. Songlines keep justice ambulatory and locative. They prevent law from floating off into abstraction by fastening it to exact logs, bends, mounds, and stars. Mainstream knowledge recognizes such place-based law as a hallmark of long-lived societies. Across the clearing's far lip, a chorus of frogs ventures an opinion about dampness returning soon, and you cannot help but grin, remembering their meteorologist reputation. The elder slides in a line that credits the frogs for calling a break ahead. Rest under the melaleuca and wait for the breeze to settle before crossing the open. Timing enters the map again, and a star sliding along the horizon will serve as an hourglass that never needs flipping. Closer to the water's slow murmur, the path narrows between reeds, and the song uses nasal consonants to thicken the sound. A phonetic trick that seems to push your voice into your skull, keeping it low and private. Prudent stealth, woven directly into syllables, teaches etiquette around nesting birds and drinking animals. Historians are still debating this question of whether such microsemantics are systematic across regions or charming coincidences. Either way, the reeds accept the favor. Past the reeds, a sandy spit invites mischief, but the elder's phrase carries a caution. There's a sacred spot invisible in moonlight, so feet keep to the left. Invisible does not mean imaginary. A small side story punctuates the warning. Once, a visitor cut straight across and later felt ill until an apology was made and a small act of care promised to the place. Law does not need a courtroom when a song carries precedent. Over a stretch where wind presses a constant hand against the back, the melody tilts to compensate, adding tiny syncopations that make you lean less, saving ankles and temper. Ergonomics by Lyric. The result lands with a small piece that you didn't expect. Exhaustion doesn't accumulate when the map likes the way you move. Into the company of taller trees, night feels older, thicker. Bark sighs at intervals, and branches murmur like slow crowds. The elder narrows the path of sound again, teaching you how to carry a line so only those beside you can hear it. Songlines are not broadcasts. They are conversations that know their audience. Mainstream knowledge frames this as esoteric practice. Community frames it as consent in action. Across an old fire scar, the kind that healed in a mosaic, new growth bends gently in a breeze that should have been bored by now but clearly isn't. The tune lifts slightly as if grateful for the work of renewal. Management sits in the melody too. When and how to burn, where to leave corridors for animals, when to let the mosaic patchwork mend by itself. Law chooses verbs carefully. Encourage, not scorch. Invite, not order. Historians are still debating this question of comparing pre-contact fire regimes across regions with satellite-era observations. The stars here do not need satellites to keep them honest. Against the approach of dawn, the first faint silver threads the eastern trees. Venus brightens to a showy brilliance, and the elder puts a palm lightly on your arm, not to correct, but to mark an arrival. A rest stone appears, exactly where the melody promised, and in its shallow top a veneer of dew reflects one or two stubborn stars. Water breaks for the throat, then a soft handful for wrists, face, and hair. Courtesy extends upward and inward, not just outward. The place is a guest at this meeting too. Within that rest, the elder lays down the 3 stone pocket set that each chapter seems to gift. Knowledge. Songlines encode navigation and law together, guiding feet and behavior through a landscape read by starlight, wind, water, and the old tracks laid by beings whose stories instruct as strongly as any statute book could. Quirk. The heliacal rise of Venus serves as a reliable timing cue for departures and tasks in some regions, dovetailing with animal cycles and comfortable travel windows. An astronomical kitchen timer that never runs out of batteries. Debate. Scholars continue to argue about the precision with which songs map onto specific kilometer-by-kilometer topography. Whether verses mark every bend or articulate rules for reading bends, historians are still debating this question, and the humility of the night recommends letting the disagreement breathe rather than deciding it by decree. Beyond the rest stone, the last leg into morning requires a different patience. Color returns to the ground in shy increments. Birdsong complicates the percussion section you built out of wind and footfall. First 1 call, then 5, then 100 as the sky leaves monochrome for chorus. The melody that got you here resolves into something almost like silence, not because song stops, but because place sings loudly enough on its own now. Along the final slope toward a small rise that overlooks your camp from another angle, the elder releases the route's last verse and lets it travel ahead of both of you like a scout with better stamina. Your feet follow, understanding more than they did a few hours ago about how to carry instruction without crushing it. The sky lets go of its most faithful star. Venus pales, day shifts to the foreground, and the lines you walked at night reappear as ordinary tracks, impressive but less luminous than the ones you felt under darkness. Around the small rise, the camp shows itself modestly. Fire a patient bruise of color, sleeping shapes turning into friends again, bark panels stacked under an awning, clapsticks resting. The path flows right into it as if it had always planned to, which it had. Maps that begin and end in community do not feel like routes. They feel like conversations with a place that knows your name and expects you to behave as if names matter. After settling onto a log with the kind of tired that feels like contentment rather than surrender, the last thought slides home with the gentle authority of a final chord. Songlines are not just for the next person to memorize. They are for the next person to live. The Star River will keep running whether you walk or not. The frogs will keep forecasting. The wind will keep composing through termite spires. What changes is how kindly the ground meets your steps, and how well your steps carry care across the places that carry you. Dawn hesitates above the paperbark line, and the waterhole wears a thin shawl of mist that looks like breath deciding whether to stay. The elder's gesture is a small tide pulling you closer, and the surface answers with rings where insects kiss and leave, like punctuation practicing its marks. Country feels wide but not empty. Every ripple volunteers a syllabus item, and class begins with a sip, not a lecture. By mid-morning, the smell of wet stone and leaf resin grows louder than the birds, which is a clue in a place where scent keeps better time than clocks. Ridges beyond the bank hold a memory of storms stitched into their flanks, and the elder recites part of the local seasonal calendar in a tone that treats months as impolite foreigners. Dry, build up, wet, break. The human body understands those better than June and September. Mainstream knowledge notes that Northern Australia's monsoon cycle arranges life into sequences of heat, humidity, rain, and relief. Communities long ago tuned food, travel, and ceremony to those waves rather than making the sky apply for permission. Across the near shore, a lacework of tracks hyphenates the mud. Heron, wallaby, and small reptile prints overlap like cousins at a picnic, and each line carries rules about how much to take and from whom to ask. Waterholes appear in story as the Rainbow Serpent's resting places. Serious sites where care is not an option. Pollute the pool, and the world answers with a frown you do not want to meet. Share correctly, and the world smiles with green edges and fish that seem to volunteer for your supper, but only when that's lawful. In the hush before the first gust of the build-up, a quick seminar in practical meteorology takes shape at your toes. Ants begin an architectural panic, raising the lips of their tunnels with crumbs of damp soil, as if inflating tiny levees against incoming weather. The elder grins at your knees-bent fascination and offers the night's quirky headline. People listen to ants, not because ants passed an exam, but because their brood-moving frenzy calls rain with better accuracy than a temperamental phone app. Winged alates will draft, launch, and scatter like confetti when pressure drops just so. Assign to stash gear higher, check the canoe lashings, and cook double portions while the fire is still in the mood. Monsoon talk carries the weight of navigation, not nostalgia. The buildup squeezes sweat from your skin like a stern ant wringing laundry. Thunder rehearses behind ranges for days. The air drinks itself and then asks for more. When the wet finally arrives, it does not request a seat. It rearranges furniture. Rivers wake abruptly. Claypans turn to mirrors. Culverts roar. And old tracks vanish under sheets of moving silver. Mainstream histories of settlement patterns in the north rightly emphasize how monsoon timing shapes where people camp, where they store, which paths remain viable, and why certain law stories live beside certain floodplains rather than on dry hills. Locals treat the first real storm as both guest and supervisor. Children leap into the warm deluge and return wearing streaks of delight. Elders monitor where the water chooses to go this year. Subtle shifts matter. A fallen branch here, a collapsed bank there, and the flow edits itself. The Rainbow Serpent's way of revising a chapter is not metaphor alone. The channel moves in fast handwriting, and people answer by rereading. Fish traps woven from branches get repositioned where the current hurries. A string of bark floats marks the safe crossing. A small pile of stones disappears under rising water and the message is clear. Camp higher, and do it now. Sometimes a storm misbehaves with confidence, ramming a torrent through a narrow gut where the songline taught everyone to breathe and lengthen their steps. The elder's voice lowers without drama. That passage has a ceremony of its own, and weather counts as part of the choir. Crossing it becomes a lesson in humility stitched to a rope, taught by guardians who've rehearsed this 100 seasons. The rule survives because it works. The rule works because it is sung into muscles, not just spoken into air. Meanwhile, the waterhole itself becomes a parliament. Frogs escalate from rumor to platform to policy. The basso section pulsing a steady now, 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 while the sopranos sprinkle confetti on the beat. Turtles nose up like careful punctuation at the edge. Dragonflies reverse engineer rainbows into flight plans. Freshwater mussels filter the arguments into clarity one grain at a time. The Rainbow Serpent's rest here is not a nap. It is governance. A balance-keeping presence that turns appetite into obligation. If someone snags too many fish, kin remind kin with a patience sharpened by generations. Mercy is not softness so much as a method. Correct gently before the river corrects harshly. On the first quiet day after 3 hard rains, the water pulls back just enough to reveal yesterday's hurry printed on the bank. New inlets, fresh eddies. A shy backwater where fingerlings now glitter like punctuation marks practicing their commas. The elder takes you along the contour, pointing with chin rather than finger, and names a set of practical mercies that live beside the grand ones. Leave shade for tomorrow's cool hours. Leave sticks in the quiet corners for fish to hide. Leave a clean edge where kids drink. Story translates to policy without a committee. Further upslope, a sandbar keeps a ledger. Seeds caught in wave lines tell what the wind carried during the blow. Feathers, insect husks, and a snapped reed suggest a heron's quick breakfast. Reading this ledger becomes tomorrow's grocery list. Edible greens at the wet edge when the heat dips. Lily tubers once the water stands calm for a week. Bream later when the insect hatch thickens at dusk. Mainstream knowledge agrees that seasonal rounds adapt to monsoon pulses, and dietary breadth depends on reading water's moods rather than fighting them. Toward the deeper arc of the pool, the elder sketches an invisible boundary with a toe. This is where ceremony lives closest to the surface. Certain songs belong here and nowhere else. Certain names may be spoken low. Certain foods are welcome, others are politely told later. The boundary is not drawn with fence or sign. It is drawn with memory. When the monsoon swells and the boundary travels outward, the group travels its respect with it. Law floats but does not drift. Every storm writes a version of history, and the bank keeps those versions layered like bark pulled and flattened. Pale lines show where past crutches of roots once held. Dark scours tell where last year's impatience bit too hard. The elder invites your palm to the mud, and the mud replies with temperature, texture, trust. Knowledge that sounds geology in a lecture lands here as etiquette. Step where the grain holds, not where it powders. Walk around the baby roots, don't bruise them. Answer the river's question with a quieter footprint than last time. Under a sky that looks newly laundered, the conversation shifts to climate memory stitched into story. Oral histories describe cycles of big wet years and stubborn dry spells. Elders remember fish that were plenty in their grandparents' youth and shy now. Dunes remember southerly winds that flirted later some decades than others. Historians are still debating this question of how paleoclimate proxies, sediment cores, stalagmites, pollen records, line up with these memories in fine detail. Some align beautifully. Some shadow each other at a distance. None cancel the authority of people who slept beside these waterholes long before a lab got good at counting isotopes. The debate remains useful for funding and models. The river waits for no grant. After the waters settle, camps reorganize like a choir catching new breath. Fire gets rebuilt where the wind now prefers to argue less. Cooking rocks move. Paths to the water pick up a shy curve to avoid a new drift of reeds. Children practice the ant forecast again, checking mounds with scientific solemnity that would warm the heart of any professor. Adults pretend not to notice pride leaking through their smiles. Learning here is play braided with obligation and relief. Even in the wet, thirst stays a practical teacher. Water that looks the color of tea carries the tannins of leaf litter, harmless unless your stomach is already in a sulk. Water that looks clear demands suspicion. Parasites love clarity. The elder's portable lab consists of experience, a nose, and a leaf. Swirl, sniff, wait, decide. If a nearby paperbark offers clean catchment from a trunk, use it. If storm runoff looks impatient, skip it. Mercy to the body is mercy to the group. Nobody gets to be a hero by being careless. Nearby the floodplain's margin glitters with new life. Grass pushes through yesterday's silt with the defiance of a teenager. Small birds test new perches like shoppers trying hats. A lacework of insect burrows turns the damp into a rough velvet. All that energy attracts bigger appetites, and a spear leans against a trunk because supper prefers preparedness. Law steps in again, quiet but firm. Teach the smallest which fish are grown enough. Remind the taller ones why gill nets are not cousins to greed. Sing the thanks that calibrates appetite back into balance. Beyond the tree line, thunder rephrases itself. Not angry, not bored, just another committee meeting where clouds decide whether to vote yes on afternoon rain. A light wind from the north carries the smell of wet dust, and ants revise their levies. The elder calls a brief recess and slides a practical aside into the space. If ant entry holes were a taller collar than yesterday, shift the camp by the width of a canoe. If they begin to move grubs, don't argue, get high. This small choreography is how memory puts on shoes. Late in the day, the waterhole's mirror switches to gold, and fish rings stipple the surface with commas and ellipses. Someone laughs softly because commas are a promise of more, and ellipses let the mind wander. Under that shared grammar, a group sets a line of branches into a side channel to make a fish hotel. A place where small bodies can hide from hunger with fins. The structure also slows the flow, settling silt and giving lilies a chance to root. Quirk and engineering shake hands. Finally, the wet takes a breath and hands the room to the break. The period when thunder loses interest, cloud becomes a light shrug, and breeze returns with a sense of humor. The waterhole shrinks to a stable outline, revealing logs and rocks for safe sitting, and the color shifts from opaque to a greenish clarity that makes the sandy bottom daydream about being a beach. The elder declares it a good time for maintenance. Mend nets, resharpen spear tips, retie lashings, and thank the ants for their consultation services with a gentle robe of smoke to dissuade them from picnic raids. Morning after morning in the break, the light arrives curious rather than pushy, and the water's skin looks like silk ironed with a careful hand. Birds use the open stage to practice elaborate courtships that double as weather reports. If the bowerbird rearranges his blue collection aggressively, expect breezes to argue by noon. Children memorize this with the same solemnity they give to the ant council. Mainstream knowledge describes these observations as ethology. Families describe them as manners. Nights in the break tilt toward storytelling. Beside the pool that knows everyone's names, You listen to a tale of mercy that double-locks the heart. Once, the serpent swelled the creek and curled around a group that had fouled the water. The rap looked like anger until an elder sang the apology that taught balance back into the hands that had forgotten. The coil loosened. Mercy here is not a loophole. It is a rehearsal. Correct, restore, continue. Punishment without restoration wastes everybody's time. Cicadas raise a motoric chorus when the heat sneaks back, and the elder teaches another practical mercy. Shade etiquette. Move often to avoid cooking the root zone under any single tree. Tie hammocks with thought, and never strap anything that will rub bark into a wound. A waterhole decorated with ring-barked ghosts is a grief nobody wants to sing. The Rainbow Serpent is listening even when the pool looks lazy. Law swims on days like these without making ripples. Cloud towers sometimes sculpt themselves in the west with unrealistic ambition, then collapse theatrically into a sprinkling that baits everyone into hope. In such mood swings, ants become reliable again. If they shrug and resume ordinary business, consider the storm canceled. If they sprint like late commuters, revise dinner plans. The elder's smile wears approval when you interrupt a daydream to stash the cooking stones above last month's high water smudge. Sleep later happens to people who plan politely. Edges of the pool can become pharmacies when the wet has stocked the shelves. Aquatic plants offer crisp greens. Lilies hide starches that steam into comfort, and paperbark sap can coax a rash back to manners. Smoke from the right leaves escorts mosquitoes out of the conversation. Mercy for the body is gratitude for the plant world. Names of leaves arrive with small jokes that give memory something to hum. Storm-shaped hazards deserve their own paragraph of respect. Logjams can hide under chocolate water. Hollow banks can look loyal until you lean. Side channels can turn to snake highways when the mainstream bullies them. The elder walks you through each risk as if introducing neighbors. No fear-mongering, only competent courtesy. Safety becomes a tone, not a rule yelled across the yard, and the water seems to approve because it keeps not startling you. Phases of the monsoon also choreograph ceremony. Certain songs prefer the opening rains. Others belong to the steady middle. Still others require the quiet of the break. Body paint changes grammar with humidity. Clay behaves. Fat binder sulks unless warmed. Orchid sap does its trustworthy magic. Law keeps to the schedule of the sky, which means the schedule remains merciful to bodies that sweat, shiver, and tire. Nobody is asked to perform like a statue under a waterfall. Debates from far classrooms drift in like short squalls. Researchers compare coral cores and lake beds, trying to see whether a cluster of oral histories pointing to a great wet corresponds to an interval of elevated flood deposits. Sometimes it does with showy precision. Sometimes the match is mood rather than minute. Historians are still debating this question of methodology, and the elder's verdict is practical. If the debate helps communities win the resources to keep country healthy, wonderful. If it tries to weigh story against graphs as if they competed, push back kindly, then get back to reading the river. Persons who love gadgets occasionally arrive carrying rain gauges and stream level sensors on poles, and the best of them ask for permission like guests. The elder agrees to a trial when the guest listens first, and soon you find yourself cross-checking gauge readings against ant wing launches, frog set lists, and the feel of humidity on the top lip. Surprise! The correlation is impressive. Also surprise! The ant data has fewer network outages and a better public interface for children. Quirk stays undefeated. Meals around these discussions fold the wet into flavor. Fish steamed in paperbark tastes like the river told a poem to the fire. Lily seed cakes insist that patience pays. Wild greens argue gently with salt until both agree on taste. Gratitude becomes a rhythm that doesn't wait for a special occasion, because ordinary occasions are what make life large. The waterhole receives thanks with the same indifference it applies to complaints, which somehow makes the gratitude purer. Tracking the receding edge of the wet, the group walks the perimeter to repair what needs love. Erosion gashes get stitched with branch lattices. Trampled reeds are allowed a rope boundary for a fortnight. A handwritten no-rush rule applies to everyone. Mercy shows up as time, not as exception. The Rainbow Serpent's patience deserves an echo, and echoes require a slower mouth. Whirlwinds occasionally scribble themselves across the drying flats, quick and pointless as a toddler's tantrum. People watch not because they need a forecast, but because watching reminds everyone that the world enjoys behaving for its own amusement sometimes. Laughter cures a slice of heat nobody can see. The elder says the water laughs too when small fish chase insects that don't yet know about surface tension. You believe it because belief feels like shade. Shifts to the dry arrive with a smell of hot bark and polite breezes that want to be invited in. The pool lowers to its dry season outline, a necklace of stones now on display, and the bank hardens into a crust that records every egotistical step. Rules tighten in dry times: no sloppy washing, no careless soap, no wasteful splashing near where birds drink. Mercy becomes thrift with joy still included. Story tells of travelers punished for arrogance. Modern practice prevents the kind of embarrassment that requires mythic intervention. Stepping back to take in the whole, the elder frames the monsoon as a teacher who grades on growth rather than on tricks. Build-up teaches patience. Wet teaches coordination. Break teaches repair. Dry teaches gratitude without drama. Waterholes hold the curriculum, and the serpent keeps attendance by noticing whether feet keep to the agreed paths and mouths keep to the agreed tones. Mainstream knowledge presents this as environmental management. Lived practice calls it staying friends with tomorrow. Cooling air sneaks in from the billabong like a friend who knows where your shoulders store stress. The sky dusts itself with stars again. Frogs step out in light jackets of sound, and ants, bless them, decide to close early because the barometer says nap. The elder's last look across the pool lands on the same place your gaze rests. A quiet ring near the center where a heavier breath disturbed the skin a moment ago. Whether that breath belonged to turtle, fish, or something larger is not the important question. The important question is whether your breath matches the pools better tonight than it did yesterday. Morning peels itself from the hills in thin, deliberate sheets of light, and the elder tilts a palm toward a slow path rising away from the waterhole. Balance, the voice promises, is not a tightrope but a rhythm. Law is the instrument that keeps rhythm from dissolving into noise. The Rainbow Serpent's great coil will be the chalk line you follow, not with chalk dust but with breath. Sand holds last night's stories in soft cursive. Wallaby commas, emu dashes, the small, eager asterisks of lizard feet, and the day's first lesson steps neatly between them. Conduct begins with not erasing what another left behind. Mainstream accounts phrase it like policy. Dreaming law orders relationships among people, waters, plants, animals, and places. Obligations live in kinship, access, and ceremony. Sanctions are social, spiritual, and ecological at once. Lived practice translates policy back into posture. Shoulders down, feet careful, voice tuned to the land's volume setting. Ridges of ironstone glint like old coins found exactly where someone remembers dropping them. The elder draws a single spiral with the end of a stick, a wide loop that drifts inward to a calm center where a pebble stands for water, hearth, and promise. That center, the voice says, is a duty. The loops are choices orbiting that duty, generosity expanding outward, restraint curving back in. Walk those loops correctly and the whole pattern moves forward like a snake with purpose. It's less about rules on a page and more about momentum you can hum. Clapsticks, waiting on a log from last night, knock once as if approving the syllabus. Rhythm has always been law's helper here. Beats teach feet. Feet teach memory. Memory teaches appetite when to stop. The serpent's body is a mnemonic with muscles. Coil, pause, extend, pause, and each phase carries behavior inside it like water carries minerals. A statute book could try to list, don't foul the waterhole, share according to kin lines, camp high in flood season, announce yourself when you arrive. A song line teaches them faster and with fewer arguments. Heat, even this early, speaks in undertones, and the breeze answers with a soft consonant through spine effects. The elders stick sketches again. This time 2 neighboring spirals that almost kiss but stop short at a respectful hair's breadth. Those twin coils are the law's hardest lesson. Proximity without consumption. Households share the same creek. Families share a hunting ground. Kin share a ceremony ground. Close is required. Merging carelessly is catastrophe. Balance is that precise almost touch, and the world keeps a ledger on how well you practice it. Message sticks appear from a wrap of soft bark. Slender, grooved, and beautifully practical. Each notch is a memo. Each angled cut a calendar. Each sequence a route and a script. The elder lets your fingertips read the grammar. A diagonal that means new moon ceremony. A chevron meaning cross at the shallow stone bar. 3 short grooves that flag morning along the way. A long, smooth run that says, tell the old man first. A quirky flourish reveals itself when you tilt the stick. A tiny notch that cues a joke for easing tension. Standardized humor embedded in hardwood. Memory calendars, yes, but also social thermostats. Shade collects under a stringy bark like a careful teacher gathering late students into a neat front row. Kinship law takes the floor here. Who counts as mother's mother, father's father's sister, parallel cousin, cross cousin? Who sits near fire, who walks the outer circle at night? Who receives the first slice of fish when water is stingy? Who sings which verse and when silence is a better verse? Mainstream diagrams get crisp about it, neat boxes, arrows, categories. Reality prefers jazz. Disciplined, relational, able to change key mid-song when a funeral or a birth rearranges the room. Balance lives in the ability to retune without dropping the beat. An old camp place announces itself in clues rather than in signage. Firestones pale at the edges. A crescent of flattened ground. A scatter of fish scales that still catch light if the sun looks their way. Hospitality law unfolds in a blend of choreography and civics. Who greets first? How water is offered? Where to set down bundles? When to ask for a story and when to leave stories unasked. Welcome is not casual. It is a measured invitation that keeps everybody safe. Guests expand the coil for a while. Then the coil tightens around them just enough to teach where not to step. Debate saunters in from far places with tidy terms. Religion, custom, mythology, environmental management, and tries to crown one term the champion. Historians are still debating this question, printing thoughtful pages that nonetheless flatten the coil into a cartoon when they hurry. The elder declines to referee categories and instead shows what the categories are trying to capture. Cosmology braided with kinship, braided with place care, braided with ceremony. All of it enforced by sanctions you cannot always see but can definitely feel. Labels should sit down when practice is speaking. Stone outcrops gather wind and return it as music. A tap of rock on rock sends a bell of sound across the saddle. It locates you without coordinates because your body is the receiver. That tuning fork moment becomes the day's metaphor for sanction. Not a blow, not a shrug, just enough tone for you to find yourself again. The same calibration applies to teasing between kin categories, to borrowing tools, to returning a favor before it curdles into debt. Balance thrives on tone control. Clouds draft themselves into a council in the north, and the elder places a case study gently on the table of the day. Years ago, a traveler fouled a waterhole, ignorance, not malice. Elders convened with song, rope, and schedule. Steps followed, apology sung on the bank, cleanup done by the offender under guidance. Water carried to downstream kin to compensate their risk. A promise to return in the next season with extra labor and food. Punishment alone would have fed fury and still left mud in mouths. Restoration fed the waterhole and the relationship. The coil extended, tightened, breathed. Heat climbs to its own conclusions, and shady ground becomes a consensus everyone obeys without needing a vote. The elder names unseen sanctions that Western textbooks have only recently learned to treat with seriousness. Errors can sit in the body. Stumbles that cluster, dreams that nag, appetite that refuses favorite things, until apology dissolves the static. Outsiders might label this psychosocial regulation. Insiders call it the world keeping score. Either way, it works, and the ledger it sits in is older than any court. A low ridge offers a stage for a small court of aunties whose eyes can read footprints like minutes. The issue at hand involves a net, a bank, and the right amount of fish for cousins upriver. Voices stay soft. Facts are stones piled in order. Jokes arrive at strategic intervals because laughter can lift stubbornness just enough to let sense slide under it. Verdicts end in work, not words. The bank repaired with brush bundles. The net mended. The carry shared among those who argued and those who didn't. Law is not a theater. It is a workshop with rhythm. Another turn of path folds back toward the water, and message sticks return to the conversation with a detail any archivist would admire. Order matters. The stick not only says what to say, but in what sequence: elders first, hosts second, neighbors third, waterhole fourth, children after, because children listen best when they're allowed to interrupt judiciously. The quirky laugh here, notch, shows up again. An acknowledgement that oxygen enters a room fastest through a grin. Even justice breathes better with a little air. Wind grazes the spinifex with a sound like an old radio finding the right station. And the elder spreads a cloth and lays out small objects that function as law in shorthand. Shell. Take from the midden only if the tide replenishes by morning. Otherwise, leave it. Charred not. Burn in mosaic and leave corridors. Black blanket fires starve country. Smooth pebble carved with faint lines. Keep left downstream when visitors camp right. Drinking edges deserve courtesy. Feather. Quiet near nesting time. Song volume is not a right. Each object feels like a clause you can hold. A narrow creek sketches its intentions through sand, and its banks carry the day's footnotes. A print of a goanna whose tail scrawled a tidy exclamation mark. A delicate set of bird tracks angled toward shade. A heavier pair of kangaroo rests like parentheses. Reading those minutes becomes instruction in seasonal ethics. In lean times, small fish go back. In generous times, neighbors are fed first. Balance is not the average of appetite. It is the discipline of sharing on rhythm. A gust carries a scent of rain touched with dust, and talk turns to legislation printed in cities far away. Protecting sacred sites, funding ranger programs, recognizing songlines as heritage corridors. Some laws of the state reach across the map with genuine help. Others flatten complexity until only a postcard remains. Historians are still debating this question of codification. What to write, what to leave to practice, how to make paperwork behave like a good guest. Shoes off, voice low, gifts in hand, ready to leave when asked. The coil accepts translation when translation remembers it is temporary. Two kites rotate over the ridge with choreographed indifference, and the spiral of their hunt sketches a sky coil that mirrors the one in sand. Predation is not a flaw, it is membership. Human law accounts for hunger from hawk to child without confusing it with entitlement. The serpent's coils hold those truths in tension. Take to live, refuse greed, return forward, repair backward. Write it down if you like. Better to sing it until your legs agree. Later, a rehearsal gathers around a low fire. Patterns painted earlier on shoulders and ribs flex as bodies circle, open, and close. Geometry that belongs as much to water management as to performance. The coil is here without being named, nested in footwork that teaches stopping and starting as the same virtue at different speeds. Watching resets your inner metronome. Decisions arrive less like lurches and more like turns you meant to take. Theory intrudes politely in the shape of a question you have heard in classrooms. Can dreaming law be compared to Western legal systems? The elder resists the trap without refusing the conversation. Comparison can teach if both sides stay honest about their blind spots. It can harm if one side pretends to be the ruler and the other the measured. Historians are still debating this question, and the best of them now write with more verbs and fewer nouns. Manage, sing, walk, share, because action is the format here, not abstraction. A breeze tilts the smell of eucalyptus into the camp, and the coil in sand invites your hand to redraw it from memory. First attempt overshoots. Second lands too tight. Third finds the almost touch that means close, not consuming. Correction arrives as chuckle, not scold. Discipline lives in doing again until your wrist remembers without being told. That is how law gets inside, through joints, not through quotes. As sun leans west, a child with a marshaled seriousness grabs a stick and carves a trench straight to the water's edge. A small, innocent violation that would train a bank to collapse. An auntie appears with patience practiced enough to be rumor. Repair gets taught as a duet. Pat down, crosshatch, seed scatter. Apology whispered into mud that still knows how to listen. Sanction, restoration, future competence, 3 beats, 1 education. Evening brings a practical module on message sticks again, this time focusing on travel under the big coil's supervision. When messengers move between countries, they arrive with the host's name in their mouth, the stick as passport, and the route's etiquette stamped into their steps. A stick might instruct, river left, high ground, rest at the fig, or carry water for the old auntie 2 camps over, or leave a bark bowl of lilies at the bend for the family who lost a father. Quirk stays loyal. A double notch halfway down means, tell the funny brother-in-law to save his teasing until after the singing. Law protects dignity as carefully as riverbanks. Dinner folds the day into taste. Fish steamed in paper bark, lily seed cakes, greens that crunch like intelligent punctuation, and the conversation moves to the sanctions that do not look like punishment until you squint. Being asked to work 2 extra days on a bank you bruised. Being asked to teach kids the proper knot because you tied the wrong one and a canoe drifted. Being asked to spend a night away from the circle to reset your listening. None of these live in a penal code. All of them live in a culture that expects correction to produce better neighbors, not better prisons. Night, as always, is generous with stars, and the elder sets down the 3-stone pocket set that seems to close each chapter. Knowledge, Dreaming law is a living practice binding people, water, animals, and place. It specifies rights and obligations, encodes them in songlines, ceremony, art, and daily conduct, and enforces them through social, spiritual, and ecological sanctions. Quirk: message sticks operate as memory calendars and etiquette guides, some even bearing tiny humor notches to soften hard moments and cue delivery cadence. Portable minutes from meetings written in wood and rhythm. Debate: scholars continue to argue about how to compare dreaming law with Western legal categories, whether to write it for courts, how far to translate without flattening, and which parts refuse paper entirely. Historians are still debating this question, and the disagreement itself can be healthy when it funds protection and centers community authority. Coals turn from orange to thinking red, and the coil in sand slumps under the first breath of dew. The pebble at center remains, a principle pretending to be geology. Message sticks return to their rap. Clapsticks settle. The waterhole breathes a metronome you now recognize as the sound of a system that has never needed a courthouse to be lawful. Balance has been rehearsed into your bones tonight, not argued into your notes. Stars arrange themselves into patient committees, and somewhere a frog writes a footnote about weather on the margin of the dark. The coil moves from sand to ribs. You carry it there, loops of generosity and restraint pressed into the place where decisions actually begin. Law ceases to be a topic and resumes being a path. If anyone asks what you learned, you'll be tempted to answer with a drawing and a walk. Shadows incline towards sleep, and the elder's last look lands on your posture rather than on your face. Shoulders lower, neck easier, hands undecorated by fidget. That is a signature under a contract rooted in water and spines and careful feet. The Rainbow Serpent does not need your belief. It needs your behavior. Balance is the ongoing proof that belief happened to your ankles. Moonlight finally lifts a corner of the hill and lays it across the camp like a soft sash. A quiet, satisfied rustle goes through the leaves, and the air cools as if the law itself exhaled. The big coil is not a threat curled to strike. It is a promise curled to keep. Sleep takes the hint and begins its own gentle enforcement, closing arguments in favor of rest. Before dawn loosens the last knot of night, embers wake like sleepy stars in the hearth circle, and the elder places a smoldering branch into your hand as if handing over a passport stamped with smoke. Heat feathers your knuckles and writes the first sentence of today's lesson. Carry fire as a promise, not a threat. Ash unspools in quiet spirals, and even the moth orbiting the glow seems to understand that some lights are meant to be escorted, not chased. Between paperbark trunks, a path thick with dew threads toward a scrubby rise where low silhouettes already wait. Aunties sit in a long curve like commas holding a paragraph together. Uncles anchor the ends as brackets. Children, some nearly grown, some still elbow-high, hover at the edge of excitement and nerves. Initiation will be the grammar of the day, the elder says. Expect verbs to do most of the heavy lifting. Mainstream knowledge might label what unfolds as a structured rite of passage, marking movement from childhood to new responsibility through teaching, performance, and community recognition. But the body will learn it as breath synchronized to older breath. Flakes of light collect on the horizon while the ground drinks the last of the night's cool. A smudge of smoke rises from a small leaf pile, and the elder fans it gently around ankles and wrists. Quirk lands with the twirl of the fan. Smoke from particular leaves functions as both ceremony and mosquito diplomacy. Biting insects treat it like a stern memo and reconsider their plans, leaving skin free to focus on the lesson instead of on itchy footnotes. Practicality here refuses to be shy. Ritual and fieldcraft swap tools without ego. Under the first soft bird calls, A line forms that is not a line so much as a slow-breathing rope. Mentors at the front, novices in the middle, kin resting a steadying hand where nerves betray themselves. Rights vary between nations, the elder reminds you, but their spine holds. Separation, instruction, testing, and return. Separation unhooks the ordinary. Instruction pours the new grammar in. Testing rings it through muscle and mind. Return stitches the person back into community with a different thread. Historians sometimes map these phases onto familiar theories, nodding toward the likes of Van Gennep and Turner. Families here call them what works. Across the scrub, the first agenda item arrives not as talk but as walking with responsibility. The smoldering branch in your hand must remain alive, not flaring, not dying, until the group reaches a teaching ground farther upslope. Carrying that ember becomes a lesson in middle paths. Shield from wind, avoid smothering, read ash color like mood. Life turns out to be a series of embers that need this exact finesse, and nobody bothers to explain the metaphor because your palms already understand it. Low grass rubs damp at shins, and the path's sand grows coarser, telling ankles to lift a little higher. Two elders step sideways into a flank position, bodies angled to watch for snakes, children, and pride in equal measure. A quiet instruction rides the air. Initiation is not a single event. It's a season under supervision. Mainstream history notes that in many places, knowledge is tiered. Some songs and designs are for everyone, some for initiated people, some for specific roles that carry heavier obligations. Secrets are not shiny trinkets. They are tools that work only in the hands of those trained not to misuse them. Beneath a lonely bloodwood, a circle has been prepared with the kind of care that prefers understatement. The ground's top layer is pressed smooth, not polished. A few stones create a crescent on the circle's southern lip. A pair of clapsticks rests across a bark tray like two pencils the world's oldest teacher set down before a sip of water. Novices step inward. Mentors step outward half a pace, creating a simple geometry of protection and pressure. A breeze threads eucalyptus into the space, a fragrance that always feels like clean lines on a page. Following the smoldering branch, the elder opens the circle with a verse that sits halfway between speaking and singing. Pitched toward a register even nervous ribs can obey. The words ask the land to watch and to witness. The rhythm invites feet to learn their part. The pauses remind everyone that silence belongs in the ceremony as much as sound. Mainstream accounts emphasize performance. Songs, dances, body paint, and rightly so. Yet performance here translates into download, because knowledge travels through tempo and line the way stories travel through ink. Around the circle, aunties begin the first layer of body marking with white lines as thin as breath. Stripes settle along collarbones to remind lungs how to measure patience. Arcs wrap shoulders to teach carrying without clenched teeth. Dots travel the forearms in constellations that align with specific verses. Patterns are not decoration. They are maps that bodies can read while moving. Rark-style crosshatching appears on a bark panel nearby to anchor the narrative. On skin, the cousin of that discipline appears as small grids across the chest. A living ledger where promises can be entered and checked against conduct. Behind the novices, a low drift of smoke gathers again at knee height. Mosquitoes, whose resumes include ruining the end of songs, get persuaded to seek employment elsewhere. A whispered aside admits another practical charm. Smoke changes the scent profile you carry into the bush, making you less obvious to the always hiring bites department. Quirk, meet mercy. Mercy, meet quirk. Everybody shakes hands and the circle continues. Mid-morning warms into truth-telling light. and the elder introduces the first swatch of law that will be sewn into today's work. Obligations to water come first, because everyone needs to drink before they need to paint. Rules are repeated that you recognize from earlier nights. Don't foul the waterhole, don't take fish out of season, don't carve shortcuts into banks. But now each rule gains a narrative hook. A story of a time someone forgot and nearly tore the fabric that holds children's thirst. Tests will follow later, nothing cruel, everything exacting. The circle does not require suffering to prove sincerity. It requires competence. Across a brief break, the story leans into kinship grammar, who is allowed to teach whom, who eats first when food is scarce, who carries a song when the original carrier is sick, which gestures mark respect across subgroups that share a camp. Mainstream anthropology draws diagrams for this. The elder draws people together. A nephew learns to step forward when an auntie raises an eyebrow. A cousin learns to sit back when the line of responsibility is clearly threading elsewhere. The choreography is subtle and, once learned, impossible to mistake. Inside the noon heat, shade gathers under a canopy of paperbark and stringy bark, and instruction turns tactile. A small fish trap, branch lattice bowed and tied, gets set in a shallow side run, not in the main current. Novices learn the difference between catching and cornering. Fish hotels are built from branches to offer refuge, not a buffet line. Ethics grow practical roots. Support the little ones, harvest the grown, leave a structure that helps life thrive after you have eaten. Rights and responsibilities arrive as a matched set, like clapsticks that only make sense together. Under the rim of the teaching ground, the elder places a shallow dish of ochre, ash, and fat on the sand and demonstrates binding ratios, dropping in a note that orchid sap makes certain designs hold through sweat and humidity. A quick chemistry lecture disguised as a smile says, "Know your materials. Know your climate. Do not ask a binder to do a job it cannot do." Mainstream knowledge nods. Plant resins and fats serve as robust binders. The novices nod too because the paint on their skin is proof, and because elders learned the hard way which recipes crack and which sing. Beyond the craft, a thin seam of silence opens for the subject everyone knows is here but nobody hurries. Secrecy steps into the circle, not as a glamorous curtain but as a door that requires the right key at the right time. Some knowledge will not be spoken in this gathering. Some will be spoken but not illustrated. Some will be illustrated but only in sand that wind will erase by afternoon. Historians are still debating this question of how to interpret secrecy without prying it open for display or reducing it to nothing. Anthropologists disagree more politely now than some did a century ago, but the elder stays with the older policy. Secrecy is a species of care. Across the next hour, testing begins in small, accumulative bites. A novice listens for the shift in clapstick tempo that signals a turn down a narrow track and must adjust feet without glancing down. Another recalls the third line of a song where a water etiquette rule hides between metaphors about frogs and thunder. Two more coordinate to lift a bark canoe and carry it across a bank without bruising the root systems of the trees that drink there. None of it is spectacle. All of it is rehearsal for days that arrive without ceremony and still need correct behavior. Heat presses its petition under the midday sun, and a lunch of lily seed cakes and cooled fish loosens tongues into jokes. Humor has a high rank here. It keeps pride from billing itself as wisdom and teaches resilience without making a speech. The elder grants a 5-minute laugh recess, and the circle uses it well. Mosquitoes, offended by smoke and disappointed by discipline, buzz off to file grievances somewhere in a different biome. On the edge of the early afternoon, instruction folds back into movement. Novices walk a small itinerary, greet the old fig, skirt the sacred patch without cutting a corner, Step onto the stone ledge in the exact place where earlier feet have proven the rock works like a promise. Return to the circle with an ember still alive. Each trip ends with a palm presented to an elder, ember glowing like a tiny sun cupped in a horizon. Responsibility is visible, transferable, undeniable. The ember that dies is not a failure. It is an excuse to learn how to revive it without burning fingers or pride. Somewhere beyond the teaching ground, a wind runs its hand across paperbark leaves, and the chorus makes a sifting sound like dried grain poured between bowls. The elder turns the sound into a metaphor so clean it doesn't feel like a metaphor. Initiation sifts what you have learned, keeps what will feed everyone, lets the rest fall back to ground for later. Youth here is not a well you must empty to become an adult. It is a stream that joins a bigger river and keeps flowing forward, changed by the confluence, not erased. Late afternoon throws long shadows that behave like tutors pointing at details you missed at noon. A low bank shows where someone cut a step years ago and another cut too many. The repair, a lattice of small branches pinned gently by stones, did its job so quietly that the repairers forgot to say they did it. Novices get handed that memory so it won't evaporate. Gratitude like specifics. Mainstream histories speak of customary law enforcement. Today it looks like polite hands fixing what careless feet started. Beyond instruction and testing lies stamina, the unsung muscle of any right. To keep attention tender when fatigue insists on tin ears, the circle alternates heavy and light, 3 minutes of steady stepping, 1 minute of cool palm rests. A 2-line song followed by a sky scan quiz where novices must name the brightest early star and the direction of the faint breeze. Venus becomes a friendly tutor again, its rising and setting used as a dependable timer for tasks that don't love watches. A quirky side benefit. Kids get excellent at celestial hide and seek. Toward dusk, the first formal piece of performance arrives. Not the public celebration, but the rehearsal that calibrates everyone into the same lattice. Painted patterns on chests and shoulders wake in the slant light. The elder's low song lifts. Clapsticks layer a breathable grid over the scene. Dancers mark small circles that echo the serpent's coil without claiming it head-on. Initiates learn how to move inside the geometry without stepping on someone else's beat. Rhythm smooths ego. Choreography persuades self-importance to practice being a team sport. Evening brings the most delicate segment, the conversation about authority. Some novices will carry verses forward. Some will carry obligations around ceremony space. Some will carry jokes at the right time to level a room glazed by nerves. Leadership here is distributed like water across a well-designed floodplain. It seeks the low places that need it and avoids scouring. The elder points to 3 novices in turn, laying a hand lightly on each shoulder with a sentence nobody else hears. The circle nods because the choices ring true. Mainstream leadership literature could find a masterclass here and would still miss the taste of it. After a quiet meal, body paint gets refreshed with thin lines that hold under a night of sweat and story. Orchid sap whisper promises into pigment again. Fat binder remains loyal. Ash keeps its secrets. A murmur moves through the circle about the ethics of archiving, who gets photographed, what should never be recorded, how to keep living knowledge from being pressed flat into a file. Historians are still debating this question too, often with better manners than their predecessors, and community archives under community control offer a middle path where access is a relationship, not a switch. Night settles like a benevolent supervisor, and the stars open the ceiling another meter or two. The elder leads the group along a short song line to a waterhole edge where the serpent rests. Present but not theatrical. The discussion turns to mercy, because rites without mercy make brittle adults. Mercy here is not a loophole for laziness. It is a method for restoring balance after predictable human wobble. A novice who breaks a rule cleans an extra distance of bank at first light. A novice who forgets a verse sits close to an ante and learns how to turn embarrassment into eagerness. Repair is not punishment's shadow, it's the main act. On the way back to the teaching ground, smoke drifts low again, and the elder smiles at the evening's final fieldcraft cameo. Mosquitoes try a last sortie and are greeted by a blue-gray curtain that calls itself no thanks. Children invent a quiet game of naming the leaves used: paperbark, ironbark, and the sweet-smelling friend whose name slides silkily off tongues. The aura of calm owes as much to this aromatic diplomacy as to ceremony's hush. Quirk survives into legend by being useful. Within the circle, a last set of tests wears laughter as its shirt. Two novices must carry the ember together across a short, uneven patch without speaking. Another must translate a gesture into the correct respectful posture. A fourth must find the wind direction with eyes closed and submit a forecast about comfort for sleeping. There is no prize for speed. There are many small rewards for correctness. The ember arrives alive. The posture kneels perfectly. The wind's answer is a cool thread slipping from the water's surface toward the reed edge. Weather, like law, rewards attention. Midnight hushes insects into a lesser key, and the elder gives the quiet debate its place in the arc outsiders have long wanted to decode initiation, to pin it to cross-cultural boards with tidy Latin on the label. Some writings did harm. Others tried to repair harm by listening with patience and leaving large parts unwritten. Anthropologists argue about whether secrecy creates power or protects it, whether interpretations in public scholarship help or strip. Historians are still debating this question, and the elder's verdict tonight is the same as earlier. Keep what is for the circle in the circle. Share what keeps children and country safe. Measure every utterance by whether it strengthens the weave. Closer to dawn than to midnight, the circle unclenches into storytelling with a padded laugh track of frogs. A tale surfaces of a hapless teen who sneezed into a handful of body paint at the worst possible moment and learned the sacred comedy of starting over. Another recounts the time smoke refused to drift the right way until the chorus switched verses, as if mosquitoes held aesthetic opinions. Humor polishes humility into something comfortable to wear. Humility makes learning waterproof. Before the first bird decides to audition for lead singer, the elder hands the smoldering branch back to the hearth, where coals accept it with the sigh of an elder sibling reclaiming a younger one. The circle closes with a quiet line that thanks the ground by name and the water by flavor. Tannin, stone, lily, breath. Initiation, the voice concludes, does not end when paint washes or when day names itself. It continues as maintenance. If you want to check whether someone was initiated properly, watch how they carry wood, how they share fish, how they step around a fragile bank. Certificates do not exist. Conduct does. Stars begin folding themselves into the east, and camp returns like a memory you can sit down inside. Novices lie back with faces upturned, paint drying into matte lessons. Mentors ease their backs on a log that has supported 100 such nights. Aunties compare notes on who will need extra practice and who already carries the rhythm like a pocket metronome. The elder's last addendum is small and exact. Keep smoke leaves ready by the bedroll, because mercy for sleeping skin is not a small thing, and nobody sings well after battling itchy midnight. Before sleep finishes convincing even the stubborn, the day's 3-stone pocket set gets placed gently where your ribs remember to reach. Knowledge, across many nations, rites of initiation mark responsibilities through separation, instruction, testing, and return, embedded in song, dance, body design, and everyday law. Mainstream understandings stay close to this, though details vary by country and are not for casual cataloging. Quirk. Ceremonial smoke serves double duty as bug deterrent and scent shifter. A field-tested comfort that keeps focus intact while honoring protocol. Often made from carefully chosen leaves whose aromas carry recognizable signatures. Debate. Scholars continue to wrestle with how to interpret and archive secret or restricted knowledge, what to publish without collapsing meaning, what to leave unspoken without letting the record pretend nothing exists. Historians are still debating this question, and the only stable answer is consent guided by community authority. Frogs edit the night into a drowsy lull. The waterhole breathes a long, even comma. The smoldering branch returns to coal and then to something quieter than coal. Breath finds the new rhythm the day taught, and shoulders realize they can rest without losing responsibility. The right has not made anyone taller. It has made ankles wiser. When morning returns with its portfolio of light, the path will still be there, waiting to be walked in the new grammar learned under stars and smoke. Morning loosens itself from the paperbark fringe like silk being unrolled, and the billabong greets the light with a surface so calm it could pass for a thought not yet spoken. The elder gestures toward a shallow cove where lily pads tile the water, glossy green plates set out for a feast the dragonflies will never finish. Breakfast won't come from a shelf tonight. It will come from edges and shadows and the parts of country that wait for people who know how to ask. Billabong sighed. The air carries a tannin sweetness, a tea-like breath from soaked bark and leaf that tells your tongue to expect flavors that belong to water and patience. A shallow basket woven from the kind of grass that forgives clumsy hands sits ready, and the elder tips a chin toward the lilies. Stems first, then seeds, then tubers if the mud will let you negotiate. Etiquette travels with appetite. You take what's ready, you leave enough shade. You avoid trampling the reed nursery where small fish practice being future dinners. First task feels like listening disguised as work. Fingers slide along a leaf's slick underside until they meet the tender angle of stem and pad. A twist separates the prize with a sound like a polite gasp. Stems go into one pile, seeds into another. The tuber remains a conversation underfoot, to be settled with a cautious toe and a slow pull that courts the mud rather than bullying it. Your body remembers that balance is a verb, and the water agrees, returning a faint ring where you disturb the skin. Somewhere beyond the far bend, a cormorant writes a cursive M across the morning, dives, and reappears with a small silver story in its beak. That reminder about food chains keeps you humble. Better to harvest with a biography of restraint than to star in a cautionary tale about greed. Mainstream knowledge underscores the same point in tidier language. Across northern and central Australia, seasonal rounds shape what people gather, hunt, and plant like tend, matching foodwork to monsoon, break, and dry cycles. Fish and freshwater shellfish swell in importance during the wet. Lilies and yams carry lots of meals in transition seasons, and fruits, seeds, and hunted meat balance the dry. Between water and sand, a narrow path of damp earth presses its own list into your mind. Fresh prints of a wallaby double back toward paperbark. Lighter bird tracks tilt toward a shallower shelf. Tiny crabs script a complicated manifesto near the roots. Reading the menu means reading movement. Reading movement means you're less likely to get an expensive lecture from a bank collapsing because someone cut a careless step. The elder's eyes crinkle when your stride grows softer. Approval delivered increases rather than applause. Along the reed edge, a net made of plant fiber and patience lifts from the water with a slosh and a handful of glint. Two bream, a sleepy perch, and an impressed frog who definitely did not RSVP to breakfast blink at everyone. Protocol insists you thank the place with a quiet word and a quick check. Are eggs present? Are these adults? Does anyone belong back under the lilies? The elder's hand hovers like a punctuation mark over each choice until the grammar of restraint finishes writing the sentence. Nearby, a shallow trench holds an improvised fish hotel, a lattice of branches woven into a low, shady shelter where small fry can rest and hide. Cork wears its useful suit here. These twig motels are a running joke and a serious policy at once. Kids build them after a big rain to give fingerlings a break from predators. Adults keep adding rooms. The structure does more than lodge fish. It slows water, lets silt settle, and gives lilies a chance to grip mud with the confidence of a first apartment lease. Under a gum's gray shade, breakfast organizes itself by color. Lily stems, peeled and crisp, bring a cucumber-celery accent with a river accent you can't bottle. Seeds get cracked from their casing and toasted on a flat rock until they pop like small affirmations. Later they'll be ground into a dark, nutty meal that turns into cakes with a roasted personality. Tubers steam in a paperbark wrap that infuses them with a faint perfume, a scent like clean hands and hard work. You eat with gratitude because the vegetables have done more commuting than you did. Before the sun complains about everyone being outdoors, a second foraging seminar slides into the schedule. Bush tomatoes show themselves on a sandy rise, small, striped, sun-drunk, and the elder reminds you which varieties belong in mouths and which belong in stories about what not to taste. A tasting etiquette repeats. Smell, look, ask, then try. When fruit meets lips, the right one tastes like the dry season taught its subtlety. Sweet but not needy, with a shadow of spice. Seeds go back to the ground by habit, not by heroics. Next to that fruit patch, a low bush hints at native mint, and a few leaves lend a bright note to everything else on the fire. Flavor becomes map and mnemonic. Mint belongs by a particular bend. Saltbush keeps its ears open near a different soil. Paperbark lingers along damp edges like a resident who refuses to rush. Mainstream nutrition talk sometimes visits with clipboards and charts. Today's table is a log and a circle of people who invented balance before balance got a pyramid. Further along the bank, a shallow back channel offers a tutorial in freshwater mussels. Shells press themselves half into the mud like polite doorstops. The elder shows the respectful way. Wade quiet, read the flow, feel with the tips of toes, and never take more than the day can justify. Mussels filter water like librarians of clarity. They deserve careful thanks. Once gathered, they steam in their own juice, opened with a patience that avoids grit and bravado. The taste is river-thick and honest. By mid-morning, the air begins to iron itself into a heat you can fold shirts on, and shade moves up the to-do list. A handful of wattle seeds roasted to a toasty brown grind into a fragrant powder that loves water and a pinch of lily seed. Cakes form with the stickiness only perfect ratios know how to give. They rest on a hot rock that hums approval. The elder cuts one open with a flat piece of bark, and a small ribbon of steam writes a poem your stomach can read without help. After the meal breathes out, talk turns to hunting that wears respect. Emu tracks cross at a responsible distance from the water, and the elder sketches a mental line that nobody crosses today. Some days call for pursuit. This one calls for leaving the big feet alone because the clutch somewhere wants privacy and tomorrow wants parents. Meat lives in the round. No single day gets to center itself so loudly it drowns out the season. Toward the reeds again, the fish hotel receives a renovation. 2 more cross branches, a little lattice wall where shade will thicken, and a handful of leaves to make quick tenants feel safer. Kids who drift over from the next camp treat it like a civic project, names the rooms, and then forget their own naming ceremony under a rush of dragonflies. Cork thrives because kids make it contagious. and grown-ups secretly keep score of which small architect will grow into the big builder of river rules. Across the open flat, a stand of paperbark carries a cabinet of tools no kitchen store stocks. Bark that peels in sheets wraps fish for steaming. Slender twigs become skewers. A pale sap mixes with ochre as a binder if painting joins the afternoon. Even smoke earns its invitation. The right leaves craft a bug-deterring curtain that lets you focus on the lecture without offering your skin as a snack bar. In this pantry, the hardware aisle and the spice rack shake hands. Meanwhile, the elder lays out the mainstream anchor for the day, careful as always to attach ideas to places and people. Seasonal rounds, they say, are not nostalgic postcards. They're logistical masterpieces tuned to monsoon pulses and dry season corridors. Bush foods, lilies, yams, native fruits, and nuts share the stage with fish, shellfish, reptiles, birds, and mammals in proportions determined by water and law, not by a supermarket algorithm. Nutrition arrives disguised as tradition. Tradition arrives disguised as good manners. Sometimes the conversation has to detour into a thorny thicket where scholarship lives. Researchers have tried to reconstruct pre-contact diet breadth from middens, isotope analysis, early journals, and oral histories. Results often agree that diets were varied and seasonally generous. Sometimes they quarrel about proportions. How much plant protein versus animal? How often large game versus small constant catches? How trade and mobility salted the menu with novelty. Historians are still debating this question, not least because middens underrepresent foods that leave fewer traces. Journals misread care as scarcity, and modern taste buds are poor translators of 1,000 local cuisines into one neat headline. Later, the elder points to a patch of ground that looks like it borrowed geometry from a tidy dream. Tiny ridges, almost too subtle to see, mark where an inland yam once sent tendrils. Digging carefully with a stick reveals a pale bulb that smells like a roots version of hope. The rule repeats: replant the head, cover the wound, leave a handful for the next season and the next set of hands. Gardening without fences takes humility paid in advance. On the billabong's downwind side, lilies do a slow dance, their pads listing at angles that read to experienced eyes like weather. A faint push of air says the afternoon will get frisky. You adjust the fire area to keep ash away from the reed nursery. Practical wisdom feels like a non-event when done well. Nobody writes songs about "we did not burn the place accidentally," but perhaps they should. Finally, appetite circles back with polite persistence, and the fish you returned earlier keep their promise by sending different volunteers into the net. Adults, ready for a sensible ending. Fillets land on paperbark. Lemon myrtle leaves lay themselves into the steam. A sprinkle of wattle seed dust pulls smoke and sweetness into a handshake. Food tastes like a place, which is the scientific way to say, this is better than any sauce in a jar because the jar didn't watch the clouds for us. Soon a conversation about trade unfurls like a woven mat. Neighbors arrive with bundles that smell like their country. Coastal shellfish smoked into portability. Desert seeds with flavors your tongue hasn't met yet. Resin that laughs at humidity. Exchange travels on songlines and family lines. Knowledge moves with it, quietly correcting people into better versions of themselves. Mainstream accounts record these networks as trade routes. The elder calls them ways to remember we belong to more than our own kitchen. Night approaches with the relaxed authority of someone who knows the script by heart, and dinner becomes a syllabus you can eat. Lily stem salad, toasted seed cakes, fragrant fish, lemon myrtle steam, native mint tea. Each dish rehearses an old rule and a recent kindness. A niece announces the butterflied perch smells like rain talking to a fire, which is the kind of sensory analysis you wish journals would accept under methods. Across the coals, the fish hotel gets one last inspection by torchlight. Tiny silhouettes flicker between twigs. Bigger shadows, hungry and uninvited, stay a respectful distance because structure and human presence have told them, not tonight. Maintenance of kindness takes as much planning as maintenance of fences. Both keep the next meal from becoming a court case the water has to judge. Meanwhile, breakfast seeds for tomorrow become a curriculum tonight. Lily seeds dry further. Wattle seed meal gets sealed in paperbark. A bundle of mint ties with a hairstring that looks delicate and holds like stubbornness. Someone asks about vitamins and minerals, and the elder answers with the four-season list. Green things when water is kind, starch when it rests, protein when animals volunteer, and fruit when the sky displays its generosity in edible punctuation. Mainstream nutritionists nod. Community cooks have nodded for millennia. Sometimes the debate returns for a second helping. A visitor once compared a single day's camp meal to a week's worth of urban groceries and declared the bush menu limited. The elder shook a quiet no. One day is not a dataset. An outsider's guess at variety misses the seasons stacked behind the current plate. And a factory shelf does not necessarily outperform a scrub taught by rainfall and law. Historians are still debating this question too, trying to correct old misreadings that confused local precision for lack. Later, the circle drifts into food as law stories. A tale tells of a year when greed nearly silenced frogs. An elder enforced a temporary ban on a favorite fish with a song that turned into a policy. The population rebounded the next wet. Kids learned the verse that begins with leave shade and ends with bring laughter. Mercy and regulation hold hands without needing a committee of bored faces. Onward the talk shifts to children's jobs, because tomorrow always asks them to lead earlier than the day expects. Little hands get trusted with seed cleaning, with carrying water carefully so banks don't turn to mush, with installing no-argument branch bundles to protect new lily shoots. Kids giggle at the title Junior Park Rangers, and then do the job better than the title deserves, placing twigs like they're drawing slow stars in mud. Finally, a quiet experiment marries old and new without forcing either to like a label. A small data logger, approved by people whose approval matters, records temperature and humidity, while a human logger records frog song changes, ant behavior, and reed rustle. Cross-checking happens at the fire with seed cake and long patience. The results please everyone. Ants remain excellent meteorologists. Frogs deliver timely bulletins. Reeds whisper accurate breeze reports. The device stores its compliments silently. Soon the water's surface becomes a blackboard for moonlight, and the meal's satisfaction turns into a philosophy you can taste. Nothing on the plate demands a plane ticket. Nothing arrived with a marketing budget. Everything insists that flavor comes from place plus rules. You swallow the thesis and agree to take the exam again tomorrow, when the weather edits a paragraph and the dragonflies file their errata. Night wraps the billabong in a soft grammar that encourages commas, not periods. The elder gives the 3-stone pocket set that each chapter seems to carry. Knowledge. Seasonal rounds align food work to monsoon, break, and dry. Billabongs and creeks supply lilies, fish, shellfish, and reeds, while yams, bush fruits, seeds, and hunted meats balance across the year. An old integration validated by modern ecological studies and common sense sharpened by kin. Quirk. Branch fish hotels provide shade and refuge for fingerlings. Slow flow so silt can settle, and give lilies a foothold, also doubling as a civic project that children adore because small engineering feels like magic. Debate. Nutrition science still wrestles with reconstructing pre-contact diet breadth. Middens bias the sample, journal center outsider taste. isotopes tell partial secrets. Historians are still debating this question while communities keep cooking recipes that survived because they worked. Sleep edges over the paper bark like the gentlest tide, and the billabong exhales a long, unworried breath. A last fish ring becomes a moonlit parenthesis around the day. The fish hotel rides the whisper of current like a cradle doing exactly its job. The lily pads appear as punctuation that decided to float. Shoulders remember how to lower without instruction. And the taste of lemon myrtle decides to live on your tongue long enough to improve tomorrow's mood. Foodways, it turns out, are water's wisdom kneaded into dinner. Midnight lays its cool palm on country, and the elder lifts your chin toward a wide band of pale fire. Milky Way to astronomy books, a sky river to people whose feet know water's mind. Stars crowd like schools of silver fish. Dark lanes carve shapes that refuse to be emptiness. And the whole arch hums with the kind of old light that makes clocks feel like small children given too much responsibility. Breath slows without negotiation, because the night is teaching and your ribs enjoy being the classroom. Somewhere above the eastern trees, a smudge as black as velvet anchors the first lesson. The elder traces its outline with words instead of fingers, inviting your eyes to stop worshipping bright points and start reading the dark. The emu in the sky unfurls from that coal dark throat across the luminous river. Head near the coal sack by the Southern Cross, long body stitched through the great rift, legs suggested by further darkness where the galactic glow thins. Navigation works because the brain loves outlines. Law works here because memory wants a creature to walk beside it, not a diagram to squint at. Elsewhere across the vault, small clouds of light, Magellanic Islands to some, float like campfires at the far edges of a gathering. Stories tell of sky hunters, skyfish, sky waters. The exact cast changes with country, but the mood stays faithful. Overhead is not a ceiling. It's a mirrored floodplain where ancestral beings negotiated with time. Mainstream ethnoastronomy recognizes the sophistication in this. Stars, dark nebulae, and the Milky Way itself encodes seasonal calendars, travel cues, and ceremony schedules. This isn't stargazing as pastime. It's governance rendered in light. Across the sand, a low, careful shuffle draws you and the elder to a slight rise where spine effects gives better seating than any grandstand. The emu's posture becomes a calendar. When its body rises tall in the evening sky, eggs may be ready in certain countries. When it lies low, restraint governs hands because nests need quiet more than praise. Timing here refuses to be an app notification. It prefers a neck angle, an arc, a silhouette. You learn to obey shadows as if they were elders, because in this case they are. Beneath the Star River, the ground keeps a quiet ledger of the same logic. Waterholes mirror the Milky Way's curve on certain nights, and you can feel how people were always meant to read one river by the other. Sky above, stream below, body in between, the three-branch braid of orientation. Mainstream accounts sometimes call this as above, so below, and then wander off into metaphor. The elder calls it no two maps at once and your water bag stays full. Practicality shines harder in the dark than romance. Between constellations you learned from school posters, the elder encourages a different vocabulary. Dark is not absence. It's ink. The emu's beak sits as a shadow bite next to the Southern Cross. Its belly swells along the river. Its legs run farther than your city eyes expected they could. Under that silhouette, the law returns to food. Some nights are for gathering, some for watching, some for leaving eggs as a promise to next year's children. No sermon needed, just a bird big enough to insist. Beyond the emu's lessons, the Southern Cross becomes a compass disguised as jewelry. A line projected along its long axis points toward a south-seeking spot near the horizon. The cross rotates through the night like a sober clockhand, telling season and time if you know how to watch without wanting cartoons. As children laugh somewhere behind you, a star toward the east blinks more than usual, scintillation that says the upper air is rowdy, which the elder translates into a walking plan. Aim for sheltered gullies on the way home. A quirky sky fact thus turns into ankle policy. Nearby, a termite mound stands like a little observatory left by patient engineers in clay. Its flat face, oriented by long practice to compromise with sun and wind, reflects a sliver of star sheen, enough to serve as a low mirror while you align your body to the southern stars. People here recruit whatever will help them read the night. Mound, trunk, rock, waterskin mirror, fingertip. Nothing is small when the sky expects your best attention. Overhead, the Milky Way thickens into a spill of milk caught mid-pour, and the elder's voice settles into a pace that matches the slow flow of the glow. Stories arrive where water beings journey along this river of stars, their episodes resonating with springs opening, creeks joining, floods learning impatience, and cool seasons reminding big floods that the world prefers variety. Mainstream knowledge nods. Many traditions align celestial narratives with water management and law on the ground. Whether the Rainbow Serpent travels the Sky River or hosts it as kin depends on whose country you stand in, and your posture changes to match the verbs. Along a lower bank of darkness, the Coalsack Nebula keeps being excellent at its job. Make a hole in brightness big enough for human imagination to plug it with meaning. Children sometimes see a nest there. Adults see a mouth. Law sees a caution. Some openings are not invitations. A historian might ask which reading is correct. The elder lifts a palm and chooses utility as correctness. Does the image deliver timing, respect, and safety? Yes. Then the stars approve. Across the plain of night, Venus begins its slow permission to glow near dawn, and the elder gives a reminder. Heliacal rise has already made an appearance in your education, but repetition makes sure it sticks. When that bright one climbs in certain angles, departure times shift, ceremony steps quicken or slow, and fissures set or delay nets. The planet's predictability meets water's moods, and together they form a duet you can schedule life by without resenting either partner's solo. Sometime later, a small wind writes its opinion in the paperbark leaves and your skin agrees to listen. High twinkling usually means turbulence aloft, the elder murmurs. Lower shimmer near the horizon can mean dust or humidity. Forecasting doesn't need icons. It asks for pupils. A quirky exercise follows. Hold your hand up and block all but the lower rim of the sky. Watch how the scintillation changes. Then translate it into goats would hate a ridge walk right now, or canoe crossings will prefer early start. If you want laughter, add, mosquitoes have submitted an ambitious agenda for tonight. Under that instructional humor, a conversation about sky rules flows into the ordinary. Some songs belong only to the hour before dawn. Others do not like being overheard on ridges. Several need complete darkness to make sense in the body. The sky is not a giant public square. It has neighborhoods with noise limits and visitor protocols. Mainstream accounts sometimes miss this interior zoning, flattening sacred astronomy into a tourist brochure of here's what to look for. The elder's zoning map uses verbs: listen, wait, omit, invite. Behind the ridge, horizon dust turns saffron where morning rehearses its lines, and the emu shifts posture again. A part of its body now points toward a billabong where eggs are historically plentiful when the sky looks like this. Another part points toward a ridge where you'll avoid walking because nests hide in the scrub that likes dawn. Place and posture hold hands. The map becomes choreography. Your legs vote yes without two-party bickering. Within the ember-colored quiet, the elder tells a story about how sky tracks and ground tracks braid so neatly that travelers once moved across vast distances carrying a melody that matched their feet to the constellations and their rest stops to particular star assemblies. Ethnoastronomy has recorded parts of this songlines that run in the sky, then fall to earth, then rise again in a different register. Historians are still debating this question of precision. Whether every bend on the ground corresponds to a named star feature or whether songs encode rules for reading bends rather than lists of them. Scholars write cautious pages. Communities keep walking. Nearby, a faint glow along the waterhole's edge introduces reflection as teacher. When the Milky Way lays down on the pond's black back, the dark shapes turn into a negative film you can read with your head tilted sideways. The elder jokes about sky subtitles, then slides the joke into law. Look twice in both directions. What you missed above may be obvious below. Children in many camps learn this trick because it turns learning into a game and because puddles are generous with attention spans. Above the western trees, the Pleiades glitter like a cluster of gossiping aunties who are, frankly, delightful. Their rising and setting carry duties in some countries, harvest this, leave that, expect visitors or owls or both. Not every region assigns them the same task. People nearby may describe winter with those 7 bright whispers, while people far away recruit them for something else. Diversity in the sky echoes diversity on the ground. Correctness is local, and the stars are happy to be multi-talented. Amid these luminous citizens, the Rainbow Serpent's presence keeps returning as a felt contour rather than a single picture. Sometimes the serpent is the river itself. Sometimes it swims beneath. Sometimes it coils where the Milky Way thickens into a bright billabong. Sometimes it rests in the dark hollows that look like underwater caves of night. The elder refuses to anchor it to one outline, preferring to let responsibilities dictate which scale matters. If law is water, then myth is the riverbed, and both adjust to each other without lawsuits. Under the arch, clapsticks once again find your palms, and a quiet pattern starts. Tap, pause, slide, tap. The sound helps your eyes mark the night's slow rotation. Every 30 heartbeats you check the cross, watch its angle nudge, and imagine the imaginary line stretching toward the southern grass line shifting with it. Children love this because clocks feel bossy. The cross feels like a relative who drops by often enough to be useful without overstaying. Across the thought of high science, the elder lets a smile press a dimple into the dark. Telescopes have decided that the Milky Way is a barred spiral with arms, dust lanes, and a black hole center that collects metaphors with embarrassing greed. None of that cancels a single law about eggs, storms, or ceremony timing. The big science loves invention. These stories love survival. Both can share sky time if neither insists the other is a tourist. Past midnight, the world cools into a kind of listening posture that improves patience by 20%. A chorus of frogs steps lightly into your awareness and tries on tempos like jackets. Slow as a cloud, quick as a moth. Their timing cues your next move. Rest under the Melaleuca and save long distances for the hour after Venus shows. Insects, amphibians, stars. The band never argues because everyone knows the key. Toward that soft promise of dawn, kids, elders, and in between gather on a log. Sleepy, hungry, fascinated. The elder tells how some families keep time with the south celestial pole's empty patch. No bright star marks it, So you learn to triangulate using the cross and pointers, a lovely invitation to love geometry. A quirky local competition sometimes develops. Who can sight south fastest by hand and star? The winner gets first tea, which seems unreasonable until you taste how good that tea is by a billabong at 3:47 a.m. Across the camp, a bark painting leans under an awning, its sinuous lines and cross-hatching reflecting the night in matte echoes. The elder explains how some panels encode sky narratives in the same strokes that speak of water places, body and archive for laws in two directions. This isn't doubling meaning to be clever. It's redundancy as safety. If clouds hide the sky, paint holds the timing. If paintings travel away for a season, stars above continue the rehearsal. Several paces off, a young voice asks the question academia adores. Is the Milky Way itself the Rainbow Serpent? The elder's head tilts in equal parts humor and seriousness. In some countries, yes. In other places, the serpent moves along it as a traveler. Elsewhere, the serpent's work echoes in the sky river without being identical. Historians are still debating this question with diagrams, glossaries, and bold subtitles. Communities keep using whichever reading keeps law intact and rivers drinkable. Back toward the water, a trick of peripheral vision catches a meteor. One bright grain skidding across a sky pond, prompting a ritual of tiny gasps, quiet wishes, and immediate fieldcraft. Look down, then up again to re-anchor yourself. If the ground turned while you admired the streak, you would rather not find that out by tripping over a root with a sense of humor. Stars may enchant. Ankles still prefer competence. On the far margin of the clearing, a line of termite mounds makes silhouettes that, by coincidence or by cleverness, repeat a constellation's angles. The elder leaves coincidence alone. Not everything needs an origin story, but keeps usefulness in play. Align your night path by both. Redundancy saves skin. Technology here is not iron and battery. It is double-checking with two senses instead of one. Around a quieter patch of sand, the conversation tilts toward how sky and story travel through time when conditions change. Light pollution from distant towns pushes some stars down the ladder of clarity. Fire smoke and dust can hide the emu's legs for weeks. Seasons wobble their old schedule in small but noticeable ways. Adaptation follows. Communities shift teaching hours, choose ridges with darker horizons, lean even harder on dark nebulae that shrug off glare. Law does not break. It edits. Back in the center of things, Venus climbs with the practiced arrogance of a professional who knows it's about to steal the scene. Morning star worship is not on the docket. Practical timing is. Nets will go where dragonflies skated last evening. The path will use the gully with friendlier dew. A ceremony will finish before heat turns concentration to soup. The elder hands you the small comfort of planning tomorrow with a planet's permission slip. Within minutes, birds write the sky open with vowels and exclamation points. The emu enrolls itself lower, flattening to a shape that reminds gatherers and guards to trade places. Eggs left alone here, watch kept there. The Southern Cross sneaks toward day's bleached edge like an employee leaving early with permission. The river of stars fades into a river of air and dust and pollen that your lungs learn without prejudice. Field breakfast becomes a syllabus of tea and toasted seeds. And somebody tells the story of a night when a visitor insisted on finding Orion for an hour while everyone else explained that the important creature tonight lived in the dark between bright things. The elder let the hour pass because patience is the world's best knife. Sharp, quiet, efficient. The visitor eventually saw the emu and cried, which is an excellent review and deserves a second cup. Along with laughter comes the day's sober encore. When stories are written down, they turn into furniture. Useful, heavy, and hard to move. Not everything should be furniture. Some sky knowledge prefers to stay a tent. Portable, storable, openable, closed when weather says so. Historians are still debating this question: how to publish without freezing, how to cite without stealing, how to teach without staging. Meanwhile, practice continues at its walking speed. Near the end of the night's long paragraph, the elder taps the ground lightly with a stick and leaves a curved line that pretends to be the Milky Way's reflection. A dot marks a waterhole. Another curve crosses. A songline. Your job, spoken in a tone that replaces pep talks with responsibility, is to keep all three water, sky, story aligned enough that kids can find the dot without you standing there to point. Rules do not survive as slogans. They survive as enough small competencies taught on enough nights to enough ankles. Dawn finally wins its polite election, and the first sunlight fingers the paperbark in lists of gold. The emu melts into pale blue. The camp stands. The day rehearses chores. The elder places 3 familiar stones into your palm. The pocket set that closes lessons. Knowledge. Across many Aboriginal traditions, the Milky Way serves as a sky river hosting dark figure constellations like the emu, with practical ties to seasonal timing, ceremony, and navigation. Ethnoastronomy recognizes this as rigorous knowledge rather than folklore. Quirk. Twinkling patterns, scintillation, double as weather hints, and a mirrored read, watching reflections on still water, helps beginners see the emu's dark outline when overhead seems too crowded to read. Termite mounds, paperbark trunks, and rock faces become informal observatories for alignment. Debate. Scholars continue to dispute how directly specific constellations, or sections of the Milky Way, map onto named Rainbow Serpent episodes and precise ground turns. Historians are still debating this question, and the healthiest answers keep deference to local authority while admitting that living systems resist tidy grids. Camp breathes, kettles whisper, and your shoulders notice they're hanging lower than last week. The sky has not made you a prophet. It has made you punctual to the oldest appointments. River rising, eggs cooling, songs needing the dark to fit their clothing. If responsibility had a texture, it would feel like the soft grit of night's sand against your palms when you push yourself up to go begin what the stars just taught. Across the low hills, the air thins into a soft, glittering dryness, and the elder names this first country with a tilt of the chin, desert, where distance looks close and close looks infinite until ankles learn the grammar. Sand writes long sentences here. Wind edits without asking. The Rainbow Serpent travels mostly underground, carving soaks and springs that pop up like reliable footnotes in a book otherwise written in thirst. Responsibilities shift with the palette. Carry water for more than yourself. Follow Spinifex logic. Treat dawn as the generous shift manager it is. Between red dunes the crust sings under careful steps, and that old desert chorus, part biology, part acoustics, turns into a navigation assistant when sight lines trick the eye. Songlines in this country run with long, unpunctuated phrases that guide bodies by rhythm rather than by landmark density. Waterholes become the serpent's resting loops, and law tightens around them like a belt that saves lives. No fouling, no boasting, no shortcuts. Mainstream knowledge folds into this like a map against a brisk wind. Arid interiors require mobility, reciprocal ties, and calendars that refuse to be bullied by a 12-month grid. Beyond the dunes, see a stony gibber plain flashes like scales, and the elder's story matches the glare with a quieter key. Here the serpent's passage is written in stone pavements and desert varnish. subtle curves that even satellites admire but can't explain to a thirsty tongue. Quirk comes along for the ride. When hot wind presses the ears a certain way and lizards sunbathe at half-mast, experienced travelers predicted dust change by evening. The low response is simple: lash gear, prearranged shade, and warn the junior carriers that their first real test is about to arrive. Under a cloud bank that fails dramatically to rain, a different country opens with a smell. Savannah, green gold and humming with insect electricity. Monsoon rules here, which means the Rainbow Serpent stretches out with surface confidence, turning creeks to braids and floodplains to temporary seas. Settlements behave like dancers in this cycle. Camps high in the wet, closer in the break, mobile in the build-up, grateful in the dry. Mainstream geographic summaries applaud the coordination. The elder calls it not cleverness but obedience to a river that keeps its own calendar. Over paperbark corridors the air sweetens into translucent shade, and clapsticks find a livelier tempo that belongs to the north. Bark painting becomes the favored archive here, where stringy bark flattens into a generous page and Rark cross-hatching breathes law through disciplined lines. The serpent's body often appears broad-headed and rain-argumentative, painted beside freshwater fish whose X-ray bones teach anatomy with honesty. Orchid sap joins the ceremony as binder with manners, and mosquitoes discover smoke is an older law than their appetite. Inside a mangrove maze the mud writes in tide marks rather than in tracks, and the serpent's saltwater cousins get a respectful mention without becoming the same being, kin, not clones. Shell middens rise like gentle white dunes beyond the tree line, some tall enough to argue with time. Obscurity peels back. Middens here are tide diaries as well as menus, the heights and shell species stacked in ways that tell when people ate, when the sea pressed farther in, and which months asked hands to work harder. Archaeologists measure. Aunties just point and schedule the cooking stones. Outside the mangroves, the coast relaxes into long beaches that perform geometry with a playful agenda. The Rainbow Serpent along this rim prefers estuaries, bars, and channels where fresh and salt negotiate like old friends who cherish their disagreements. Nets get set according to sandbar gossip. Message sticks carry notches that cue safe crossings when outflow bullies incoming tide. Mainstream coastal ethnographies nod vigorously at this choreography. The elder sums it with fewer syllables. Watch the rip, ask the river, keep the mouth clean. Meanwhile, a savannah storm builds the kind of cathedral only humidity can afford, and thunder tests the ground's memory of where it cracked last year. The serpent's sky self gets a cameo. Lightning snakes whose branching patterns teach which trees you do not nap under in the wet. Quirk but useful. Flying foxes evacuate certain lines of Melaleuca 15 minutes before a rough sell. That emptying sky is a better siren than any phone. Law translates the omen into a to-do list: hoist gear, secure canoes, sing a quick apology to the spot that will catch the overflow. Later, the track tips south into open woodland, where the grass keeps a different beat and the wind learns shorter sentences. Rainbow Serpent stories here lean into springs and soaks that persist through long dry spells, and stone arrangements shoulder some of the memory load, pointing walkers toward water long after paint has faded. Mainstream accounts mention stone fish traps and alignments. The elder shows how those stones also tune ceremonies, arranging bodies in patterns that keep jokes from tripping solemn work. Balance requires architecture, not only admonitions. Elsewhere the coast gifts a moonlit reef flat, and families walk out with lamplight and muttered weather math. Tides, clouds, and wind gossip in 3 languages: current, pressure, and scent. And foragers decide whether crabs or bivalves are on the polite menu. The serpent's presence hums under the decision-making as an ethic. Don't take the first, Don't take the smallest. Don't forget the shell that becomes tomorrow's midden page. Historians love graphs that reconstruct diet breadth. The elder loves a child who leaves the right footprint at the tide line. Eventually, a meeting between countries turns into the lesson itself. Desert cousins arrive with stories of singing sands and deep soaks. Savanna cousins bring bark panels and rain-tuned rhythms. Coastal cousins carry nets mended into lace that lasts just long enough. Exchange works like a Yadaki drone. One note, many harmonics, holding the room steady while detail dances. Law travels carefully in these crossovers. What is shared stays shared. What is restricted remains wrapped. What is learned gets thanked in the currency of future help. After a day of walking and a long drink under paperbark shade, the talk wanders into scholarship's favorite fork in the path. Did serpent motifs travel outward along trade and marriage lines like brilliant seeds, diffusion, or did distinct countries discover the same water truths by living with rivers and monsoon? Convergence? Historians are still debating this question, juggling rock art layers, loan words, and motifs that appear cousins at some angles and strangers at others. The elder cheerfully refuses the referee chair and votes yes. Stories travel and arise. Law holds both without indigestion. Next, kin introduce shellwork that glows at twilight. Necklaces whose gleam is time compressed. Art that reads like a coast's biography. Each shell's season sits inside its sheen. Each drill hole remembers a sitting place where hands learned the pressure that respects a spiral. Middens again double as archive. Making again doubles as law. Mainstream museum labels try valiantly to say this in 75 words. The bracelets themselves need only wrists and a walk by the tide. Nearby, inland friends unwrap desert resin that acts like an all-weather promise. The stuff binds, seals, mends, and sometimes adorns. It behaves like a hinge between countries that don't share bark or shell, but share a philosophy of repair. The serpent's ethic: create, hold, revise, rest, expresses in glue as much as in flood. Cork peers out. Fresh resin sings when warmed. A faint pitch changes as it softens, and practiced hands can hear when it's ready without touching. Science would call it a phase transition. Family calls it listen. Farther along a coastal bluff, the wind composes lines that look suspiciously like song lyric prompts. Fisher stories anchor to headlands where the Sky River meets the ocean's rim. Desert stories anchor to dunes where the emu's posture tells the egg calendar. Savanna stories anchor to monsoon lightning and wet season crossings. Differences aren't failures of translation. They are local constitutions. Mainstream overviews summarize with admirable maps. The elder edits the summary with one sentence. Place is the author, people are the voice, the serpent is the through line. Back inland, a creek braids through ironstone and makes a set of shallow basins that write laws into their own edges. In the first basin, children splash with a rule about volume and timing. In the second, adults gather water with a no-soap clause. In the third, only ceremony drinks. 3 cups, 1 river. Somewhere a visitor once collapsed the system with an eager bar of soap. The repair included ash, time, apology, and a season of overcare. Balance returned because conduct changed, not because anyone won an argument. Above the floodplain, a gallery shelters stories painted in colors that prefer shade. Serpents here carry storm whiskers, and fish arrive in X-ray detail. A nearby region a few days' walk away paints narrower heads and buries the law in tighter hatching. Similarities tempt categories. Differences demand respect. Historians are still debating this question of whether stylistic shifts map cultural exchange or independent innovations under similar ecological pressures. The rock avoids the pole entirely and asks for new hands to learn the old line weight. Around a coastal camp, a little music school pops up when the breeze settles. Clapsticks from 3 countries find a tempo that doesn't flatten anyone. Yadaki drones seat the pulse low enough for small feet to step into. Song tokens travel across the circle with careful permissions. The Rainbow Serpent receives lines that rhyme in behavior if not in wording: water care, name discipline, kin duties. The point isn't to standardize. The point is to synchronize enough that shared travel returns everyone alive, laughing, and full. Along a broken ridge, a night walk turns into a field lesson on diffusion without making the word feel heavy. Loan words jump pockets. One country borrows a term for a type of flood. Another lends a verb for a certain respectful greeting. Names of the serpent don't behave like brands. They behave like relational passports. Ngaliad, Yurlungur, Wanamangura, each with visas for specific ceremonies. Each with customs lines you do not cross without an elder's stamp. Convergence keeps law familiar. Diffusion keeps neighbors understandable. Against a dune face, the desert returns for a cameo, and a long-ago song nudges your feet into that softer gait the crust prefers. Savannah cousins practice it clumsily for a few steps, then get it, then giggle, then repeat the skill until it becomes one more edge where countries meet without bruising. Coast cousins teach tide reading in exchange. Look where the foam slows. Someone whispers, and suddenly the rip announces itself like a loud cousin you somehow never noticed at gatherings. Amid a rim of mangrove roots, knuckled, patient, intent on engineering, the shell midden rises again, taller than a person at the crown and rimmed in pale. Tide diaries, yes, but also kin diaries. Particular shells line up in bands that match family gatherings, morning feasts, returns after long trips. A niche fact winks. Barnacle growth on discarded shell can testify to how long people lingered between courses. A tiny clock that embarrasses any simplistic timeline. Numbers get written. Laughter still wins the paragraph. Across the savannah, clearing the sky bruises purple and gold, and bats make ellipses across the last light. Dinner draws a syllabus in steam: paperbark fish, lily stem salad, wattle seed cakes, and the talk tilts back to scholarship with everyone sufficiently fed to be charitable. Diffusion explains trade, marriage, and mapped exchange corridors. Convergence explains why water stories repeat themes wherever water trains temper. Historians are still debating this question, and the elders' suggested conclusion sounds like an anti-packing leftovers. Take both, share them, don't spill on the way home. Beside the last coals, the law toolbox reopens itself in miniature. Desert resin, coastal shell, savanna bark, stone from ridge and pebble from creek. Each sits in the circle like a cousin with something to say. The Rainbow Serpent's big lesson remains steady. Maintain flow, prevent greed, share weather, adjust ethics to geography without turning adjust into excuse. Mainstream texts increasingly write this as environmental governance. Camp calls it tomorrow's breakfast, children's laughter, and a waterhole that still tastes like permission. Finally, the walk back to the water's edge threads the day's countries into a single line you can follow with eyes closed. Dune hush, paperbark hush, reef hush, stone hush. Feet remember which one belongs where, and calves sign up for the responsibility without needing pep talks. The elder slows just before camp to make room for a last small gift. 3 stones again, warm from the hand and cool from the air. Knowledge. Regional distinctions matter. Desert tracks and soaks, savanna monsoon and bark law, coastal tides and shell archives. Yet the serpent's ethic carries through. Water care, kin rights, ceremony, and songlines that keep both feet and behavior on course. Quirk. Shell middens double as tide diaries, sometimes reading like layered calendars of meals, gatherings, and sea levels. Barnacle clocks and species shifts whisper time with mischievous accuracy. Debate. Scholars continue to wrestle with diffusion versus convergence in explaining the rainbow serpent's continental reach. Whether motifs spread along trade marriage networks or arose independently under shared constraints. Historians are still debating this question, and the best answers keep credit with local authorities who live the stories rather than with tidy charts. Down by the familiar waterhole, frogs practice a weather speech that predicts a cooperative breeze for sleeping, and the fire resumes its patient relationship with a small backlog of sticks. Carrying multiple countries inside one ribcage turns out not to be heavy. It is buoyant the way a canoe is buoyant when you sit in the middle and breathe with the river. The serpent rests as if pleased with everyone's geography homework, and the night edits the edges of camp into softer lines that invite dreams to wander without tripping. Night leans in like an old friend with perfect timing, and the elder taps two lengths of wood together so softly the first beat feels like a secret being introduced to the dark. Sound lifts off the clapsticks and lands on your skin before your ears can file paperwork. Rhythm arrives as a kind of weather that organizes bodies the way wind organizes grass. Breath settles without a meeting, because the beat is the kind that balances heart and foot in one tidy handshake. Somewhere beyond the fireline, frogs offer their glossy metronomes, and the waterhole hums its low vowel, but the sticks speak in consonants. TK, 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 crisp enough to sharpen attention without scolding. The elder lets the tempo hover in that delicious place between walking and thinking, where feet learn faster than sentences do. A loose half-smile appears on nearby faces because everyone knows this register. The warm-up pulse that gathers people into a shared room without needing walls. Clapsticks, the elder explains between phrases, are more than accompaniment. They are a portable grid that keeps ceremony, story, and travel in the same conversation. Hardwoods like ironwood or acacia carry the tone clean. Some sticks are plain, some incised with tracks and cross-hatching that read like reminders in the palm. Mainstream knowledge nods along. Bilma, clapsticks, feature across many Aboriginal song traditions as timekeepers, signalers, and teachers, and the term percussion feels suddenly too small, like calling a river wetness and going home. Between breaths, the beat shifts to a gentle swung pattern, long, short, and ankles understand that tonight's walk will prefer rounded corners to angles, curved steps instead of stomps. Rhythm writes etiquette into muscle memory without using the word etiquette. A sudden pause functions like a sign that says, listen to the water. And when the tempo resumes, nobody needs to be told why it's softened. You feel law being taught to your feet and lungs in a dialect they speak fluently. Clapsticks rest for a moment on the elder's thigh, and a longer wooden voice stands up from the shadows, low and warm as river silt. The Yidaki, known widely as didgeridoo in English, arrives without theatrical flourish, as if it had been part of the night all along and merely decided to say hello. A breath takes the length of the instrument into its confidence, and the first drone unfolds with the kind of patience that makes clocks blush. Sound pours outward like smoke that remembered how to sing. Termites, the elder mentions with a grin you can hear as well as see, are the luthiers here. In northern country, certain eucalyptus trunks grow straight and thick. Termites hollow the core as they do their quiet engineering. Makers test, tap, listen, then cut and trim the shell those tiny carpenters leave behind. Cork gets its drum solo. Sometimes the best instrument is the one a forest and an insect union co-authored, with makers finishing the apprenticeship by shaping the bell and sealing a mouthpiece with beeswax that behaves like polite engineering. Circular breathing slides in next, and your ribs learn that humans can borrow a trick from rivers, continuous flow. Cheeks become reservoir. Tongue becomes valve. Nose becomes quiet pump. Lungs become patient metronome. The drone doesn't so much continue as refuse to stop, and over it the player paints pulses, toots, and animal timbers that sound like cousins of thunder, frog, and wind negotiating a treaty. Mainstream science has even measured changes in upper airway shapes that let players sculpt overtones. Families measured it earlier by noticing which breath makes the story walk without coughing. Across the circle, clapsticks return with a sturdier gait, and the yidaki leans into them like a bass section happy to have drums on stage. Patterns nest inside patterns. 2, then 3, then 5, and the room's attention knits tighter without anyone deciding to knit. Old verses step onto the grid and announce themselves with confidence earned from millennia of rehearsal. Breath becomes the invisible bridge between sound and law. You cross it without souvenirs because the crossing itself is the point. Aunties sitting to the left mark time with shoulders and eyes, and the elder tongues a small rhythmic riddle into the yidaki that asks for the room's answer. Kids whisper count the pattern on their fingers, then toss the correct response back on clapsticks like a respectful prank. Music here never forgets to be a school. Nobody feels lectured because the lesson is a game that makes sense to bones. Mainstream ethnomusicology would call it participatory frameworks and communal entrainment. The camp calls it knowing how not to step on a cousin's song. Song modulates and breath follows, and the discussion opens about tempo as memory. Some families set verses at specific speeds to anchor directions. A quicker gait for sandy rises where light feet save the crust. A steadier tempo for river crossings where hurrying becomes clumsy. A rocking pulse for carrying a heavy log with 2 good jokes tucked underneath. Musicologists map mnemonics onto these tempos and write fine articles. Others argue that variation and improvisation undermine the code theory. Historians are still debating this question, whether tempo is a precise memory key or a flexible suggestion, and the elder shrug lands elegantly, both, because living tracks like living songs change meter with weather and the size of the people on them. On the yidaki's bell, beeswax glows like captured dusk, and the mouthpiece keeps its promise to be comfortable long enough for breath to learn endurance. The elder demonstrates a soft growl inside the drone, throat voice mixing with instrument voice, then a bright bird flicker made by a sharp tongue dart. Next a rhythm that imitates feet over pebbles, then one that mimics clapsticks at a distance. Sound inventory becomes place inventory. Your mind maps pulses to ridges the way it maps flavors to plants. The serpent's tracks, it turns out, also live in sound. Performance drops its cloak and reveals itself as ceremony hiding in plain sight. Painted bodies step into the edge of firelight, designs lifting and falling with ribs that now understand their job. Clapsticks carry the floor. Yidaki seats the horizon. Voices braid in unison lines not to show unity, but to practice it until unity stops being a mood and becomes a reflex. Mainstream accounts describe these as multimodal practices: song, dance, design, instrument, law. The elder prefers simpler math: all together or not at all. Rest returns like a good parent, and the instruments nap in the crook of folded knees. The elder passes a pair of clapsticks to you with a warning disguised as kindness. Grip light, strike honest, leave room for the other stick to exist. Heavy hands make loud noise and poor music. Gentle hands make time everyone can use. Sound becomes etiquette again, the way waterholes become law when thirst shows up wearing its real face. A story creeps into the space about termite-hollowed trunks that sing differently depending on which part of the tree they came from. Upper with a quicker bite, lower with a deeper patience, and how masters can choose a log by tapping bark and listening for a promise. Makers keep other secrets in plain hearing. Bells trimmed to open a tone, internal edges sanded to invite certain resonances, beeswax warmed just enough to soften without slumping. Cork climbs the ladder once more. When a trunk has been hollowed irregularly, a good player can steer the tone with jaw and tongue until the instrument forgives the wood's old life. Elsewhere in the ring, someone pulls out clapsticks carved with marks that behave like notation without reducing music to ink. Notches recall verses and their matching law, 3 short for the water-sharing song, 1 long and 1 short for the track etiquette along the oxbow, a cluster for the welcome that belongs to this bank and not to the one across the bend. The rhythm in your fingers becomes a filing system you cannot misplace because it lives where your pulse lives. Debate, like a polite neighbor, knocks only once before entering. Scholars from away sometimes write as if yidaki were universal, but the instrument's ceremonial roles and protocols are regional and specific. Names differ, permissions differ, contexts differ. Mainstream writing has gotten better about naming country and listening to custodians, but the habit of flattening refuses to vanish in a single dissertation. Historians are still debating this question of representation, how to write about music without sanding off its boundaries, and the circle votes with practice. Get permissions, say where you stand, leave unsaid what belongs inside ceremony. The elder breaths a line through the instrument that sounds very much like distant thunder remembering a joke. That joke turns into a teaching when the clapsticks answer with a stuttering pattern used on ridges where loose rock asks for dancing feet instead of stomping ones. The correspondence is so neat you almost laugh. Then you do laugh because humor is the mortar between bricks in this wall of knowledge. A room that can laugh can also listen. A beat that can tease can also warn. Attention drifts to tools and making. Eucalyptus trunks selected for yidaki give up their secret after a season or 3. Clamps, wedges, and hot coals teach curves to behave. Beeswax dissuades leaks and protects lips. Ochre designs declare relationships and obligations without commentary tracks. Clapsticks emerge from billets of dense wood. Faces flatten just enough to meet sweetly. Handles left round for a grip that doesn't bruise. Each tool carries the memory of the tree's water, and each instrument returns that water as sound to the place that raised it. A small demonstration unfolds. How to start a drone quietly enough to surprise a sleeping child into a smile instead of a yelp. How to add harmonic color by shaping vowels. Oh, ah in the mouth. How to throw a percussive did-G syllable without turning the whole thing into parody. The elder drops a tiny, solemn note. Jokes that imitate instruments outside their proper home can turn a studio into a court. Respect is not anti-fun. It is pro-future. Wind pushes across paper bark and the night pays attention to itself. The yidakis drone tunes to that breeze by tiny adjustments you can't see but you can witness in the way the sound nestles into the wind's shoulder. A clapstick pattern thins until it's more floor than wall, then thickens to hold a set of feet through a tricky patch where roots plot mischief. Music in this register feels like scaffolding that nobody notices until it's gone. After a while, the conversation wanders toward health. Breath as muscle, music as medicine. Circular breathing, practiced correctly, teaches ribcage and diaphragm to collaborate instead of argue. It's an athleticism that doesn't need applause to be useful. Players learn to avoid tension in jaw and neck. Listeners learn how to lower shoulders by accident. Mainstream studies even suggest wind instrument practice can benefit airway function. Families suggested it earlier by noticing who wakes more rested after a night with honest sound. Toward the fire's edge, someone brings out a small bundle of leaves and lays it across a cooling log. Smoke rises with admirable manners. Mosquitoes file a complaint and relocate. Conversation resumes in full sentences instead of half-slaps. Cork continues its undefeated season. Smoke is both insect policy and sound conditioner, softening the harshest edges of dry throats and lending the air a sweet hush that rewards low tempos. The room, by which we mean the ground we are lucky to be on, gives the mix of 5-star review. Elsewhere, a child asks a question with big eyes. Is the beat in the sticks or in the feet? The elder answers with a non-answer that feels perfect. Yes. Beat lives where bodies consent to share it. Clapsticks only remind feet of what they already agreed to do. The Rainbow Serpent's law cares less about whose palm is clever and more about whether the rhythm returns the place to a feeling of right-sized. Body paint from earlier sections peeks out and catches the low light, and movement returns to underline the lesson that tempo is also protocol. Faster patterns belong in certain celebrations. Slower belong in reverent approaches. Medium pulses keep travel honest. Musicologists sometimes try to decode an entire legal system from tempo families. Others caution against overfitting. Historians are still debating this question, and the prudent position keeps circling back. Learn specifics from custodians, not from guesses. A side conversation picks up about instruments' biographies. Some yidaki travel as gifts along marriage lines. Some retire to shade after long service. Some return to ground with ceremony that thanks termites, trees, and breath for a collaboration that worked. Clapsticks crack now and then, the clean break of overzealous joy, and those two receive a short, proper farewell before becoming firelight. Nothing becomes trash. Everything graduates. Practice resumes, this time teaching how to hand rhythm from one person to another without dropping the thread. The elder starts. A niece catches the second bar. An uncle thins his pattern to leave space. Two children hold a ghost beat and grin like bandits who stole treasure from silence. Law sneaks through that handoff. Share, don't smother. Listen, don't display. Leave air in a room so someone else can breathe. Everyone passes the test because the test was designed to make success contagious. An hour into the session, bodies have learned the room so well they can afford to quiet. The Yadaki's drone becomes a floor you could sleep on. Clapsticks close their eyes and keep going. Voices carry a line that nods toward a water rule. No washing where birds drink, and then some ancestor humor. Unless the birds insist you smell like a visitor. Laughter edits the rule into an easier swallow. The rule still holds when the giggles finish. Where the clearing opens to sky, the Milky Way drapes itself like a stage curtain, and the conversation steers back to astronomy's rhythm with a musician's hand. Beats that mark the emu's rise or flattening carry seasonal implications folded into sound. A young singer practices the egg restraint verse at the speed that matches the sky posture. An older singer nudges the tempo and watches the verse become a different message. Speed without context is just exercise. Speed in dialogue with country is curriculum. Clapsticks, resting again, look suddenly like message sticks that went to music school. The elder riffs on this, how some message sticks include marks that cue rhythm for delivery. So a carrier's breath will match the song that needs to travel with the news. Law loves redundancy. Music obliges. If someone forgets words, tempo will jog them awake. If someone forgets tempo, words will pull it back into the room by its sleeve. A shadow near the waterline produces a small orchestration of ripples, and conversation cuts to one instrument. Quiet. Silence holds the shape of what came before the way a river holds a fallen branch without making a fuss. The room recognizes this as music too. The elder respects it with a bowed head. The sticks wait. The yidaki stays poised in the lap like a well-fed cat. When sound returns, it returns as whisper, not as apology. And the effect is the kind of tenderness that knows its own strength. Debate circles back one more time, because scholarship loves a second plate. Are certain rhythmic cells, say a 3-3-2 grouping, universal memory codes, or just comfortable furniture in a house with many rooms? Some researchers propose systematic correspondences between pattern families and types of routes. Others showcase elasticity and local preference. Historians are still debating this question, and the elder makes a suggestion that would look good in any peer review. Ask in 5 camps and compare answers. Then don't publish the parts that belong to the camp. Beneath paperbark leaves, the instruments close their mouths long enough for the air to explain itself. You discover that once rhythm has tuned a place, even the insects seem to file their songs along the same ledger. The result is not order for order's sake. It's comfort, the kind that lets a baby sleep and an elder remember a verse that had been hiding under a stubborn door. Music's job here is not to impress. It is to fit. A final teaching arrives dressed like a trick. The elder asks you to start a clapstick pulse and walk slowly toward the water, then to angle left around a sacred patch and fade the beat to near silence before reaching a sleeping place. The room watches without watching. When the exercise finishes, you feel absurdly proud of not waking anyone and not stepping anywhere the song didn't authorize. The applause is a grin. Tomorrow's test will be breakfast cooked at the right tempo for the wind. Fire softens into authoritative red, and the yidaki leans against a log the way tired expertise does, unshowy and correct. The clapsticks return to their notch on a bark tray that doubles as a score and as a reminder that even instruments need home. People settle with the exhaustion that feels like nobility without the bragging, and sleep arrives because rhythm invited it to sit. Before eyes finish convincing eyelids, the elder sets the night's 3-stone pocket set exactly where memory reaches first. Knowledge. Across many nations, clapsticks, bilma, and yidaki/didgeridoo are core to ceremony and story. Timekeepers, signalers, and companions that bind dance, law, and navigation. Termite-hollowed eucalyptus trunks finished by makers, beeswax mouthpieces, and circular breathing form the craft that sustains the sound. Quirk. Termites are the unsung luthiers, and smoke is both insect policy and vocal conditioner. Some message sticks carry micronotches that cue delivery tempo or even a laugh here to regulate room temperature. Players steer tone with jaw, tongue, and vowel shapes like o-e-ya, turning the body into a second instrument. Debate. Musicologists continue to argue whether tempo functions as a strict mnemonic code for geography and protocol or as a flexible guide that adjusts with weather, audience, and duty. Historians are still debating this question, and the honest answer keeps returning to local custodians and the living elasticity of practice. Coals think their way toward ash. Frogs rehearse tomorrow's forecast. The waterhole hums its soft vowel again. Breath, the oldest instrument, keeps time for sleep exactly as it kept time for song. When morning raises its eyebrows, the sticks will be right where you left them. The yidaki will remember the shape your jaw learned, and the ground will be pleased to hear the same good beat under the first steps of the day. Morning lifts itself over the paperbark line with a tired sort of brightness, as if the sun spent the night rereading an old argument and has decided to try kindness first. The waterhole sits there pretending to be simple, a mirror with opinions, while the elder gathers everyone with a look that says today will taste like ash and honey at once. Contact is the word on the wind, ships, missions, stations, fences, and the Rainbow Serpent's coil will have to stretch in directions it never volunteered for. Across the damp edge where your toes press half-moons into mud, The first story arrives without theatrics. Sails on the horizon where no sails belong. A language that makes the mouth stumble. Metal that shines harder than shell. And transactions that don't recognize the local grammar of gifts. People here step forward with ceremony and careful questions. Strangers step forward with haste and a ledger. Mainstream history sketched the broad outline: 18th and 19th century incursions, violent dispossession, frontier wars, missions and reserves, cattle stations carving water access into rations, policies that try to subtract people from their own country. Lived memory fills in what textbooks can't hold. Who carried which child across which creek at midnight? Who folded language into whispers for safety? Who kept songlines breathing in a whisper small enough to hide in a pocket? History gets practical faster than anyone wants. Springs that once welcomed entire families are fenced for stock. Billabongs were the bruises of soap and tins. A path that used to breathe with feet now carries hooves that don't read law. The elder's voice doesn't sharpen so much as tighten, and the lesson is water economics under pressure. Wait your turn. Carry more. Repair faster. Argue less with people who mistake access for possession. A quick quirk sneaks in with its usual humility. Old mirror plates cut from repurposed metal. Polished tin, chrome scraps, even bits of station hardware. Get drafted into ceremony as reflective surfaces for signaling and for face paint checking when bark mirrors can't travel. Scrap turns sacred by intention, not by ancestry. Stations rise like restless fortresses across country, and rations arrive with their complicated math. Flour that flattens taste, sugar that changes teeth and tempers, tea that warms and erases in the same cup. The serpent's coil constricts to protect water rights. Elders negotiate the least worst options so that children eat without forgetting what lilies look like when a season turns awake. Mainstream accounts inventory these pressures. Stock routes over song routes. Disease piggybacking on contact. Legal fictions that christen emptiness where families have signed their names in fire and footsteps for longer than the law has owned a printing press. Missions, with their stubborn furniture and Bibles wearing hard hats, push ceremony into corners and language into a room with locked cupboards. Schools in some places teach subtraction as patriotism. Subtract language, subtract kin, subtract country, and add obedience like sugar to everything. The elder doesn't retell everything. Nobody has the stamina for all the subtraction in one sitting. Instead, a hand draws a small circle in the sand and fills it with white ochre as a private cloud, then speaks a few words in a quiet register that makes the ground behave like a sanctuary. Knowledge lives by movement, not only by volume. The whisper survives the loudspeaker by knowing where to bend. Frontier violence behaves like a drought that discovered the concept of knives. Names exist for the massacres. Memorials exist too, though often far from the creek bends where the water still refuses to taste like it used to. The story remains unsuited to bedtime, so the elder uses an old method for dangerous content. Teach what the living did to keep the dead from starving in memory. Songs narrowed to skeletons and still walked. Message sticks traveled wrapped inside bundles of ordinary work. Women who collected lilies collected news under everything else. The coil held, if thinner in places, and waited for chances to feed itself back to health. Policy changes where dates like badges, protection acts, exemption certificates, assimilation schemes, stolen generations, and they all intersect with water because everything intersects with water. Rations replace seasonal food work and pull people toward depots. Travel bans break songlines' muscle memory. Foster placements reroute children away from their own country, leaving ankles with the wrong rhythm. The elder lifts one of the old polished tin mirrors and sets it on a rock so you can see how your face carries both the smoke of ceremony and the glare of contact metal. Two lights in one skin. Odd tools can still serve law if hands know what they're doing. Somewhere on the ridge, a post-eucalypt smoke wisp lifts like a shy petition, and talk turns to ingenuity that refused to surrender. Old bodies of law learned to wear new clothes when survival required it. Hymns got braided with proper songs so that a sliver of truth could hide in choir practice. English words learned to carry meanings that English would never have guessed. Visit the river became make the offering and check the lilies and speak the small names. Cork keeps working because children accept it gracefully. Tin mirror for paint check. Sugar bag wax for Yadaki mouthpiece maintenance when bees are scarce. Station wire hammered flat into small ceremonial reflectors that catch moonlight like a wink the river recognizes. Anthropologists arrive in several flavors. Some listen with the posture of a student and the patience of a good fishing morning. Others extract and arrange, then name the arrangement discovery. Wax cylinders and spiral notebooks whisper across the decades from trunks where dust rehearses permanence. Historians are still debating this question. How to archive oral tradition without freezing it, how to record without stealing, how to publish without pinning a living moth to a museum card. The elder chooses verbs over manifestos. Give back, sit quiet, fun travel, accept correction. Leave parts closed when communities say closed. Rock art galleries outlast policies the way stone outlasts a loud rumor. But even stone suffers abrasion when metal goats chew the landscape and tourist boots hurry where they should learn to loiter. Families repaint or do not, according to law. Rark lines tighten where new eyes need training. X-ray fish keep teaching anatomy across centuries, even when someone tries to rename them motifs without obligations. A quiet note slips in like a good stalker. Care is not a hashtag. It is the sweep of a damp branch over dusty feet, the guide to which corner of the shelter hosts which story and which story must not be staged for phone cameras. Language, the oldest canoe, sprains an ankle but refuses to drown. Words hide in jokes and grandparent mumbles and the parts of songs missionaries thought were decorative. Grammar learns to change keys the way a yidaki changes overtones with tiny shifts in the player's mouth. Revival decades later will use any tool that behaves. Recordings from the 1940s, notebooks with spelling that would make a linguist cry, a memory that sparks when a certain bend of the river meets a certain smell after rain. The elder is not sentimental. Language is work, the kind that shows up every morning and takes the trash out while humming to itself. Mission and station regimes insist on tidy boundaries, but country keeps leaking across the edges like a law that enjoys being better than a map. Songlines find back ways. Kinship lines smuggle the right greetings under the cover of market day. Clapsticks disguise themselves as walking sticks and quietly count the beats of a forbidden verse so bodies don't forget the meter. Historians catalog these as hidden transcripts. Families call it being normal when someone is watching. In the shadow of an iron tank that hoards the sky into a metal belly, an auntie teaches a ration line to behave like a classroom. Flour gets turned into damper on coals that know what they're doing, and kids learn ratios while elders swap weather data disguised as neighborly complaint. Water mischiefs itself in pipes. Taps confuse the muscles that earned their loyalty hauling from creeks. But hands remember. A new practice, boiling to kill what the eye can't see, arrives as a courtesy to bodies learning to cope with a foreign biology. Adaptation is not betrayal. It is the coil breathing through a narrow place. Cattle disarrange clay pans into stirrups of mud. Sheep train the ground to wear sorrow. Horses chew the edge between campfire and horizon. A quieter counter-argument grows from within the disruption. Stock work becomes a school for a subset of skills that later feed law. Reading weather by smell at 4 kilometers. Repairing a fence with hands that respect wire as both tool and hazard. Finding soaks by trusting the bone memory of a ridge line. No romance here. Just salvage, repurposing, survival. The serpent allows pragmatism as long as it doesn't vote greed into office. Reverends, superintendents, managers, protectors. Titles make noise while children sleep. Some of these people keep the worst of themselves in uniform. Some keep the best of themselves in secret. A few keep their mouths closed and let locals steer when the country speaks a tone that refuses translation. The elder retells one such ally gently, because allies are rare and do not thrive under applause. Help, in this measure, looked like permission slips for ceremonies at times when permission was a dangerous word. It looked like a broken truck that stayed broken just long enough for a group to reach a gallery intact. Art shifts its toolkit under pressure. Bark paintings travel to cities without the right names attached. Boards end up in museums on a different hemisphere. Images meant to knit obligations get treated like souvenirs that can be placed above a couch. Communities respond with a spectrum of strategies. Repatriation claims, community-controlled archives, digital projects run by the people who own the stories, and new art that refuses to be either compliant or nostalgic. A modern painter sands a laser-printed toner to mix a pigment that approximates an old hue when a specific ochre seam becomes temporarily restricted. Curious, practical, and exactly the sort of detail mainstream art glossaries dislike because it complicates the romance of pure material. Ceremony migrates without surrendering. In town camps, a small yard lined with mismatched plastic chairs becomes a lore room. Clapsticks keep time while traffic goes by. A yidaki keeps breath steady while neon argues with stars. Paint still lands on shoulders. Lilies still steam in paperbark. Names still move with weight and permission. The Rainbow Serpent's coil resizes to fit a rented patch of ground, and then uncoils again when the group returns to where the river remembers their footsteps. Scale is not essence. Law survives resizing like lungs survive singing in a bathroom if that's the only acoustic available. Debate returns because it must. Archivists ask how to store breath. Photographers ask how to capture a boundary. Lawyers ask how to draft a sentence that prevents a bulldozer from discovering your sacred site by accident and then, accidentally, forgetting to report it. Historians are still debating this question with footnotes that try not to step on anyone, and some have learned to co-author with communities rather than about them. The Elders' Yes has clauses. Record with consent, return copies, hire locally, tattoo context on your syllabus. Don't take no as a problem to solve. Meanwhile, resilience refuses to wear a cape but keeps showing up anyway. Kids, those relentless engineers, build new fish hotels after a flooding event that moved the last lot downstream. Then hold a small naming ceremony where each bundle gets a ridiculous title like The Shady Hotel and No Cats Allowed. Aunties, those relentless administrators, run kitchens that sneak nourishment into kids who prefer sugar. Uncles, those relentless negotiators, talk to 3 different jurisdictions before lunch. Small systems get maintained so big systems can keep arguing without killing everyone's appetite. In a weatherboard hall whose paint flakes like an honest confession, a modern language class sets consonants back into bodies. Vowels return like trusted cousins. Grammar admits it missed you. Laughter becomes the facilitator. Embarrassment becomes the syllabus's brittle first page that laughter tears out without ceremony. A teenager who thought the tongue would never bend learns the click of a retroflex and steals the room's attention with a sentence that is both ordinary and the first sunrise in a decade. The elder nods the nod that makes tears legal. Protest travels in song as easily as in slogans. Marches carry clapsticks whose beats predate colonies. Banners reference water rights and burial grounds. Speeches quote old law without pretending it can be translated in full. When a court asks for precedent, country writes it in a flood. When a legislature asks for cost-benefit, frogs sing against mosquitoes and the community shows the ledger. Clean water, healthy kids, unburned banks, quiet nights. Profit accounted for in the currency that actually spends. Back on the bank that keeps this chapter honest. A circle acknowledges grief without letting it monopolize the air. Names of lost ones are spoken according to law. Silence moves in like a helpful auntie with a casserole. Dancers mark a small coil into sand that will be erased by dew but not by memory. The elder places the repurposed metal mirror beside a bowl of water, a small altar to reflection, old and new at once. Faces pass over it, painted, lined, young, distracted, and the mirror does its only job. Reflect without owning. Elsewhere in town, a modern studio hums with the soft clatter of brushes meeting canvas and tablets meeting fingers. Contemporary artists push the serpent into fresh registers. Not as mascot, not as logo, but as a living logic. Interlaced rivers over aerial maps, coiled lines intercut with archival phrases, cross-hatching that hides names in sight so only those authorized can read them. Printer toner mixes with ochre dust, acrylic with clay, Spotify playlists with clapstick beatboxing because teenagers exist and thank goodness for that. Mainstream galleries write the press release. Community shows up to see whether the work walks straight when it's time to go home and not just when lights hit it. Mornings inside bureaucracy smell like carpets and in-house coffee, but the work can still serve if hands steer. Land councils file claims with maps drawn by elders. Ranger programs put wages under the same hands that already did maintenance for free. Cultural flows get formal slots on calendars that once pretended formality belonged to one side only. The Rainbow Serpent is not seduced by paperwork. It's impressed when paperwork stops tripping people carrying water and starts carrying some itself. Memory projects unfold with careful speed. Oral history sessions seat aunties and uncles in front of microphones that behave politely. Archives are deposited under agreements that put community keys in community pockets. Traveling exhibits bring bark panels back to their wind for a season so paint can breathe. Historians are still debating this question: how to avoid freezing by recording movement itself, by capturing variance and context, by making room for authorized silence. The elder's favorite sentence in any grant reads, "Produced under community control." Some disruptions arrive dressed as gifts. Health clinics bring vaccines and also waiting rooms where gossip cures a different loneliness. Schools bring pencils and also time schedules that think they know better than the monsoon. Roads bring ambulances faster and also visitors faster. Braver planning tries to bend infrastructure to country instead of the other way around. School terms flexing for ceremony, clinics riding out to waterholes, ranger bases designed for flood logic. Adaptation remains the coil's art. If it can bend and still hold, it's doing its job. Night leans in to audit everything said, because night has excellent taste in truth. The elder passes clapsticks around and asks for a beat that lets grief and relief share a room. Sticks answer with a pulse that could carry a long walk. A yidaki hums like a low river. Voices stack verses that were not designed for microphones but have nothing against them when permission sits in the first row nodding. You feel contact still lodged in the body like a pebble in a heel, and you feel the body learning to walk with it without letting it fester. A child, in the plush sincerity of small hours, asks why old stories still matter if there are new problems. The elder answers with the kind of sentence that lands like water. Old stories train ankles and tongues, and today's problems rely on ankles and tongues. Walk kindly, speak clearly, carry the right things. The Rainbow Serpent requires the same three verbs it always has: create, maintain, restore. Everything else is the weather. Beside the waterhole that supervised the entire lesson without interrupting, a debate's last echo decides to sit down. Archiving without freezing has better odds when the archive is a living person paid to teach. A path that keeps getting walked. A song remembered by breath, not by a blue progress bar. Museums can be allies when they hand back what was taken and fund the work at the source. Libraries can behave if they file what they're told to file and learn to catalog restricted, as a badge of respect rather than of curiosity. Dawn edges a dull knife across the sky and still manages to make slices of light, and the elder places 3 objects in your palm. A tiny folded paper with a court date, a smooth stone from a creek that changed course last wet, and a circle of metal polished into a mirror. Knowledge. Contact history sits inside water history, stations, missions, fencing, rations, removals, and mainstream scholarship increasingly admits that environmental disruption is braided with political disruption. Caring for country during and after those shocks required strategies humble and relentless. Quirk. Repurposed metal, tin, chrome, station scraps, became ceremonial mirrors and signaling tools. Reflective cousins to water that let faces check paint and songs catch moonlight when bark mirrors were impossible to carry. Printer's toner even found its way into pigment recipes when certain ochres were off-limits or exhausted. Debate. Scholars, curators, and communities keep wrestling with archiving oral tradition without freezing it. How to record breath without trapping it. How to cite without theft. How to let silence remain legible as consent. Historians are still debating this question, and the best answers keep custodians in charge and movement at the center. Camp breathes, kettles perform their quiet opera, and smoke folds itself around ankles like a helper remembering birthdays. Holding on does not look dramatic from a distance. It looks like tomorrow's firewood stacked in the right shade, like a kid repeating a line until the vowel learns its home again. Like a tin mirror that reflects a painted face and also a weird little boat of new light in the corner. The Rainbow Serpent coils where the law needs guarding and uncoils where the day needs breathing space. And you, shoulder deep in both ash and honey, keep walking because the path is shorter than the story but carries the story well. Afternoon sunlight slants through paperbark like slow-moving applause, and the elder clears a space on the sand as if arranging a little studio right here at the water's edge. Paint will happen later, the voice promises, but first comes a walk to a place where art smells like eucalyptus and printer toner, where activism wears sunblock, and where archives breathe instead of locking their jaws. Shoulders loosen because this chapter asks for both beauty and stubbornness. A duet you've been practicing without knowing. Down the creek track, a corrugated shed glints like a fish scale, and the open doors breathe out turpentine, sap, and the warm iron of ochre being ground. A dozen tables form constellations of work, bark panels lying like tame horizons, canvases holding serpentine curves that look like weather written in cursive, boards soaking to become story surfaces by evening. Mainstream knowledge recognizes studios like this as pillars of contemporary Aboriginal art across many regions. Community art centers run by and for artists. Places where supply chains and kinship lines share a desk. Here, law supervises even when nobody says the word. Subjects are not random, designs do not freelance, and the Rainbow Serpent is not a motif so much as a practice with teeth and kindness. Paint trays clack softly as someone mixes an impossible green from crushed leaves and the whisper of a commercial pigment. Quirk climbs onto the workbench with a grin. When a particular ochre seems sleeps under floodwater or a trip to that hill is not safe this month, artists sometimes shave microscopic dust from a spent printer cartridge, a dry blue or magenta, then temper it with clay, plant resin, and a ration of ash until the color loses its office job and remembers the bush. Toner is not romance. It is contingency wearing boots, and its molecules learn manners when bound to sap that knows country's humidity better than any lab. Nearby, an ante transfers a design to bark with a stick that used to be a hairpin, the point fine enough to convince lines out of caution. Cross-hatching tightens until it hums, and your eyes learn that breathing with a painting is not optional. The serpent curves across the surface as if testing a new bed. Whisker lines carry storm news. The border borrows geometry from an old fish trap because memory likes to recycle good ideas. Mainstream art history writes tidy paragraphs about motif persistence and innovation. Inside the shed, a niece recites the proper stories and the improper jokes that keep hands steady for 4 hours at a stretch. Around the corner, a screen printing rig leans into afternoon work, its mesh stenciled with a pattern drawn by the old men last wet and digitized by a teenager who uses a stylus like a spear with Wi-Fi. Collaboration here ignores the year it's supposed to belong to. A row of shirts lifts from the drying line like flags for a country that refuses to be reduced to coordinates. The print glows with a color you recognize as partly toner, partly ochre, partly the secret ratio someone wrote in their head and will pass to kin across fish and laughter, not in a PDF. Gallery talk arrives without white walls. A curator from the city sits on an upturned crate, shoes dusty and heart trying to keep up, listening while the elder explains that exhibition labels must say country, kin, permission, and the river the story drank from. Design credit is not enough. Mainstream institutions have learned to co-curate, sometimes well, sometimes with a nervousness that shows, and today's version goes further. The show opens here first under the fan made of the sky, and later rides down to the city where it will test whether glass can behave like shade. Historians are still debating this question of curatorial voice. Who speaks on the wall, who edits, whether a label can carry silence without looking like an omission. The shed's answer is that silence is a legitimate sentence when community writes it. Out back, a small kiln squats like a patient toad. Ceramics wait on boards, bowls impressed with mangrove root textures, tiles cross-hatched into shimmer, cups whose handles remember reed loops. Clay carries river memory differently than bark does. It shrinks in the fire to a truth that refuses to wobble. A child points at the kiln peephole while a parent tells the safety story about not peering into heat with eyebrows you plan to keep. Craft code slides into law. Respect burn, respect cure, respect the speed at which the world grants done. Music drifts in from the shaded stage beside the canteen, where clapsticks and a yadaki share space with a laptop because somebody's cousin has been layering field recordings with drone, and it sounds like monsoon planning a gig. Activism sometimes wears this outfit. A track built from frog chorus, rain on tarp, and a low drone that makes your ribs remember storms. A spoken word verse that names water licenses and asks the river for an audit. A chorus that quotes the old law about leaving shade and not washing near the bird drink. The crowd nods, toes keep time, and a sign-up sheet for tomorrow's meeting about a proposed dam fills line by line. Elsewhere in town, the meeting takes the form of tables pushed together in a hall where the ceiling knows every rumor. Maps unroll like unusually polite snakes. Cups of tea collect a ring of debate. An elder points with a pencil graphite stained from years of drafting on paper, bark, and air. Activists stand up with petitions and sit down with advice. Lawyers float sentences they hope will behave. A ranger points out seasonal water heights on a photo pinned with hairpins because that's what the office had. Mainstream environmental law recognizes cultural flows now in more places, citing research that finally admits what the camp always knew. Rivers need ceremonial water as much as farms need irrigation. Historians are still debating this question of translating that need into policy teeth. And the hall voices say, take your time, but not our water with a politeness that rattles. On the road between Hall and Creek, murals step out from brick and concrete like ancestors borrowing new skin. One wall shows a rainbow serpent coiled around survey pegs, smiling slightly as the pegs sprout leaves. Another shows hands stenciled in negative around a QR code that opens, with permission, to a short film about a repatriated bark panel's first night back under the right wind. Street art and ceremony walk together here without needing permission slips that pretend it's unusual. The serpent enjoys a cameo on the back of a bus, riding to school with kids who, frankly, draw it better than most adults after one afternoon of supervised practice. Inside a small climate-controlled room tucked behind the studio, shelves hold drives and boxes labeled in both English and a local language. This is not a museum annex. It is a community archive with protocols that breathe. A librarian with clapsticks on her desk opens a folder and shows metadata that reads like manners. Artist, Antiel. Family X, Country Y, Permissions, Men's Restricted, Seasonal Context, Wet. Return copies to Art Center Plus Ranger Base. TK label, Open to Community, Closed to Public Exhibition. Traditional knowledge labels adopted and modified by communities, wrap files in the kind of respect that software usually forgets to code. The result is an archive that knows how to say no, later, only here, and yes with a songline attached. A visiting museum team watches the process with the kind of curiosity that becomes helpful when it remembers who's home. Repatriation isn't a ceremony for press releases. It's a logistics practice that involves flights, humidity, insurance forms, and tears that understand endurance. A bark painting returns after decades and spends its first night resting against paper bark it recognizes. Elders sit with it until dawn as if listening for its yawn. Labels from the old museum case go into a file named Their History, while a new record opens under Ours, and you can feel the room's barometric pressure change by a few pascals toward right. Arguments have to happen too. Fake art angers everyone. Tourist shop paintings signed with borrowed skin. Designs copied onto rugs without permission. Logos swallowing motifs and spitting them onto products that would embarrass a decent bin. Artists here form a committee that allies with lawyers in town. Galleries agree on a blacklist. Buyers learn to read provenance the way trackers read prints. IP law lags behind the law in song, which means activism wrangles invoices and hashtags equally. Mainstream articles celebrate the crackdowns. The Shed celebrates an auntie getting paid on time. Digital preservation, for all its buzzwords, becomes quite modest in practice. A teenager scans an old message stick using structured light because the notches tell a route that nobody currently walks. The dataset stays here, not in a distant cloud, and prints as a training object that kids handle without fear of breaking a museum. Another team digitizes cassette tapes of elders singing song fragments from the 1980s. The tape is now part of the room's atmosphere, like cicadas that learned nostalgia. Historians are still debating this question of how to annotate songs without giving away restricted content. The archive chooses to annotate relationships instead. Who taught whom, who needs to be present to hear, who should never be surprised by their own voice coming out of a speaker at a community barbecue. Back at the studio, a young painter tests a new binder ratio while an uncle laughs about chemistry class with mosquitoes. Orchid sap, beeswax, fat, each with a memory for humidity. Toner dust enters in pinches, gets scolded with ash like a toddler learning to sit, and finally behaves. A swatch dries to the mat of a good word kept. Experiment is not rebellion. It is law's insistence that materials meet the weather halfway. The Rainbow Serpent looks good in every century when the rules are followed. Ask country, ask elders, ask the paint. Film steps into the circle with a pair of snub-nosed cameras and a boom mic that remembers to bow. A crew of locals edits a short documentary about the Fish Hotel project kids have been running for 3 seasons. Narration becomes a chorus where aunties and cousins carry lines like bundles. The premiere happens on a bedsheet hung between trees, with clapsticks providing what a sound system can't. Activism this week is children speaking future to power in pajamas, while mosquitoes remain unimpressed by awards and pay attention only to the smoke. Elsewhere in the region, a major gallery opens a show co-curated with 3 nations. The wall text begins with country, not with curator. The first room speaks with bark, not with captions. The gift shop carries nothing printed with restricted designs. A round table follows the opening where elders describe which pieces ask to go home early and which can travel longer before getting lonely. Historians are still debating this question of museum repatriation timelines and loan ethics. How long is respectful, what counts as care, whether climate control can substitute for wind. Answers come back patient and precise. Care is measured in calls and visits, in who holds the key, in where the first explanation is given when tears show up without checking the guest list. Protest again because the river hasn't finished its sentence. A mining proposal wobbles forward on a stack of studies that pretend water is a widget. Artists paint banners overnight, coils that thread around drill rigs and squeeze them into humility, slogans that rhyme for the sake of marchers' lungs, maps that name creeks the report called stream segments. The next day, the front line carries clapsticks. A chorus repeats the verse about leaving shade. A lawyer whispers the injunction number like a drum count. The Rainbow Serpent is not political in the way newspapers mean. It is constitutional in the way rivers mean. Bookmaking joins the day after that because not all battles happen in courts or streets. A team compiles a bilingual reader for schools. 1 page in language, 1 in English. Artwork by teenagers who discover crosshatching can mark math as easily as eels. QR codes to audio with permissions built in. Libraries order boxes. Teachers sigh with relief because teaching is easier when kids' grandparents recognize the page. Curriculum becomes a walking stick instead of a hurdle. Meanwhile, the archive's server hums like a contented bee. Redundancy lives here too. 2 on-site backups, 1 off-site in a nearby town under kin management, prints for the things paper should hold, and the very old method, people who know, paid to know, freed from other work to teach. Digitize everything is not the rule. Digitize what hands agree on and what will help grandkids without hurting grandmothers is. The Serpent approves systems that don't try to outsmart law with convenience. In the quiet between tasks, a single canvas leans where light pulls the cross-hatching into breathing. The artist has pushed the Serpent's coil through overlays of aerial imagery, archival dates, and storm tracks from last wet. The result looks like a weather map that learned to tell jokes, a litigation exhibit that learned to sing. Activism has a new tool for meetings where officials pretend nothing moves unless it's typed. The painting arrives with a title that refuses to be shy. The river has minutes from every meeting. Would you like to hear them? Late light finds the studio again, and a printmaker burnishes a lino block carved with a track that winds between paperbark stilt roots and a deadline. Ink behaves because ink loves pressure. Paper takes the kiss and returns it with clarity. The edition number repeats small obligations. Gifts to elders, sales to fund ranger utes, 1 copy held back for the archive, 1 mailed to a cousin studying law so her dorm room remembers home. Distribution is a ceremony. Invoices are almost a hymn when they move along the right channels. Debate returns with tired shoes and strong tea. Curators ask about risk. What if a show offends? Activists ask about risk. What if silence kills a river? Archives ask about risk. What if access harms? Artists listen and then keep drawing lines that teach ankles where to step. Historians are still debating this question of who gets to decide. Museum boards, funding bodies, elders' councils, family groups, and the shed votes with its calendar. Mark the open days for visitors, mark the closed days for ceremony, and mark the phone numbers for who to call when a line needs not crossing. Night finally takes a seat on the step and watches the room dim into a softer competence. Brushes stand in jars like seagrasses. A squeegee naps. The kiln sighs as if it too has elders. Someone tapes a note to the fridge. Toner mix in jar 3. Ask Auntie first. And the mundanity of that note feels like a contract signed in good humor. The Rainbow Serpent curls in the negative space between canvases and doesn't mind at all that the studio smells a little like an office. Adaptation is a sacred sport when played by people who remember the old goalposts. Before everyone drifts back toward the waterhole, the elder sets tonight's 3-stone pocket set in your hands like a clear brief. Knowledge. Contemporary practice grows from old law, community art centers, co-curated shows, ranger artist collaborations, and bilingual archives where traditional knowledge labels and permission systems keep stories alive without tossing them to strangers. Mainstream accounts increasingly recognize the leadership of communities in setting terms. Quirk. Pigments sometimes include shaved printer toner tempered with clay, sap, and ash when an ochre seam sleeps or travels are unsafe. Repurposed tools, from hairpins to squeegees to phone cameras, behave well under protocol, producing works that can fight minds, raise funds, or teach children while still smelling like country. Debate. Museums and galleries continue to wrestle with repatriation timelines, curatorial voice, provenance repair, and what care means when an object prefers wind to aircon. Historians are still debating this question, and the healthiest answers keep authority local, share resources outward, and let silence stand where silence is law. Walking back under a moon that looks suspiciously like an unblinking gallery light. The creek keeps pace and the studio breath keeps following. Beneath the hum of frogs and the lacquered hush of night, activism and art curl up together like two pups that learn to nap after a big day of guarding. Archives dream too, which is just a fancy way to say people with hard drives sleep with clean consciences because the files have labels that treat elders as bosses and future kids as shareholders. Tomorrow the shed will open again. Toner jar 3 will behave. And the serpent will smirk gently at the idea that anyone ever mistook story for decoration. Late afternoon tucks itself into the paperbark fringe. And the path you've been learning with your ankles all this time remembers to meet you halfway. The waterhole ahead holds a light the color of patient honey, the kind of glow that forgives, and the elder's hand makes a small spiral in the air that means, come back. Not as a visitor this time, but as someone who knows where the reed nursery is. Every chapter we've walked starts offering little receipts. Song, smoke, stars, law, all itemized by the river itself. Shadows settle into their evening jobs, and the surface of the pool goes from mirror to music notation as rings from fish and frogs stitch themselves into measures. Threads you've been carrying start twining on their own. The rainbow serpent's coil that taught restraint without starvation. Those sky lessons where the emu in the dark river marked seasons more reliably than a wristwatch. The monsoon curriculum that drilled listen to ants first, then to forecasts. Old knowledge behaves like a weaving table. Push here, it tightens there. Ignore there, it unravels here. So your hands cooperate without waiting for a pep talk. Across the near bank, clapsticks from someone's quiet practice keep a heartbeat that your feet accept like an old joke. Music, it turns out, has been the invisible ligature in almost everything. Time for travel, time to hush, time to tease pride back down to a reasonable height. Even now, A soft pattern begins and then politely pauses before the reed edge, so the birds can drink without your rhythm turning their evening into a disco. Law, when tuned properly, sounds like courtesy. Edges of the pool are a syllabus of green. Lily pads lie like coinage from a generous empire. Saltbush leans into the place where breeze usually kisses. Melaleuca throws down soft litter that feels like an invitation rather than a mess. Foodways watched you watching them and concluded you're ready for the advanced course. Taking without bragging, leaving without making a speech, and tasting with the kind of gratitude that does not force anyone to clap. A fish hotel built by kids yesterday has already attracted wriggling tenants, who seem to be citing your construction in their fellowship applications. Ridges beyond the paperbark carry last year's storm notes in their bark, and the smell of warm resin slides into the air as if it too were a kind of archive. Contact and disruption, those heavy chapters, keep their distance like serious relatives at a barbecue. Present, unavoidable, but not taking the tongs unless asked. Repurposed metal that once checked paint now polishes sunset. A yidaki carved from termite wisdom leans against a log the way a tired expert leans into a story. A message stick sleeps in its wrap because news can rest when people already know how to behave. Closer to the water's face, an elder kneels and taps the surface lightly, not to make a point, but to ask a favor of reflection. The reply arrives in focused ripples that read like kindness under pressure. Returning here is not nostalgia. It's maintenance. A walk across desert, savanna, and coast doesn't count until you can bring your feet home and set them down in the right grammar. The serpent, if asked to summarize, offers verbs rather than nouns. Make, carry, pause, share, repair. Those 5 are the coil's major scale. Somewhere in the reeds, a frog clears its throat and issues the oddest, truest weather report you'll hear today. Calls that ran on a fast motor last night smooth themselves into longer syllables, and the elder's grin telegraphs the translation before the sentence lands. Breezes will cooperate after midnight. Hammocks can go up closer to the water. Smoke can stay modest. Frogs are scandalously good forecasters, not because they have degrees, but because they have skin. Their chorus has been a sidebar all along, yet it keeps beating the app on your phone by a measurable percentage. Under a sky almost ready to switch on its stars, time itself comes to sit cross-legged in front of you like a student with polite questions. Dreaming, the word that English keeps trying to domesticate, edges into focus. In these stories, time is not a conveyor belt. It's a place you can stand, a path that intersects now if conduct and ceremony line up correctly. Long ago does not mean over and done. It means layered beneath and available when invited. Historians are still debating this question of translation, arguing about whether dreaming, dreamtime, ancestral present, or a dozen more terms do less harm across languages. The elder waves good-humoredly at this polite fight and asks you to practice the only translation that matters. Walk as if old and new are shaking hands where your heel lands. Along the right-hand bend, rock holds a little shelf the shape of a smile, and someone has set 3 familiar stones upon it. A pocket set that has closed almost every lesson. Knowledge. Songlines carry navigation and law in the same melody. Waterholes are courts, kitchens, and classrooms. The sky river hosts dark creatures that keep calendars with silhouettes instead of numbers. Quirk. Venus rise as a kitchen timer. Ants as barometers. Termites as luthiers. Frog choirs as weather anchors. Branch hotels as fish social housing. Debate. Comparative law where paper and kin argue. Diffusion or convergence for serpent motifs. Museums repatriating or merely visiting. Tempo as mnemonic code or suggestion. Time as a place or a tense. Historians are still debating this question, and tonight's answer is a shrug that isn't laziness but humility. Back toward camp. A child carries in 2 fat lily stems, and the specific kind of pride that makes adults turn their eyes to the fire so they don't embarrass anyone with their joy. The stems hit the cutting log with soft thunks. Seeds get shaken into a woven tray. A leaf becomes a cup because leaves adore that job. Earlier chapters recur. Orchard sap binder for a quick design on a cousin's shoulder. Clapstick grid to rehearse tomorrow's walk to the outcrop. A reminder that cool banks today are fragile banks tomorrow if feet forget their manners. Dusk unfurls like a flag that prefers to be a blanket, and the Milky Way remembers you by your first name. The emu has already shifted to its evening posture, big body rising to underline the rule about eggs. A teenager points with chin rather than finger and gets the thumbs up for both astronomy and etiquette. Celestial knowledge never left. It just waited for quiet. Under that arch, the serpent keeps its role deliberately ambiguous. River, traveler, bedrock, teacher. Ambiguity here is not vagueness. It is range. Across the coals, someone lights a twist of leaves that goes from smoke to invitation in 2 breaths. Mosquitoes call a union meeting elsewhere. Ritual enters without boots. A small verse to thank the day's water. A pause for names whose owners are currently in mourning. A line for the children who carried wood without being asked. This is activism at its calmest, preventing the next emergency by being decent in the current minute. It wouldn't trend. It keeps water sweet. On the sand near your knee, the day writes you a memory anchor, the kind that doesn't need ink. If tomorrow's wind leans from the north, the elder says, take the gully path to the stone shelf. Leave lilies to the east. Put extra sticks on the fish hotel. Check termite mounds for leaks. Carry 2 jokes. The last instruction gets a good laugh, but it's not optional. Humor is a conservation measure around here. It prevents brittle from masquerading as strong. Supper gets on with its responsibilities. Paperbark-wrapped fish whispers a lemon myrtle secret. Lily seed cakes explain the correct crunch to anyone who will listen. Tea tastes like eucalypt gossip told by firelight. Food has been law's most persuasive ambassador throughout this whole journey. Not because it argued, but because it worked. You don't take minutes when your mouth is busy being a witness. Yet somehow everything important ends up written in the way hands share plates and eyes remember who has not been served. Across the clearing, the studio of yesterday's chapter sleeps with dignity. Printer toner pigment, still not romantic but deeply behaved, waits in a jar labeled with a niece's neat handwriting. Jar 3, ask Auntie first. Archives at the art shed hum their gentle white noise in your imagination. That whole machinery of keeping permissions, TK labels, recorded breath in respectful envelopes, sits in parallel with tonight's no-paper archive. Memory in ribs, consent in nods, law in rhythm. Both can be right when they refuse to compete. Mid-evening yields a gentle lesson in diffusion and convergence without using either word. Desert cousins tell a version of the serpent where dunes sing with a bass so low ankles can hear it. Coastal cousins answer with a version where the estuary's bar learns the word mercy and teaches it to sand. Savannah cousins add a lightning whisker and a frog chorus footnote. Stories travel because people do. Stories arise independently because water insists on repeating itself as rain, creek, river, sea, vapor, cloud, rain. Nobody gets offended by the yes. Silence arrives like a trained bird and perches on the branch above the circle. In that hush, the waterhole performs its favorite trick, sounding louder without making more noise. Breath slows as if answering a private bell. A yidaki hums a floor so soft you could mistake it for the memory of an earlier note. Clapsticks count mercy in the negative space between taps. If anyone ever asks how law survives contact, bureaucracy, and the attention span of the world, you will be tempted to bring them to this quiet and say, like this. A small breeze steals in from the reed line right on the frog's schedule, and camp adjusts with a choreography that should be boring but remains perfect. Shift hammocks, nudge coals, tuck a log, pin a basket. The elder's earlier grin now blooms into the smile of a meteorologist who also happens to speak amphibian. Tonight's forecast verifies the model. The model is ribbit-shaped. Everybody wins. Cork refuses to retire because it has tenure. Nearby, a teenager practices south-finding with the Southern Cross, then triangulates the pole by pointer star method like a pro. The exercise ends without applause because this is just competence doing its job, and no parent wants to spook it. When the kid later checks the fish hotel and returns the torch to its peg, you realize the chapter titled Journeys of Initiation never really ended. The ember is still traveling, smaller, not dimmer. Memory opens the drawer where awkward scholarly terms live and sighs kindly at the word time. English, bless it, wants tenses and timelines with lanes and speed limits. This country wants braids. A story can be last night and 10,000 seasons ago. A being can be present tense and ongoing tense. A place can hold then now without contradiction. Historians are still debating this question in conferences where carpets smell like new plastic, asking whether dreaming should be noun, verb, or preposition. The elders answer points at your next breath. Treat time like water. Carry it right, pour it right, and don't pretend you own it. Story, law, and land lean against one another to test whether the joints squeak. So far, no. That's not magic. It's maintenance. You have watched aunties change tempo to make a steep track safer, seen kids build rooms for fish without needing a degree, listened to frogs brief a wind, tasted a printer toner pigment behave under protocol, read a museum label that finally got the country right. The serpent takes none of the credit and all of the responsibility. The coil is just there to remind hands where to stop. Close to midnight, a patrol of bats draw brackets around the stars, and the Milky Way goes from river to fog back to river while your eyes calibrate. In the fog moment, you remember that reflection trick, reading sky and water when overhead goes shy, and take a look. The emu pops back like a friend slipping out from behind a curtain. The river's calligraphy shows a line you missed. Your feet adjust tomorrow's plan by 3 steps without asking your mouth to weigh in. Geography loves that kind of quiet competence. Warmth from the coals persuades the last of the day's edges to soften, and an auntie tells the story of the first fish hotel. Back when the kids called it the Shady Hotel and assigned a bouncer, a bold tadpole, who wouldn't survive background checks but did just fine anyway. Laughter, the safest sanction, hands out permissions. Sleep, wake late, carry wood in the morning, tell the joke again but don't step on the water rule while doing it. Comedy here acts like the last stitch on a good seam. It locks the work. Under the tree where message sticks rest, the archive of breath reopens for a minute. A verse you learned 40 nights ago returns with better posture. Lo rides in right behind it and checks your packing list. Respect, humor, patience, rope. If you can carry those 4, the other weight redistributes itself. The elder places a palm on your shoulder and the press is exactly as long as it needs to be. Praise in this place doesn't shout. It agrees to walk with you tomorrow. Finally, the pocket set of 3 stones returns for the last time in this long walk and lands in your hands with the kind of simple gravity that ends arguments. Knowledge. Return is a practice, not a location. Water remembers how you behaved last time and adjusts its hospitality accordingly. Story, sky, and ground stay aligned when your conduct keeps the chord in tune. Quirk. Frog calls really can predict a cooperative breeze by the shape and tempo of their syllables. Slow and legato for calm, tight and buzzy when wind or storm plans to heckle. So hang the mosquito net with optimism tonight and be ready to shift it gently when the amphibian forecast says so. Debate, translating dreaming across languages keeps scholars working late, whether to treat it as time, law, landscape, or relational tense. Historians are still debating this question, and the cleanest rule for living with it is to let communities set the dictionary and let the dictionary change when the river does. Sleep begins to lean its warm shoulder toward the circle, and the last thing the waterhole offers is a silence that doesn't feel empty. If a place can hug without arms, this one just did, and everything taught across dunes, floodplains, galleries, and courts condenses into one small promise you can actually keep. Step kind, speak true, share fair, fix quick. The rest is weather. Slowly now, the night relaxes its grip until darkness feels like a soft shawl draped across your back. Breathing levels into that gentle, even rhythm you trust, the one that tucks the day under and lifts the dream world up, easy as a tide that understands the shore's nerves. Little sounds, frogs trading small, polite gossip, leaves brushing each other with the lightest fingertips, a late ember settling with a shy sigh, float together and spread out like calm water, so smooth that thoughts lose their sharp corners and decide to nap. Soft images settle behind your eyelids, cross-hatching that moves like ripples, a curve of river that remembers your feet, 3 small stones in a circle of palm. Names that were busy earlier grow quiet and kind, and the big coil that supervised so much becomes a loose comforter around your ribs. Not heavy, just present. If a breeze finds your cheek, it will speak in that slow, reassuring voice the frogs promised. Steady, friendly, ready to carry you a little further into rest. Gentle words keep their distance now, because muscles know what to do without narration. Shoulders release. Jaw remembers it has nothing left to hold. Hands agree to become simply hands again. Somewhere, the waterhole continues its long, old conversation with the stars, and the stars, patient as ever, listen without interrupting. The law of the night is kindness. The rule for this hour is simple. Sleep is lawful.